to that way. All right, Mr. Rotho, several of the public defenders have withdrawn or switched from your case.
Yes, ma'am.
We have some issues that greatly concern the court. The attorneys have to be able to do their job in a reasonable and safe manner. And from the information that I'm receiving concerns the court, we don't want to have a combative relationship with or interactions with the public defenders. And I know that sometimes defendants can get very passionate about their cases. And but you have to be able to professionally and reasonably get along with the person who is defending you. And so we want to make sure that is the case. I don't know, Ms. Helen, if it's appropriate or if it can be handled by a conflict defender or not.
I can ask, Judge, I can ask my supervisor. That's a question I can present. But Your Honor, again, I'd also like Mr. Rotho to explain his perception as well too. But Judge, there has been 3 attorneys. I am not new to this court. I have been in person. This court is aware of my work ethic per case. I have tried. And it's now coming down to professional rules of responsibility that I'm not even able to complete. And I do not feel comfortable moving forward at the next court appearance of a jury trial calendar with the behavior and also the inability to review the official code of conduct or CGA with him prior to such a serious court date.
And of course, you are entitled to representation. And obviously you qualify for the public defender's office. But I'm concerned if we've had other attorneys and each attorney on the case, we can't get further than where we need to be in order to represent you adequately.
Yes, Your Honor. I have documentation work to me, and I talked through email line where we were talking back and forth. Yes, there was some, not seeing eye to eye at the beginning, which I'm sure happens with every case. We figured our stuff out. We were going through the first few courts I've been doing this for a while. She had to move or quit. I don't know what happened. And then when I got Zach, I literally talked to him one time. I have it through text. He said he was on vacation and it got switched to her. So I know Your Honor, for the second guy, I had no problem with it. It's me, and I definitely cleared up our stuff 100%.
Ms. Helen, I'm going to grant your motion to withdraw. I will definitely do that. But I need for you to get me some information if your office is going to be able to go forward or not. And if not, if the conflict defender is willing to speak with Mr. Rotho to make sure that they are able to represent him, or if we need, any additional referrals, so that you can begin to prepare for trial.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I do hear that decision. I will reach out to the the conflict attorney's office. I will also speak to my supervisor, Attorney Lawrence Korn, and he'll also let me know if it can't go to the conflict's office. It may then very well go to another public defender in our office.
Okay. And then get back with the court and let us know what the supervisor's decision is and what they think will be best. So Mr. Rotho, just make sure your information is correct, your contact information, so that you will get notice of who your next attorney will be and how we will handle this matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you need anything, make sure you come down to the clerk's office and keep that updated or updated with the public defender's office for now. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
What date would you all like me to reset him to the April 4th, maybe?
And Judge, prior to the court resetting Mr. Rotho, I don't know if the state there was a new offer that I think Mr. Rotho would like to hear, if the state does have it.
Okay, State, would you like to read your present offer on the record, please?
Your Honor, if you'll just give me a moment.
Okay.
The offer was conveyed to defense counsel, so.
Okay.
Oh, I can pull it up as well. And yes, Your Honor. So the current offer that was offered by the state from ASG, Ms. Githier, reckless driving, 12 months of misdemeanor recording probation, a $1,000 fine, 240 hours of community service, and alcohol drug evaluation and/or treatment to be completed while on probation, 1 risk reduction course, 1 victim impact panel class, random screens while on that 12-month misdemeanor reporting probation, no alcohol or drugs. The fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer is 12 months of misdemeanor reporting probation, to serve 30 days, balance probated, credit for any time served that he did, a $1,000 fine. This probation is consecutive with the previous charge. The DUI alcohol less safe has been null pros in this offer dismissed. And then the possession of open alcohol containers, a $200 fine.
And Your Honor, I'll just add that the offer with regard to the thing and attempting to elude a police officer, that 30 days imprisonment and $1,000 fine, that is statutorily required. That's the minimum.
Minimum, okay. All right, so Mr. Rotho, that is the offer that is presently being informed of. So that is something you will consider to speak to your new attorney about.
I mean, yeah, I'll speak to him, but I'm not interested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, again, I want you to cooperate and speak to your attorney.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
When you find out who that is, and right now we're going to hold it there, because they will talk to you and inform you what the likelihood and consequences of the trial and going forward. I don't have any information about your history, if any, and so there's a lot of factors that go into deciding about a plea and about the offer from the state. So just I would ask you to at least keep an open mind.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And have a professional and considerate conversation with your new attorney, whoever that may be. And so I apologize, Ms. Rose. I forgot I had not signed on to the Zoom this morning, so pardon me. But let me, for the record, position 4, 21 CR 0000460C. I am going to reset this case to the April 4th show cause calendar. And what time is that one for, Mr. Randolph? Is that 9 or 1:30? All right, so the case is reset to April the 4th at 1:30 p.m.
And will that be when I can file a motion?
Certainly, but I want you to coordinate, because at this moment, I'm not sure that you're representing yourself just yet.
Yeah, I'm not.
And if you're not representing yourself, then you wouldn't be filing any motions, then your new attorney would. I will give them time to file motions and come up to speed, obviously, because it's a new attorney, but I want it on the show cause just so that we know that you represent it.
Yes, ma'am.
And where we're going. And we will allow motions to be filed at that point or within 30 days so that the case can kind of get back on track. Okay. It's not necessarily the calendar that I want it to be on, but yes, what are you gonna say?
We're gonna get into a contact information.
Okay, let's do that. Make sure that we do have contact information and making sure that it's up to date. so that we can notify you, okay?
I mean, you have my address.
Hmm,
I don't have a phone.
I'm sorry.
I don't have a phone. I just have my address that you sent this to.
Okay, you just have an address?
Yes, ma'am.
You have an email?
No,
No? All right, so let's make sure we have your address correct.
yes, ma'am. And the reason I just don't have enough funds where I'll give you a phone number or email. I don't have a way to. I'm never in America, so when I come here, I'm here for now.
Where do you live?
Between Puerto Rico and Costa Rica
In Costa Rica
and Puerto Rico. Yes, ma'am.
and Puerto Rico? Do you have an emergency contact here in the state, someone?
No, but while I'm here, I'll be here for a minute. I have taken care of some family members with some stage 4 cancer. So
Sometimes we ask for an emergency contact or some person that would be able to contact you either by phone or email,
I understand.
since you do live out of the country. And that concerns you, but if you're saying you're gonna be here for a while, I don't know what that may be, because you may not go to trial until the summer.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm gonna continue living my life because I see that the way everyone should do it. I'm not guilty, so it's something that's 4 years old. I've been trying to definitely get a handle.
Changing counsel obviously delays the case somewhat.
Yeah, and I didn't want to do that.
Well, it's maybe not your choice, but the attorney's choices are to do that. So I still have to be fair on both sides.
That's right.
So the address that we have is in Costa Rica?
No,
I'm sorry,
Gainesville.
Gainesville?
yes,
So
ma'am.
is that a relative of yours?
Yes.
Do we have the name of that person?
I mean, I don't want to give it out because it's not very gonna help me. They don't help me at all.
But you're using that address.
Yes,
Will you get mail at that address?
yes, I have for a long time.
Okay, and they will give it to you?
Yes. That's how I got this. I haven't missed any of these dates, whether it be online and it's always into this address.
So it sounds like he's getting his mail at the Gainesville address. He received the mail for today. I just want us to make a note. Do you have dual citizenship?
You don't have to have it from Puerto Rico
No.
and Costa Rica. I just haven't made it's just to visit.
And Your Honor, just a quick question, what about a phone number for the person in Gainesville? Is that-
Don't have it.
It's a relative of yours. Why can't we have their name?
I just don't want them involved.
We're not going to
I
contact
just don't want
them.
them involved at all. I'm an adult. They don't help me. They don't like me. Don't talk to them. It's just me.
Yeah, but you're using their address. They give you the mail, so they like you enough to give you the mail. Because we do have to have a good contact address and information for you.
And you have it. I've had this address for over 2 years. You can look on for it's my driver's license address. I don't have an emergency contact.
And that's the address that's on your driver's license?
Yes, ma'am. Been that way probably 15 years.
Okay. It is difficult when we don't have a way to email or call, especially with your attorney, not only having to mail you, and we call that snail mail.
I understand.
And that's why I'm wondering if you have a friend or someone that they can contact via phone, because most of the attorneys, 99% of the attorneys that get involved are gonna wanna call you, not send you a letter that may get to you 2 or 3 weeks later, and you could be on trial the following week.
I mean, the phone number that the public defender already has on file, they can keep using that phone number. I just don't know if I'll be able to pay my bill. That's it is a little bit ago
Let's see
because of
if we
hardship.
have- Let's see if we have a phone number on file.
She has a phone number on file.
PD Allen? Okay. Let's put that on his contact information in Odyssey or see if we have it there. Now, we do have people that go on and off for service or payment, but you know, most of the time you can keep the same number, but sometimes you can't. So we're gonna put the responsibility on you,
That's fine. I'm here. I'm taking.
because if we have to mail you something and you don't get it for a month, and then you don't show up for court,
I'm not gonna do that.
failure to appear warrant, we have to pick you up. It's not gonna be our fault. It's gonna be your fault.
That's okay.
It's the risk that you take by not, and hold on a second, let's see if we have his phone number in here.
The current number I have, Your Honor, is 939-319-8053.
Can you read that?
939-319-8053.
I'm just a little curious, 939 is area code for where?
Big,
All right, we're gonna put that number in the system, just so we'll have that. So that your new attorney will have a quicker way to get in touch with you. Hopefully you will be able to, have the financial resources to keep that number on as long as you can.
Yes, Your Honor. And they also have my email address on file. So, I mean,
I haven't used an active email address, but the one from Samia Giddings from 2021 is Daniel Rotho, his first and last name @gmail.com.
You have that, Your Honor. You do.
so,
Have that.
yeah.
So we're going to attempt to use your email, your first and last name @Gmail on this 939 number. Because I just hope, you know, there are some defendants that keep in contact with the public defender's office once a month.
Mhm.
Call in just to see, and I suggest that you do that so that you can find out if there's any updates or statuses regarding your status regarding your case, as well as whether they're going to be able to appoint a new attorney for you, and who that person may be, so that they don't have months that go by where they can't reach you, okay?
Okay.
But it is your responsibility to keep an updated, contact number, email, as well as an address, but the address shouldn't be the only major way to get in contact with you, because I can't.
I'm poor. I don't know what to tell you. I can't force myself to have money. You know, I don't know what. It's kind of confusing.
So will you be checking in with the public defender's office at least once a month?
If that needs to happen.
I think that needs to happen. So we're gonna require you to check in with them at least once a month, if not more, until you have a new attorney.
Mhm.
So that they can establish a rapport with you and be able to reach you pretty quickly.
I'll do what I can to contact them.
Mhm. And what number, does he need to dial, Ms. Helen?
404-612-5200, 5200.
612-5200.
Yes, ma'am.
So that 404-612-5200, do you need a pen to write that down on your paper?
Sure.
That number.
I don't, but like I said, I'll try to make contact. I don't have ways to do it. I'm just showing up for
Well, but it's more than showing up
Number.
for it. You gotta be available to participate.
I have. It's just been hard with her. I have done everything, ma'am. So I'm here today. So I've been at every case. I haven't missed one, even online. But when it was in Roswell, then switched to here. It's been here for 4 years and I haven't missed a case. I'm not going to miss one. My due diligence on this is to get it done. I feel in my heart I want it to go a certain way. She has been unhelpful. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, well, that's 404-612-5200 is the number that you need to dial at least once a month, if not more.
I'm trying.
Check in on your case and to find out who it is assigned to represent you and be able to communicate with them and, come to some type of decision regarding your case. But I like to say, I want you to keep an open mind. And if going to trial is what you want, then that's fine, and they will prepare for that. But you have to help them to prepare you.
Yes, ma'am. I've did multiple Zooms with her and other, so yes, I've been on my toes about this.
And I had to schedule those and demand those. So I hear Mr. Rotho, but you've granted my motion and we will reach out to the conflicts attorney's office to see if they can take his case. And I will give them his mailing address and his phone number to reach out to him.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Rotho, we'll see you back on April the 4th at 1:30.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I just need clarification because I heard that this is going to go to the conflict defender's office, but then I also heard that maybe someone else in the public defender's office was gonna take it, so it's.
Maybe, we're not sure yet. She's, PD Helen is gonna inquire. So at the moment, we don't know who's representing him, whether the PD's office will take it. You know, I don't know if they do like, sometimes the solicitor's office will have someone from another county. But if it is, you know, again, an issue with, the defendant, I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna eventually want to represent himself or what's gonna happen. We're gonna try to see if we can find another person. And maybe
Excuse me, Your Honor.
do that. Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm the name of the defendant.
This is position 4.
Position 4. Danielle M. Rotho.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, that was for me. I came in late, so I didn't know where you were on the calendar.
Oh, I apologize. And I came in late actually myself because I hadn't signed on. So I was just sitting here talking. I was getting ready to say it's Friday, but it's Thursday. It's almost Friday. All right, we are ready now for the first case for the motions here.
Your Honor, I'm attorney Justice Jennings here on that motion. We requested an interpreter for that, so I just wanted to make sure I was looking around for the interpreter. I did not see.
Uh-oh. I don't know that I knew that.
Yeah, we placed it we emailed the clerk when it was set down and said, and we were here at the last hearing and I verbally requested it.
And you're Miss Jennings, right?
I am.
Okay. Where are we with the interpreter?
I apologize, Judge. That was my only case on the calendar. Am I excused?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
And Miss Helen, do you have to submit me the order of withdrawal?
Yes, I filed it, but I will get it to Mr. Randolph.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, did you say something about an interpreter?
Yeah. For position 1, they stated they had the request into the clerk's office.
No request was made. I can update and reach out to translation station, but usually they inform the litigation manager beforehand of the need of the translator. And Mr. Randolph did not inform me, so.
Who did you email?
We did, I said it verbally in court that day and the judge, it was noted, and then I emailed it again. Let's see. I remember them responding, thanks for letting me know, for noted.
Is it Spanish?
It is.
I'll see what I can do to reach out.
Okay. I was gonna say, Ms. Jennings, when you do that, because they all get, I think, tons of emails, you gotta make sure they confirm back with you. That,
Yeah, we did get a response, John.
yeah, that's why I'm curious as to who it came from.
The first request was made, in September, we made several because this case is since 2019, but I just want to tell the court because I see the email. It's September 16, 2019. We put it in email, it came from my assistant, and we sent it to Patricia. Oh, never mind, that was when it was Ian's point, I'm sorry. Here. This one is dated November 15th. To Brandy Bolton. Angela Waldrop was on the email, but Brandy Bolton.
15th of 2023.
Yes, you're
Okay.
on November 15th at 10:03 a.m.
Okay. Did you hear that?
Heard it. Brandy has not emailed me, but I will get the, hold on.
Who do they normally send them to? Mr. Jordan or who? I don't know what the protocol is for it. Mr. Glanville, should they normally send it to Mr. Jordan or to whom? Or Miss?
They should request it to the litigation manager and I requested.
She might not have requested.
Ms. Bolton is a litigation manager?
Well, that's where she sent it.
She was the one who sent us the email about being excused, so we thought we were corresponding with the right person, because she let us know about the case.
I'm gonna change you a little bit and maybe say Mr. Randolph going forward with this case as a litigation manager.
You said that person is now Mr. Randolph?
Kenneth Randolph at FultonCountyGA.gov. And I'm also going to say to CC Michael Jordan.
And I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble getting here. I'm getting older.
Oh, it's okay. Michael Jordan.
And that's Michael Jordan.
And he's one of the supervisors. And then we'll just, hopefully we'll have it in the notes on this case so that it travels with the case.
It stays on the case that the inspector is needing.
It is on there.
She said that she requested. She said that did you request the interpreter?
We'll hold for a second and apologize for that.
Brad is not getting.
Your Honor, if I can interrupt, I made contact with an interpreter. They should be joining the Zoom within the next 5 minutes. So
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Can we begin setup?
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, I was told this was going to be all remote today, that everyone was joining remote, and obviously that is not correct. I don't know. I do not know who's speaking whenever they are talking. So if this gets ordered as a transcript, I'm going to need somebody identifying who's speaking because I'm flying blind here.
Gotcha. I will. I was talking initially to the defense counsel, and her name is Leroya, Leroya. And then, is that your middle name or is that two last names?
Two last names, Your Honor,
Okay.
Chester
Okay,
Jennings.
so I will say Chester, Chester. And then Jennings, Jennings. So that's the defense counsel for Mr. Marvin.
And then who is the, I'm guessing, prosecutor?
Yes, for the state, they're gonna tell you.
Yes,
Okay.
Angela Waldrop.
What was the first name?
Angela.
I'm sorry.
Angela,
Angela. Okay, thank you.
and then Waldrop,
Okay.
Waldrop.
WALDROP.
Okay. And then the other.
And my name is James Birch, Burch.
James Birch, Burch. Those are the two prosecutors representing the state.
Okay.
And
So if
then-
everyone would just project their voices, because I had this situation before where I was the only one that was on Zoom and the
Mhm.
transcript was just murder trying to put it together because they were way out there and I'm sitting right here and
Right, we'll get everybody to speak a little louder. I don't think the system in here is that great. So we apologize for the equipment.
obviously the first one that you took care of, that has been rescheduled, so nothing will be ordered from that one.
Right. Mhm. That is correct. And then let's see, 2 and 3, positions 2 and 3.
Rolando Robles.
Yes, that is reset for April the 4th.
Reset. Okay, so the only one we have left then is the current one that we're waiting on the interpreter.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
It just got a little bit easier for me.
It's okay.
Your Honor, if I may, can I get the contact information for the court reporter?
Yes, Ms. Rose, defense counsel wants your contact info.
Yes, my name is on the screen. Susan, middle initial L, Rose, ROSE. And the company that has me here today is American Court Reporting. And let me see. They gave me cards to give out, but when I'm Zoom, I don't have to have the cards.
Right.
The email address that they have for me is srose@acrga.com. And their phone number is 404-892-1331.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The interpreter is joining, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Were you waiting for me?
Oh, of course. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
No, good to see you again. I'm gonna swear you in a moment and we'll get started.
Okay.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully interpret from Spanish to English and English to Spanish the proceedings before the court today in an accurate manner to the best of your skill and knowledge with no embellishments?
I do.
Right, thank you. And, oh, I have an officer, I guess I have to swear you in while I'm doing that. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Not sure where to sit.
I think we usually have them at the podium.
Have a
over there.
moment on this side, yes. Since you're not a juror, we'll move you to this side.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize, but I'm just jumping in this. So could you tell me what position we're on, please?
We are on position 1.
Okay. All right.
And
Thank
you're
you. And I'm ready whenever you are.
Is it Marin? Or
Marin, I believe it's Marin.
I believe it's Marin.
Marin, Mr. Marin, it is.
Sí, señor Marín.
Yes. If we're ready to begin, I will go ahead and call this case. And you may, well, I don't know, should he sit for a second? I don't.
Yes, Judge, yes.
Yeah, have a seat for 1 second. This is case number 21 CR 005353A, State versus Miguel Angel Marin, charged with DUI, let's say, failure to maintain lane. The offense date is August the 4th of 2019, and there are, I believe, 3 motions, and I'll let the council state what their motions are for today. And I'll let you do that, Madam Interpreter. That was a mouthful.
That's okay, Your Honor. Buenos días, estamos llamando el caso 21CR005353A, que es el caso del señor Miguel Ángel Marín, del Estado, la Fiscalía, en contra de Miguel Ángel Marín. El caso es, la acusación, el cargo es manejar bajo la influencia de alcohol, en inglés es un DUI, y también el no mantener su carril. La fecha de la ofensa es agosto 4 del 2019 y estamos aquí porque hay 3 mociones para presentar al tribunal.
All right. State, I may let you start and state what your motions are for today, please.
Your Honor, I believe these are defense motions.
Yes, Your
Oh,
Honor.
the
these are
defense motions, I'm sorry. All right, go ahead, Attorney, Higgins.
Yes, Your Honor. I am Attorney Leroy Chester Jennings here on behalf of Mr. Miguel Marin. This is a motion to suppress in which we filed several motions. We are moving specifically to suppress the lack of probable cause for the arrest. Essentially, the officer had no true belief or knowledge because he did not see in this case the defendant driving. He responded to an accident. The defendant as well as other individuals were outside of the vehicle. And so we believe he lacks probable cause, and for that, anything thereafter should be suppressed. We are also moving to suppress the HGN. The HGN is a scientific test, Your Honor. We are questioning the validity of that, especially the procedures in which he did it after an accident. Should I pause for the interpreter, Your Honor?
Yes.
La defensa tiene 3 movimientos legales. El primero es para suprimir información y esto se deriva principalmente de la causa del arresto. Lo que se quiere suprimir es cualquier información después de que haya llegado el agente de policía, porque él obviamente no vio lo que sucedió, nada más fue reportado a él. Esa es la primera petición para suprimir esa parte de la prueba de la fiscalía. La segunda parte es la validez de suprimir la prueba de alcohol que se le hizo, porque es una prueba científica y se pone en pregunta la validez y la forma en la que fue hecha la prueba.
We are further moving to suppress, Your Honor, the timeliness of the implied consent, which would ultimately suppress the breath test. We are alleging that it was misinterpreted, misunderstood, and my client was misinformed when read. The final prong that we are.
Let her do.
Thank you. Okay.
También estamos pidiendo estamos peleando en contra de el consentimiento de hacer este examen. Nosotros queremos representar que esto fue mal interpretado, mal entendido y mal leído para el acusado. Go ahead.
And finally, we are moving to suppress the breath test on its validity, stating that it was improperly administered and the results therefore should not be considered by a jury or this court, Your Honor. And thereby we are essentially questioning, moving to suppress 4 items as it relates to this case, Your Honor.
Y lo último que queremos también suprimir es la prueba de aliento, en base a que fue administrada inapropiadamente y los resultados no deberían ser considerados por este tribunal, por un jurado o por el juez. Esencialmente estamos pidiendo suprimir 4 pruebas.
All right, thank you, Attorney Jennings. All right, we're ready to start. Both sides ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, all right, go ahead and start.
And Judge Angela Waldrop for the state. Judge, I will call the state's first and only witness, Detective Walsh. Dan?
Y este momento la fiscalía es Angela Walters y llama al estrado al detective Walsh.
Detective Walsh, can you just introduce yourself to the court, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Detective Michael Walsh, currently employed with the City of Hayesville Police Department. I am currently assigned to Criminal Investigation Division. Prior to this incident here, I was employed by the City of East Point Police Department located in Fulton County.
Okay. And at the time that you were employed with East Point, what was your rank?
I was a police officer, just regular patrol.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Almost, I started in 2015, so 8.5 years or so.
Okay. And specifically, how long with East Point?
I was with East Point at that time for 4 years. I was there, left for a few months, went to another department and came back. Total of 4 years at that time.
Okay. And are you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you post-certified on the date of August 4th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the court about your law enforcement experience, specifically focusing on your time at East Point Police Department?
During the time at East Point, I have a very high call volume, work evening watch, 4 o'clock until 12, approximately 70 to 100 calls a day between 7 of us. We've encountered several domestic violence with alcohol, several traffic stops. Some of those ended up being DUIs or just regular traffic offenses. While employed, I was certified under the Intoxilizer 9000 prior to the incident here. I was also standardized field sobriety trained, as well as criminal procedure, which involves search and seizures, things like that. And during the time at this time of the incident, I investigated all of our DUIs on my shift, whether it be something that I initiated or another officer would call me out to investigate.
Okay. And as part of that field sobriety training, did you have the opportunity to work with alcohol workshops and labs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you understand the term wet lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you explain what that is to the court and what you did as a part of that?
Part of the training was there were several volunteers that would come to the training exercise. Some of them would be impaired. We would have to determine based on standardized field sobriety which one of those people were impaired using HGN and one leg stand and walk and turn. And that was part of your pass or fail, whether you could determine whether those people were impaired or not.
Okay. Now you stated that you
And
have.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but is the interpreter supposed to be interpreting at some point? I think she can't. Yes, sure.
And if I talk too fast, let me know. Sometimes I talk too fast.
So normally, Your Honor, on a trial, I would be in person there and sitting behind the accused and basically interpreting what's going on and what's being said. But of course, I don't want to interrupt the proceeding. Now, I have been taking notes so I can interpret what has been said. Now, I don't know if you all want to just pause at a certain time. I can continue just taking notes. You let me know how you would prefer.
I'd rather pause you so that it won't have you to talk as long, or we'll do better and pause a little more. We're not always used to having you with us, but let's pause right here to catch up. And then maybe, every few seconds, we'll just have to pause because I don't want you to have to go on and on and on.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And every question answer or every topic would be fine of a pause. It doesn't have to be all the time. So I will interpret for the witness, for the accused right now, what has been said. Entonces, se presentó la fiscal, que es Angela Walters, y ella está en el estrado el detective Walsh. Entonces le pregunta ella a él que él se identifique, y él se identifica como Michael Walsh, y él trabaja para el Departamento de Policía de la ciudad de Hayesville y hace investigaciones criminales. Antes de trabajar él ahí, trabajaba en el condado de Fulton, en el departamento de policía de East Point. Y lo que él hacía ahí eran patrullas regulares. Trabajó ahí como desde el 2015, entonces por un total de 8 años y medio, y en East Point por 4 años. Él es un policía certificado y en la fecha de este incidente de agosto 4 del 2019, él era un policía certificado y certificado también para dar pruebas de ebriedad. En donde él trabaja hay un volumen bastante alto de casos. Son 7 policías los que trabajan ahí y lo que ellos hacen principalmente es violencia doméstica y también casos relacionados con alcohol en tráfico, especialmente manejar bajo influencia del alcohol, en inglés un DUI. El agente Walsh ha recibido entrenamiento en sobriedad y en este momento, al momento que sucedió este incidente en agosto 4, él investigaba y se especializaba en investigar DUIs. Como parte del entrenamiento, él aprendió cómo fueron presentados como parte del entrenamiento, les presentan personas que no están completamente sobrias. Entonces, parte del entrenamiento, ellos tienen que entregar las pruebas de sobriedad, pueden hacer, aprenden a administrar las pruebas de ebriedad, a hacerles a las personas pararse en un pie a la vez y también detectar el caminado. Entonces, en todo esto, él ha sido entrenado. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And you stated that while at East Point, you experienced a very high and heavy call volume that included traffic stops. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We also would do details that were traffic enforcement related when we were not on shift. And that at nighttime, that was also DUI enforcement.
Okay. Now, did every DUI investigation result in an arrest?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You want to go ahead and
Yeah.
translate?
Mientras en East Point dijo usted que tenía un alto volumen de llamadas de tráfico y principalmente también de DUIs, le dijo que sí. Y la siguiente pregunta fue que si es que ellos participaban en eso y dijo que sí.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention now to August 4th of 2019. Were you on duty with East Point at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. About what time were you on duty?
I started at 4:00 p.m. and our end of shift was supposed to be at 12 a.m.
Okay. And were you in uniform to include your badge?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in a marked police vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ahora quieren hablar sobre agosto 4 del 2019. La pregunta fue, ¿estaba usted trabajando en agosto 4 del 2019? La respuesta fue sí. ¿A qué hora trabajaba? Y el turno que trabajó fue entre 4 de la tarde y 12 de la medianoche. ¿Y estaba usted en uniforme? Sí, incluyendo su identificación, su badge, y le dijo su medalla, y le dijo que sí. Y le preguntó si estaba en un automóvil, en un vehículo policial. La respuesta fue sí. Go ahead.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity on that day to respond to the area of 1103 Central Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Approximately what time did you arrive on scene?
Approximately 2,300 hours.
Okay. And can you just relay that to the court regular today?
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. 11 o'clock.
Okay. And how is it that you came to be on scene?
I was dispatched to the call as a traffic accident through our dispatch center.
La noche, ¿nos puede decir si es que la noche del 4 de agosto usted fue a la dirección de 1103 Central Avenue? La respuesta fue sí. ¿A qué horas? A las 11 de la noche. ¿Y por qué fue? Fui despachado por un accidente vehicular, un accidente de tráfico.
Okay. And in what county is 1103 Central Avenue located?
It's Fulton County.
Okay. And what is it that you first saw when you arrived on scene?
Upon arrival to the scene, I observed a white in color Ford truck, single cab, on its passenger side door area, overturned on the right side.
Okay.
¿En qué condado está la dirección de 1103 Central Avenue en el condado de Fulton? ¿Y qué es lo primero que usted observó cuando llegó allá? Vi una camioneta Ford blanca que había tenido un accidente en el lado derecho.
Okay. And what about any occupants or any other individuals on scene? What did you see?
Yes, ma'am. There were a few bystanders. They were actually in their vehicle, or their vehicles were there. They were trying to help. I observed a Hispanic male. His head was wedged in between the door and the cab, and he was stuck with the weight of the truck was on him, and he was asking for help, trying to get us to help him. I observed Mr. Marin on the right side of the truck near the accident. Prior to my arrival, I observed another Hispanic male walking from the scene that had blood on his face.
Okay. And the individual that you say was wedged in the cab, did he appear to have injuries?
Yes, ma'am. From looking at him, I could tell that the top of where his eyebrow to the back of his ear was laying over on the side of his neck. It had lacerated the entire side of his face.
Okay. And the individual that you saw walking, did that person have injuries?
Yes, ma'am. He was bleeding profusely from the face.
Okay. And the person that you later identified as the defendant, Mr. Marin, did he appear to have any injuries?
It seemed like superficial injuries.
Okay.
Hold there.
What were those?
Hold on.
Hold there for the
Oh, okay.
interpreter.
¿Vio usted gente que estaba por alrededor de la camioneta que estaba volteada? Y dijo, la respuesta fue sí. Vi algunas personas paradas para ahí. Había un hombre hispano, el cual estaba atrapado en la camioneta, en el lado volteado, entre la ventana y la cabina de la camioneta. Y después vi al señor Marín en la derecha, en la parte derecha de la camioneta, y otro hombre hispano que aparecía a tener lesiones. Sí, tenía lastimada la cara y estaba sangrando de la cara. También observé a un hombre hispano que estaba caminando y se estaba alejando del lugar del accidente, y él tenía lesiones. Sí, él también tenía lesiones. ¿El señor Marín tenía lesiones? Sí, el señor Marín tenía lesiones, pero eran principalmente superficiales.
Okay. And what was the traffic like in the surrounding area?
So this was 11 o'clock at night. This was that particular road is not very busy on this particular night. There was not very much traffic at all.
Okay. And what were the weather conditions?
They were dry.
Okay. And what about the lighting in that area?
It was dim lighting. There were light poles, but they have that yellow amber bulb that you can't hardly see, but it was slightly lighted.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions about your body worn camera. Were you equipped with body worn camera on that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was it routine for an East Point Police Department uniform to be equipped with body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did it operate with regard to turning it on and off?
It has a little remote that looks like a watch that I kept on my waistband.
Okay. So is that manual activation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what angles does it record?
Forward, and I don't know if that would be a panoramic view. I'm not sure, but if you're facing forward, it faces forward and out.
Okay. And did it appear to be working normally on August 4th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you last view the tape of your encounter with Mr. Marin?
I watched a little bit of it this morning before I came.
Okay. I'm going to show you a clip very briefly and ask you to identify it. And Your Honor, if I could just get some direction from the court as to how it would like me to play the video. I have a HDMI cord. I don't know if that will affect the Zoom or.
It would be preferred if you join the Zoom, and I'll make you a co-host.
Okay.
I will take this opportunity to go ahead and interpret what has been said until now.
Thank you.
Ok, ¿cómo estaba el tráfico esa noche? La respuesta, eran las 11 de la noche, no estaba muy pesado, no había casi nada de tráfico. ¿Cómo estaba el clima? Seco. Respuesta, seco. ¿Cómo estaba la luz, la iluminación? Respuesta, la iluminación estaba baja, era como ese color de luz, como tomatita, un poco ligera, pero había luz. Ok, vamos a hablar de su cámara. Entonces, la cámara que va en su cuerpo, ¿la tenía usted ese día? Respuesta sí. Rutinamente la tiene la cámara. Respuesta sí. ¿Sabe usted? Y bueno, dígame cómo se opera, cómo funciona la cámara. La respuesta fue, la cámara tiene un control remoto que es como un reloj y de ahí se le prende manualmente. Entonces, ¿la prendió usted? Respuesta sí. Pregunta, ¿en qué ángulos tiene la cámara? Los ángulos es principalmente hacia adelante. Me imagino que una forma panorámica, pero es hacia adelante. ¿Y funcionaba normalmente la cámara el 4 de agosto? Sí. Y ahora van a enseñar un video. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted miró el video de la cámara? Esta mañana vi un poco. Entonces, lo que están haciendo en este momento es están viendo cómo van a enseñar el video de la cámara.
Evan, I'm gonna be, James Birch is gonna be playing the video. Will you make me a host, Evan, please?
Yes, give me 1 second. I'm trying to coach my coworker real fast.
I'm not 58, but I'm not going to play it. I'm going to stop this part. Yeah, I'll let the court know so we don't waste. Okay, so you want the whole thing played? Yeah. Okay. We'll put it on the record.
How we doing, Mr. Glanville?
Oh, your co-host currently.
Oh, I am? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. My bad. I should have announced it.
What was the audio setting to get this to play?
I think it's under there.
More?
Okay, Detective Walsh, I'm going to play a portion of the video and just ask you to identify it briefly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Detective Walsh, can you tell me if the video is a fair and accurate recording of your encounter on August 4th of 2019? You need to see
Yes,
more?
ma'am. I can say, I just wanted to make sure it's clear. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and have there been any material deletions or alterations thus far from the video?
No, no, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, the state requests to enter into evidence the video showing the encounter from August 4th of 2019.
All right. Attorney Chester Jennings?
No objection, Your Honor.
No second? All right, video so into.
And Your Honor, before I start to play and ask questions, does the interpreter want to step in?
Ya, vamos a, lo primero que han hecho es enseñar una porción, el video, y la pregunta de la fiscalía, la agente de policía fue, le voy a enseñar una porción del video para que usted la identifique. Es de esto lo que este video indica factualmente y verídicamente su encuentro con esta escena el 4 de agosto del 2019. La respuesta fue sí. Y de ahí la fiscalía ingresó como evidencia el video para indicar ese encuentro y la juez la aceptó. Go ahead.
And Judge, it is the state's intention not to play the entire video. The entire video is approximately 58 minutes and 44 seconds. And so it would be the state's intention to play up until the 17-minute and 25-second mark, and then to stop at that point. And then we would start again at 18 minutes and 29 seconds. We would then stop at 24 minutes and 55 seconds and start again at 26 minutes and 20 seconds. And then finally, I was going to stop the video at 49 minutes and 15 seconds. But I do understand that defense counsel objects to that.
I do, Your Honor. Pursuant to the best evidence rule, my objection will be that she played the entire portion of it because it could be taken out of context. I don't know what the questions are. And so the best evidence rule requires when the court is reviewing information, they review the information in its entirety if it's available to them, not in portions, especially for the purpose of this motion, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, those stopping and starting points are places at which the officer is either in his patrol car, writing up citations or checking information, that kind of thing. It doesn't include any interaction with the defendant. However, I do understand, you know, the rule of completeness may require playing the whole video. I just want it to be on the record that we were trying to save some time.
Right, because the total video is 1 hour, 58 minutes, I think you said.
Yes, Your Honor.
I do understand with the best evidence rule, and I guess 58 minutes is not too bad. It's around 10:25. So that would take us to about 11:25. I don't know how much longer the arguments are, but I do understand the state's contention that it's not the interaction with the defendant. And maybe going through the first stop and then showing that where she has stopped is not, and then we won't have to do the other stops. If that would be fair, to show you the first stop and then that the piece where there's no interaction, so that we'll know that all the other stops are similar to that first one, where there's no interaction with the defendant.
Whatever the court
Trying to split the baby a little bit in the middle to show you that the first stop, and then to show you that there's no interaction and that the other stops are similar.
Yes, sure.
Okay, let's do it that way.
Okay.
Okay. So there won't be a total of 58 minutes, but
Okay.
show that first stop.
Okay, and then as far as the video, I'm going to hand that to Mr. Randolph, and provide it to the court reporter. And then if this, Madam Translator, want to jump in?
Your Honor, I will explain what has been said, but my first question to you, ma'am, Your Honor, is what are your instructions for me as far as the video?
We're gonna rely on your expertise with him. You're letting him know that the video is being shown from the officer's body cam. I guess ask him, is he comfortable just viewing it? You know, I don't know how much talking it is on there that you would have to stop and start and interpret. And maybe see if he can let you know that some people know enough English to kind of get through the talking on the video.
Mm-hmm.
See if the defendant is comfortable with that.
Okay, I will interpret with a discussion between about the timing, the times of the video now, and ask him at the end.
Okay.
El video que se va a enseñar de la cámara del cuerpo de la gente es de un total de 58 minutos. Entonces, la fiscalía ha propuesto que que no se enseñe todo por cuestión de tiempo, sino nada más 3 secciones. Y las 3 secciones una va a empezar desde el principio hasta más o menos el minuto 17:25. La siguiente sección es del minuto 18:29 al 24:55 y la tercera sección es del minuto 26:20 al 49:15. Su abogado pidió que se le enseñe todo el video y ahorita la juez lo que ha dicho, le preguntó a la abogada suya, es si es que puede enseñar la primera parte de ausencia, o sea, entre el minuto 17:25 y el 18:29 para no tener que enseñar lo demás y su abogada ha accedido. Ahora, la pregunta, esta es para usted, señor Marín, el video, no sé cuánto del video vaya a estar hablado. ¿Necesita usted que le traduzca lo que está en el video, lo que se está diciendo? Tendríamos que hacer pausas para eso. ¿O entiende usted el suficiente inglés para entender lo que está en el video?
Okay.
Esa es una pregunta para usted. I just interpreted and I posed the last question, Your Honor, as far as his understanding of the English language. Is it enough for him to listen to the video or does he need me? So I don't know if we need to wait for his answer or what, but that was the last thing I said.
Can you speak his answer into the mic?
Yes, Your Honor. Speak your answer to the mic, Mr. Mayor. What's your response?
So I can understand a little bit. So
He said he can, you heard him. He said he can understand a little bit.
He says he can understand a little bit.
So you don't need her interpret. Do you need her
no,
for the
making
video?
stuff. No.
No, okay.
Okay. Did you hear that, Lucia?
Yes, so as the interpreter understands it, Mr. Marín does not need interpretation for the video.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Okay, Your Honor, I will be on standby. I am going to, if with Your Honor's permission, there is another courtroom that needs an interpreter. While you're all playing the video, do you want me to stand by in this Zoom link, or can I just switch courtrooms for a little bit and then get back?
You can.
She's going to be asking questions.
Right, I'm going to be asking questions. So.
That's right.
I'll stay here then. I apologize. I'm right.
You can go real quick to let them know that you won't be coming. You come right back.
I will give them a call. Actually,
Okay. Give them a call.
I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Steve.
I am going to go ahead and play the video. It is at 0:06 seconds.
Yeah, we're coming. They're coming.
Messed up bad.
Radio, you got 4 en route.
Sorry, I'm watching the TV and it appears not to be moving, so I just wanted to give it some time to catch up.
We got a Hispanic male. He's going to be wedged between the door and the road or on the ground here.
Ya no puedo, Miguel. Aguántalo, ya está el policía, ¿no miras? Oye.
22 copy Charles Adam John 7344 CAJ 7344. Were you in the vehicle?
No, the driver is going out.
Is he? What color shirt does he have on?
Huh?
What is he wearing? The driver.
He wear a black shirt.
Black.
Yeah, black shirt and red pants.
Black.
I mean black pants.
Black pants.
Yeah.
What color shirt?
Red.
Red.
Yeah.
Hey, that's probably going to be him. They're advising. Is he Hispanic?
Yeah.
Hispanic male, black pants, white shirt. Hispanic male, black pants, red shirt. Yeah.
He's the only one left in here?
Hey, that's the Hateville city limits up there, right? Can you make sure real quick? I want to make sure we're not. I think that's the hate. Hey, bud, tell him we got the fire rescues on the way. Huh?
She said he can wait no more. She said he's hard. She said he can wait.
He said, what's he saying?
She said he can wait no more. She said he's hard everywhere. Please.
I don't want it. No. Or you got to step them up. Also step up the professional towing as well. Once you get the four coming.
Please. Ya no puedo. She said he can wait. Please tell him. No te muevas, man.
We got him coming, buddy.
Ya ves. Please. Ya no puedo estar aquí. She said he can wait me there.
Huh?
She said he can wait me there.
He can't what?
He can wait me there.
They're coming.
Somebody can help him, please. That's what she said. They're coming, bro.
They're coming. I can't make them come any faster, but we're trying.
Ya ves. Nomás déjame zafarme de aquí. Mi cabeza es la que ya no la siento. She said he wanna be out from there only.
I know. We can't move the truck. We're
No te muevas, Manuel. No puedo, güey. Oye, escucha, ahí vienen ya. Tranquilo.
Can you ask him his friend's name?
¿Cómo se llamaba el que manejaba? Invéntate un nombre. Por favor, Manuel. Échame. José? Yeah.
What's his last name?
José.
What's Jose's last name?
Rodríguez. José Rodríguez. That's the driver. Please. Sácame de aquí. Aguántala, Manuel. Ya no puedo, güey.
Hey, this truck's wedged his neck between the ground and the vehicle. I got no, the driver's down the street. We got him, I think.
Is he talking?
He is. He's Hispanic. This guy's translating for him.
She said he can wait no more. Please tell him.
We're still in our city, right? Okay, I thought that was. I wasn't sure. Thank you. We're just right before we get to the Hateville city limits.
Aguántate, Manuel, ya. Ya están aquí, ya. Ya no puedo, Miguel.
I got the tow truck coming too. I got the tow truck coming too, so we can try to.
Ya no puedo. Ya. Aguántate, Manuel. Aguántate.
Yeah, they got him down the street.
Ya no puedo. Yo sé que tú aguantas, Manuel. Ya. Diles que ya no puedo, por favor. Hey, he said please, he can wait no more.
I'm just scared it's gonna come back over.
I'm sorry, dude.
Push, Asbury.
Put my finger. Oh, shit. A little more. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Little more. All right. We got help. Hey, guys. Bye. All right. Let's get to the park.
Is there anything on the other side? Or are we good?
All right, here we go. Come on. Push.
You all right? Talk to him.
All right.
Sir. All right. No, I don't want to move him. Let the paramedics do it. 22, we got the truck off of him. Thank you. What's his name?
¿Cómo se llama? Manuel. Manuel Estudillo. Hernández. Manuel.
Manuel what?
Hernández.
Hernandez. What's his birth date?
¿Cuánto es tu fecha de nacimiento?
May 25.
May 25.
Yep.
78.
No te muevas, Manuel. No te muevas.
All right, he's gonna take care.
Where is the driver?
He's down the street. The truck was we just flipped the truck over. His head was wedged between the door and the ground. Hey, can one of y'all block this road office coming, please? Radio officer, start electrical. We got to pull down. Hmm. 22 to 23. Are y'all out with Jose Rodriguez? Does he look like he's been involved in an accident? Okay, signal 19. I'll take care of it.
Okay, just have a seat over there. Have a seat over there. Was you over there now?
Yeah.
Were you in the car?
They give me a ride.
You were in the vehicle?
Yeah.
Where were you sitting?
But the driver, when
We
the
got him.
accident happened, he run.
Yeah, we got him.
I don't know why.
That's fine. 19 him. I'm not. If he looks like he's been in a wreck and he come from here, they're. What's your name, sir?
My name is Miguel.
M-I.
Miguel.
Last name?
Marin.
What is it?
Marin.
Spell it.
Marin. But the driver, I don't know who his
What's your
name.
birthday, Mr. Marine?
Yeah.
What's your birthday?
November 17, 2018.
Where were you sitting?
2078.
Where were you sitting? Where were you sitting at? Where in the car? Were you in the middle or on the side?
No, I'm in the middle.
What's your address, sir?
4718
Mm-hmm.
Sidum Way.
What is it?
Sidum.
How you spell it?
SIEDUM Way.
See, where's that at?
Atlanta.
Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Holly, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Holly, let me borrow your flashlight. Let me borrow your flashlight. No, I'm good right now. Thank you.
All right, cool.
Who's missing? Either one of them missing a shoe?
I don't know. Where's the driver? I need to see the driver.
He's down the street.
Okay. Is he walking and talking?
Yeah, he's walking and talking. They got him detained down the street.
Okay. Where's the guys that are stranded? Let's go.
Sir! Sir! Stand over here for me. Or come here. Are these your shoes? Those aren't your shoes?
Can you ask him his name?
Yeah.
I got his name.
Okay, name.
It's Miguel Marine. No, I'm sorry. Manuel Hernandez. May 25th, 1978.
Okay.
Manuel Hernandez, correct?
Yeah. That was his name.
Hang, just sit right here for us. That way you can translate for us, okay? Yeah.
Oh, he hit the Bravo.
Yeah, well, he was flipped over. We flipped the truck back over because his head was wedged between the door frame and the car. Yeah. So he was 48. So we pushed the truck back over off of him because his head, where the door opened, his head in the truck was pushing on his head. It split him all the way open. So the paramedics got here. Yeah, he's good now. But he's telling the other guy, he said, I'm dying. Like, I'm dying. You got to get this truck off me. So we pushed the truck off of him because it was wedging him. The other guy they got down there, I seen him coming in. So he says that that's him. Yeah. What's your name, sir?
George.
What's your name?
Jorge. George.
George what?
Garcia.
Rodriguez?
No, Garcia. George.
Listen, I need somebody to speak Spanish.
I tried calling Mario, and that's the person I can think of.
Sir, what's your name?
I'm just like,
Jorge.
Jorge what?
Garcia.
Huh?
Garcia.
Rodriguez?
No, Garcia.
Rodriguez? You got your ID on you?
No, Jorge.
Sir?
Jorge Garcia.
Okay. Hey, Cap. I'm gonna do field sobriety on him.
get the lights off of him.
I'm just gonna do his eyes. I'm gonna
Back here.
walk right over here for me, Mr. Jorge. Well, what'd you say, Jorge?
Yeah.
Walk right over here for me, okay? Right over there, sir. Stay right here. What'd you say your name was?
Yeah. Garcia.
Have you had any cerveza today? A little bit of cerveza? Okay. A little bit.
Yeah.
Stand right here.
Yeah, there you go. Stand right here, sir. Well, right here. No. Look at me. All right, listen. I want you to look at my finger with your eyes. Stand right here. Lean up against the truck here. Lean up against the truck.
Right here.
Turn around. Okay? Listen, I want you to look at my finger, okay? With your eyes. Comprende? A little bit. Look, I ain't gonna do it without you. Really a creeper out here for this. I can't smell anything. Like I don't. Think about it. Hey, Cap. I don't know how I'm going to do it with the language barrier.
How you mean?
Trying to tell him to, because he can't understand to watch my finger. We don't have anybody here. I can do warrants for his blood.
That's a possibility. I mean, you got to go off you got the odor.
I can't smell it. I can't smell it. I try to get up on him. I still can't smell it. All this stuff, all the cars and everything is hard. Dang it.
That's good off of him. But you got his physical manifestation. You got his eyes. You got his walking.
Yeah, that's why I made him walk over there.
You know, so you got everything that goes.
I'm gonna do a less safe.
Less safe. Yeah. Where did he flip at?
I just left from over here 5 minutes ago.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where he flipped?
He had to hit the pole. So when he came off the road, he went under the pole and then lost it right here. I sat right there until exactly 11 o'clock running laser. Ain't that crazy? .22 code 6 in time. I've got everybody's information.
Right there.
Yeah. Let me get this, did they already, they haven't cleared the other guy yet, have they? Have y'all cleared the other, y'all haven't cleared the guy on the rig yet, have you? Okay. What's his complaint? Just hang tight. You can leave him up against the fence. I'm still going.
Going to pause there and ask you a few questions. Now, Detective Walsh, there's a lot to unpack there. There's a lot of people on scene. So, first, let's start your time at East Point. You mentioned that you had experience in accident investigations. Is that correct?
This was not at that time, no, ma'am. When now I do, as of last year.
Okay, but during your time at East Point, as part of your duties in investigating cases, was it part of your job to determine who your suspect was?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm sorry, yes, ma'am. We do respond to accidents as well on patrol. And a lot of times we have to understand who people are when they drive, because some people aren't truthful about who's driving. Sometimes when they get there, everybody's outside of the vehicle.
Okay.
And also sometimes who's actually at fault in the accident.
Okay, and so you gained that experience while on the job at East Point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'd like to get into identifying all of these parties that we see on scene, or at least two of the most relevant parties. Who is the individual that you are speaking with in the first 2 minutes of that video, who describes the driver to you as wearing a red shirt and black pants?
That's Mr. Marin.
Okay, and could you describe what he was wearing?
He had the star on his shirt, and I'm not sure what pants.
Okay, so that was the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you point him out and identify where he's sitting?
It's going to be the Hispanic male with the blue shirt with American on the side to my right.
And just let the record reflect that he did identify the defendant, Mr. Marin. Is Mr. Marin, from the video that we just saw, is he also the one speaking to you in English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is he the one telling you the passenger cannot wait anymore?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is he the one that identifies the passenger, the occupant of the vehicle who's pinned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is he the one who is serving as a translator for you, between you and that occupant who's pinned in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
He the one that provided the name and date of birth for the occupant of the vehicle that's pinned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The gentleman in the
Is this a good time?
I apologize. Yes. Yes.
Quiero hacerle unas preguntas sobre lo que acabamos de ver en el video a la gente de policía. Primero quiero preguntarle que como parte de sus responsabilidades de investigar casos cuando trabajaba en East Point, ¿tenía usted experiencia haciendo eso? Sí, la respuesta fue sí. Ok, entonces quiero que me ayude a identificar primero las personas que estaban en el video. Ok, sí. La respuesta fue sí. Ok, primero, la primera persona con quien usted habla, ¿quién es? Es el señor Marín, el acusado. Es el que tiene la camiseta azul o la camiseta con la estrella en el pecho. No sé qué pantalones tiene. Es el hombre hispano con la camiseta azul. Ok, entonces, ¿el señor Marín es el que le está hablando en inglés? Sí. Es el que le está diciendo que el pasajero que está atrapado en la camioneta no puede esperar más? Sí. ¿Es el que le da la identificación o le identifica al pasajero que está atrapado en la camioneta? Y la respuesta es sí. ¿Es el que le da el nombre y la fecha de nacimiento del ocupante, el pasajero que está atrapado en la camioneta? Y la respuesta es sí. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The individual in the red shirt and black pants, who did you ultimately identify that to be?
I'm gonna refer to my notes just for a name.
Yes.
At first I was told it was Jose Rodriguez, but it was determined his name was George Garcia.
Okay. And you state that you were going to do field sobriety on Mr. George or Jorge Garcia.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, ma'am, because Mr. Marin gave me a very good description of who the potential driver was. I observed Mr. George on the way to the accident, walking from the scene with a bloody face. I determined to do field sobriety on the male based on the way that he was walking, he was standing. I just wanted to determine whether or not he was impaired by alcohol.
Okay, and at that time, did you believe him to be the driver?
Yes, ma'am, based on the information that I had at the time.
Okay, and that information came from who?
It came from Mr. Marin.
Okay. Was Mr. Garcia the individual that was having trouble understanding English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think you stated to another officer that you were thinking about taking out a search warrant for his blood. Why was that?
That was because the impairment from Mr. Garcia as well, he just wasn't able to understand. And I didn't further investigate afterwards. I wasn't sure if that was because he was under the influence or he just didn't speak English very well.
Okay. And I'll stop there for the translator.
Entonces, vamos a hablar del individuo en la camiseta roja y los pantalones negros. Él, sí. Él me dijeron el señor Marín que su nombre era José Rodríguez, pero en realidad su nombre es Jorge García, George García. Y usted dice que le iba a hacer una prueba de alcohol a él. Sí. Y usted le dijeron que él era el conductor. Sí. ¿Y por qué le iba a hacer la prueba de alcohol? Porque yo lo había visto mientras yo llegaba, en cuanto yo estaba llegando al lugar del accidente, yo le había visto a él caminar alejándose del accidente y cuando estaba caminando lo había visto en una forma que pudo haber estado embriagado. Y el señor García no entendía inglés, ¿verdad? Sí, así es. Entonces la prueba, ¿por qué la prueba de sangre? Y el policía dice que la prueba de sangre era porque él no se podía dar cuenta si es que el señor García no entendía inglés o si es que estaba borracho. Entonces, por eso le iban a hacer la prueba de sangre. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's a third individual who is relevant to this, and that is the occupant of the truck at this time who's pinned. Who was that identified as?
That was Manuel Hernandez.
Okay. So just to summarize, because I just want to get all of this clear, Mr. Manuel Hernandez is inside the truck, pinned. Mr. George or Jorge Garcia is wearing the red shirt and black pants. That is the individual you did believe to be the driver based on Mr. Marin's statement, who is the individual speaking to you in English, wearing the dark colored shirt with a star on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Are those all the parties? Should I stop there, Madam Interpreter?
Entonces, el tercer individuo, la tercera persona en esta escena es el señor Manuel Hernández, sí. Ok, entonces déjeme, le explico todo para estar segura de que yo estoy clara. Entonces, el señor Manuel Hernández es el que está atrapado en la camioneta, sí. El señor Jorge García es el que tiene la camiseta roja y el pantalón negro y usted pensaba que él era el conductor, sí. ¿Basado en qué? Basado en lo que me dijo el señor Marín. Ya. Y el señor Marín era el que está con la camiseta azul con la estrella en el pecho. Sí. Que le hablaba en inglés y servía de traductor para el señor que estaba atrapado en la camioneta. Sí. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. In your honor, I believe, originally going to stop at that 1725-ish point. But I think you indicated that I should keep playing or.
Try to show us what
Okay.
the stops would be regarding that.
Okay. I will pick back up on the video at 17 minutes and 27 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, his. You seen it? Or you didn't? I see. Did you see it? We all pushed it over because he wasn't gonna make it. Wow. He wasn't gonna make it if he stayed down there much longer. Good job. He's gonna have to be.
And as you can see, Judge, that's why I was going to stop it there because there wasn't any interaction with the defendant at that point. But
any objection, Councilman Jennings, and there's no talking.
Your Honor, my only objection, I'm not trying to waste the court's time, but in this, there's clear that the officer doesn't know, and I don't know if she's gonna skip over when he figures it out, because who knows how he did or at what point. And so I think the dialogue that he's having in and off the screen is just as important for the court to consider.
Okay, Judge, I'll play the entire video.
Okay,
Alrighty.
okay.
Does Madam Interpreter want to jump in?
Entonces el video terminó la primera vez en los 17 minutos con 25 segundos. Y de ahí lo que pusieron del video era la parte que estaba en silencio, que no interactuaba con usted. Entonces su abogada dijo que quería oír todo el video completo para determinar, o sea, esas partes que estaban en silencio, aunque no haya interacción con usted, porque puede existir un diálogo del policía y eso, con alguien más. Entonces se va van a enseñar el video completo. En este momento, todos los 58 minutos. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Judge, I'm going to pick the video back up at 18 minutes and 29 seconds.
Okay.
I told her to take back over there in the driveway of Scottsdale.
Is that the family?
Yeah.
Okay. The family of which one?
The ones that seen him, that came up to them and said, and they told them about it, that he was gonna ask them.
This guy's lying about who he is. So, but thing is, he's gonna have to have stitches probably. He's cut open on his head too.
Okay.
I don't have any good 39 on him. I got good 39 on this guy and the other passenger that was there, him.
Okay.
But I don't have anything on the driver.
Where was he at during the whole thing?
He was in the middle of the car.
Look.
Yeah. Man. Hey, who are you a family member?
I just thought by.
Okay. Was your friend who was driving? No. He wasn't driving?
He's not driving.
He wasn't?
No.
Who was?
I don't know. I was in the other guy is running. I don't know where he's going.
So now you're saying he was not driving?
I am in shock. When we had the accident,
each other?
The Spanish there.
Yeah. Bullshit.
when I am in an accident,
You come here. Walk over here. Come here. Don't lie to me, okay?
no, of course not.
Who was driving?
I don't know.
He wasn't driving?
No, he's not driving. She can drive. That's what he said.
Now he's saying that he's not the driver since he walked over there and looked at it. Hey, listen. One more time. Do not lie to me, okay?
Of course not.
You said that the person that was driving was wearing black pants and a red shirt. Yes or no?
Yeah, but I don't know his name.
Listen, okay, he's wearing black pants or a dark pants and a red shirt. And now you're saying he wasn't lying? Or he wasn't driving?
He's not driving.
How many people were in the car?
4.
Where were you sitting? In the car. So if you were sitting, where were you sitting? Were you here?
Middle. Me in the middle.
And who was sitting? Where was he sitting?
The other guy.
Where was he sitting?
He's sitting in the left sitting.
And so who was sitting beside you?
Him.
On the other side of
And
you.
then the other guy.
And then somebody else was driving.
The driver is going out.
What's his name?
I don't know his name.
You're lying.
Right.
You're lying because you just told me that the driver's name is Jose Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Do you want to go to jail?
Of course not.
Then don't lie to me.
No. Okay, I'm not lying.
Who's driving? Who was driving?
The driver, when the accident happened, he say, "Hey, don't tell anybody this me."
Where is he at? And that's him?
No. He say that.
If you already got information that he provided you, and now he's recanting on the information that
He just
gave you.
but he just walked over and seen him and looked at him for the first time.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't have the conversation, and now you telling me he's gonna drive. So if he's giving you information to begin with, and now he's recanting on the information, okay, you gotta know for instruction.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
You're gonna go to jail too, sir, because you're lying to me.
It's up to you.
I know it's up to me.
But I'm not lying.
You said, what color? What was the driver wearing?
The driver guy, when the accident happened, he said,
What color shirt? What kind of clothes was he wearing?
She wear a,
Which one?
The gentleman in the truck.
Born in 78.
78 to about.
she wear a red and black.
Yeah. He said, I mean, he didn't tell me he had black pants, but he's got blue pants on, right? But whenever, because they just brought him up, and he just walked over and started talking to him. I'm gonna look see who's the register on the car. Here's Holly's flashlight. Well, I'm gonna hang on to it. I'm gonna hang it. My battery just died.
On the other side of the track. Make sure we ain't got one that's rejected. Go ahead, check the registration.
All right.
Okay. And for the record, I did stop the video at 24 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay.
Detective Walsh, at around the 18-minute, 40-second mark or thereabout, you stated this got to another fellow officer, this guy's lying to me. Who were you speaking of?
Mr. Marin.
Okay. And why did you believe him to be lying at that point?
I changed the story saying that there was 4 people. I'm sorry, changed the story saying that he didn't know the name of the person after he gave me that. I think George Rodriguez he gave me initially.
Okay. So he knew the name of the occupant that was pinned in the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he provided that to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And he knew the name of the gentleman in the red shirt and the black pants who was seen walking away from the accident. Is that correct?
I believe he identified him later, but the name he gave me was Jose Rodriguez.
Okay,
Hispanic male, red shirt, black pants.
okay. But he stated to you he did not know the name of this now fourth person.
Whenever we got further into the investigation, then he told me, oh, I don't know the driver's name, but initially he told me the driver was Jose Rodriguez.
Okay. And he still described that person as wearing a red shirt and black pants. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Besides Mr. Jorge or George Garcia, who we've already identified, was there any other individual located in or around the scene or seen walking from the accident scene wearing a red shirt and black pants?
No, ma'am, just Mr. Garcia.
Who Mr. Marin later said was not the driver.
That's correct.
Okay. When you made contact with Mr. Marin, the defendant, how close were you to him?
I was right on, I would say less than a foot from him.
Okay. And did you notice any odor about his person that you could identify?
I did.
Okay. And what was that odor?
The closer I got to him, the more I smelled the odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from him.
Okay. And would you describe that odor as strong, moderate, or weak?
It was very strong.
Okay. And in fact, did you describe the odor as overwhelming?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where did it appear to be coming from on Mr. Marin?
It was coming from his person. It was coming from him.
Okay. And Judge, I'm going to pick the video back up at 24 minutes and 57 seconds. And
Before you
again,
do that,
oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Ok, entonces paramos el video en el minuto 24:57. Entonces hay un momento en el que usted, detective, dice, este hombre me está mintiendo. Sí. ¿Por qué pensaba usted que estaba mintiendo? Porque estaba cambiando la historia. Porque ahora me dijo que no sabía el nombre de quien estaba conduciendo, cuando primero me había dicho que el conductor se llamaba José Rodríguez. Entonces, él pregunta, ¿él le describió al conductor como un hombre con camiseta roja y pantalones negros? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿había otro individuo con camiseta roja y pantalones negros aparte del señor García en el lugar del accidente? Respuesta, no. Respuesta, entonces Marín le dijo que él no era el conductor. Sí, así es. Entonces, pregunta, ¿usted tuvo comunicación y contacto con el señor Marín? Sí. ¿A qué distancia estaba usted parado cuando estaba hablando con el señor Marín? A menos de un pie. Respuesta, a menos de un pie de distancia. Pregunta, ¿y podía usted oler alcohol? Respuesta, sí. ¿A qué nivel era el olor? Era fuerte, no solo era fuerte, era muchísimo más fuerte, o sea, se olía claramente y bastante. Sí, esa fue la respuesta, sí. Entonces, ¿y el olor de dónde provenía? ¿Provenía de él? Respuesta, sí. Go ahead.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to pick back up at 24 minutes and 57 seconds of the video. The next couple of minutes are just going to be him sitting in the patrol car, but I will play it all the way through.
Okay.
There's a message for you. There's a message for you. There's a message for you.
What's your name, sir? What's your name? Can you? Jorge?
Yeah.
George what? Rodriguez?
No, Garcia.
Rivera?
Yeah.
Huh?
Sound like you said Garcia earlier.
Garcia?
Yeah.
Jorge Garcia?
Yeah.
You have a driver's license?
No.
Have you ever had a Georgia license? Whose truck is that?
Yeah, the party, the color.
Is it your truck?
No, I know the color, the party.
Hey, we got another patient too. I'm not sure if y'all know. He's got a laceration to his head. Hey, we got a Spanish-speaking officer coming. Who owns that truck?
Déjale, voy a decir la mera verdad. Aguántame. Ya, aguántame, a ver que yo te aviso, ¿viste?
Who owns the truck?
The owner of the truck, his name is Jerónimo Galicia.
And that's who was driving?
No.
Who? Are you going to the hospital?
No,
we got another patient too. Where is he? He's on the other side of the truck, the person in the red.
Hey, where is he walking around?
Yeah, he's sitting right there against the fence. He got a laceration to the head.
Hey, he say if you guys
The true owner, his name is Jerónimo Galicia.
Right. I know that.
Yeah. Okay. Write down.
Was he?
And then, my name is Miguel.
Yep.
Marin.
Right.
I am the driver.
You drove the truck? You were driving the truck. You have a license?
I want to say the truth. I'm trying to don't go to the jail, but I can do that. I have to say the truth.
You can't take the truck.
Yeah, I say the truth.
We can't. We got to tow it.
Yeah, I know. But I want to tell the truth.
So you're saying that you were driving?
Yeah. You don't have to worry no more about who's the driver. I am.
I don't believe you, but okay.
What are his age?
Oh. Now he's saying he was driving. Now he's saying he was driving.
Who's saying that?
The guy that we've been talking to. The only thing that would make sense about it is his shoes. He has no shoes, and there's two shoes on the driver's side of the car. He knows who the owner of the vehicle is, but I looked him up, and I didn't say nothing to him, but he knew exactly who the owner was, and he said he was driving.
They just say if he had to go to Grady, he will 19 him.
He's not. We're not going to 19 him.
Okay.
Here's my thing. I had 3 people in the vehicle. I'm trying to figure out. The other one's gone. He got hurt real bad. He's claiming that he's the driver. He's done told me that he wasn't. That somebody else was driving. This gentleman, I don't know who he is or what his name. He's real intoxicated. So basically, I need a play-by-play of what happened, and the truth of what happened. Because nobody's really been honest with me out here. So he's saying now that he was the driver. I don't know anything. We can't get anything really out of him. So another guy's gone. So when we got here, the truck was flipped over. The passengers hurt real bad, and so I'm trying to figure out. Excuse me, just trying to figure out who they are and what happened.
So is it a lot now with 4 people?
No 4 people, 3 people.
3 people.
Your Honor, I'm fine with the pause, with the stop or pause right here.
Like I said,
I'm sorry, can you say that again for the?
Oh, I was just speaking, saying I'm fine with the stop or pause at this point.
Okay.
I didn't know it, because according to your time, it didn't follow after this. So I didn't know if you intended on playing anything further.
Well, I wasn't gonna stop until 49:15, but
That's your choice.
well, I think that's what I stated at the outset.
Go ahead if you want to go to the 49.
Well, I'm gonna play the video since that's what we've agreed to.
Right, go ahead.
that's the only thing that makes sense. 'Cause I was trying to figure out whose shoes those were. It was on the driver's side, and he's the only person that had shoes on.
Oh, so you were making up a story about
Yeah, so he's making up everything. So. And I can't get anything out of him because I can't talk to him.
Veníamos manejando, yo venía manejando, traía a él y a un otro muchacho, los iba a dejar a su casa, pero lamentablemente no me fijé y pasó un accidente, ibas un poquito recio, no venía yo a la velocidad normal, sí, el volante yo no sé qué pasó con el volante, pero yo venía viendo de este lado porque siempre aquí se ponen los policías y les dije a ellos, vamos después.
Yes, I got both of them. I'm working on him. I can't even talk to him.
Yo no miré para
Him, I've got his information. Oh, he's got it. No, yeah, I got the guy who's left him, and I don't have anything on this dude. That dude's gonna be all right. Man, we pushed the truck off of him. The door was. He said I'm dying, I'm dying, and like the truck was crushing his head. He was losing it. You could see that he was, and then we pushed the truck off of him. How sketchy. Yeah, I was just sitting over here using laser like 5 minutes ago before all that. 5 minutes before all this happened. Yeah, 50.
Después, ¿quién era el pasajero? Eran 2 más, ¿verdad? No, él y otro. ¿Cuál es él? Jorge. ¿Cuál es su apellido? García. Según él así yo que, pero no sé si de veras era o no. ¿Cuál es el número de teléfono? El de él, el mío. 404 432 8645.
You got a second?
El que se fue, yo nunca tomo, pero ¿cómo se llama el que se fue?
This is like a fake ID. Yeah, it freaked me out the other day. We got an email about it, and I first seen one. It's real, but I ran in there, but that's weird. It don't feels like.
So he's a driver, number one, passenger. The other one is a passenger too.
Okay.
He's advising he was traveling to Hateville from East Point to drop him off. I believe they live in Hateville. And he lost control of the vehicle, hit the post, and then he didn't know what happened. He said he had 2 beers. So
yeah.
And his name is Miguel
See your flashlight. I'm doing all that. Let me get through all this. You got a second? How many beers did you say you had? 2. I think you had a. When?
When?
Yeah.
About 45 minutes ago.
Okay. All right. What you got?
I never drink. This is my first time I'm drinking 2 beers, and that happened.
Who's this?
That's a person in EMS section.
Okay.
He got the
ORCA Garcia. That's him right here.
You know his birthday?
But I'm not sure about. Let me tell you something. I'm not sure if they give me the right name.
That's fine. He's gonna ask him.
Yeah.
Okay, ¿cuál es tu fecha de nacimiento? 1966. July. Yeah. July 27, 1966.
Address. Yeah, that's Miguel. This is Miguel Maria. Oh, that's him. The other one's Manuel S. I don't know.
¿Qué mes? ¿Qué día? What day did you put it in the first?
July 27th, 1966. Okay, cool. What's his address?
He said he was having.
You're homeless? Or, how you say, what's the last name? I'm sorry.
Garcia.
Okay.
¿Dónde vive?
27th, 1966.
Okay, so it's the Willingham apartment. Apartment number 2.
Willingham?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, driver is Miguel Maria. George Garcia is the middle passenger. The one that's hurt, that's going to the hospital, is Manuel. Yeah. See, they told me that his name was Manuel Hernandez, May 25th, 1978. I'm going with that, because that's what he told us when we were over. Go with Miguel Herman, May 25th, 1978. I don't have it. I don't have a. Do those front lights go off on this truck? Yeah, can you just kill those for me real quick? I'm gonna check in. Hey, I'm gonna do field sobriety on him. Do you mind just standing next to me, just so when I tell him if he doesn't understand something? Can you turn those lights off on that truck? I'm gonna, yeah, just the flashing lights. Just the front flashing lights and the headlights. Okay. Are you wearing any contacts? Okay. Do you have any physical disabilities with your eyes or anything? You able to see pretty good?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check your eyes. Okay.
Sure.
So what I want you to do, with your eyes and your eyes only, I want you to look at the tip of my finger and follow my finger with your eyes and your eyes to right side. Okay.
Entonces lo que vas a hacer es vas a mirar el dedo, ¿ok? Y vas a observar el dedo sin mover la cabeza, solamente los ojos, vas a mover en donde mueve el dedo.
And don't move your head, okay?
No muevas su cabeza.
Don't move your head. Eyes and your eyes only, okay?
Solamente los ojos. Sin mover la cabeza.
Just don't move your head. Eyes in your eyes only, okay?
Solamente los ojos.
All right, do me a favor, turn around, okay? Put your hands behind your back. You're being under arrest for DUI, okay? I'm gonna read you something in a second, all right? Put your hands together.
Después de hacer la prueba, está siendo detenido por DUI. Vale, esto es consentimiento.
Lean up against the vehicle and grab my phone real quick. I'll be right back. You don't have to translate this, okay?
Están llamando, ¿tengo derecho a contestar o no?
Él es el oficial, yo solamente vengo a ayudar.
Ok, pues le puede preguntar.
I'm gonna read you something, okay? Yeah. The state of Georgia condition your privilege to drive upon the highways of the state upon your submission of state-administered chemical tests of your blood, breath, urine, or bodily substances for the purpose of determining if you are under the influence of alcohol or drugs. If you refuse this testing, your Georgia's driver's license or privileges to drive in the highways of the state will be suspended for a minimum of 1 year. Your refusal to submit to your refusal to submit to a blood or urine testing may be offered against you into evidence against you at trial. If you submit the testing and the result indicate an alcohol concentration of 0.08 grams or more, your Georgia's driver's license or privileges to drive on the highways of this state may be suspended for a minimum period of 1 year. After first submitting to the requested state test, you're entitled to additional chemical tests of your blood, breath, urine, or other bodily substances at your own expense and from qualified personnel of your own choosing. Will you submit to the administered chemical test of your breath? Mainly, this is what we'll do. We're going to go to the station. You're going to blow into a machine, and it's going to tell me how much alcohol is in your system. Do you submit to that, yes or no? Yes? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
If I say no, anyway, you don't take this out.
Well, you can translate this too. It's completely voluntary. You can do it or you cannot do it. It won't be held against you if you don't do it.
Dice que es tu opción. Puedes hacerlo o no puedes hacerlo. Es lo mismo. Pero,
Because either way, it's going to be taken for the DUI, but it's not going to be held against him if he doesn't do the breath
de
test.
todos modos te van a llevar por DUI, pero si no lo haces, no, de todos modos, pues, si no lo haces y ya. no va a ser en corte. Pero lo que te está tratando de decir es de que tú tienes derecho a negar, tienes derecho a decir no, tienes derecho a decir no, tienes derecho a decir sí.
Yo te digo que no, que...
Pues te van a llevar de todos modos, pero si tú dices que sí, te van a llevar a hacer la prueba de a ver si estás intoxicado.
Ok, no, pues sí.
He still wants to do it? Okay.
¿Y que se va a llevar mi licencia él?
722 black and sent red.
Sí, se va a llevar sí, se va a llevar la. You're taking his license.
All right, sir, come on back here.
Sure.
Hey, Cap, will you go to channel 2 and see if they'll let College Park let us use their in-house machine?
Can I ask him something to the guy? Sir,
Yeah.
can I ask him something to the guy who speaks Spanish?
Yeah, come on back here.
No,
Hey, Bill. Hey, Bill.
can I answer the phone?
Sir?
Can I answer the phone?
Yeah, hang on. Well, I won't let you answer it, but I'll let you get numbers out of it when we get to jail, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
You got anything that's gonna poke me or stick me? Any
No,
guns,
just-
knives?
No, I never do that. Don't worry about it.
Oh, this ain't yours.
No, that's Holly's, I think.
Oh, I followed you because I thought
What
it
the
was yours.
kids?
Sir?
I have only kids, some cash, my phone. That's it. I don't get anything else.
Your wallet?
Yeah, my wallet. Señor, ¿qué pasa si no paso la prueba del alcohol?
Putting your money back in your pocket, okay, sir?
Y si paso la prueba, ¿qué va a pasar?
He's saying that if he doesn't pass, if he doesn't pass the test, what's going to happen?
If he fails it,
If,
or if he doesn't blow anything,
Right.
it depends on what he blows. If he doesn't blow anything, then we'll let him go. He's on a suspicion of DUI right now, based on the clues and the smell and
es un
the.
0.8% más DUI, 0.8 menos.
¿Cómo me van a tomar la prueba? ¿Cómo van a
Ahorita
saber?
en la estación, yo no sé, ellos te van a llevar a la estación
Ajá,
y vas
ok.
a soplar.
Sí.
Hold on, sir. See your light again. I've never. So, all right, have a seat. Y'all have one? Oh, it doesn't work. If y'all got one, I'm
What
gonna
happened with my
find.
phone?
Sir, I got it.
Phone?
Our light went off. So we don't even have it filming.
What do they say? Who else is closed?
Okay, and Judge, I'm going to stop there. That was my original stopping point when they put the defendant in the back of the patrol vehicle. I believe that concludes the interaction on scene with regard to the investigation. Did Madam Translator want to translate that?
Esa es lo último que quería la fiscalía enseñar del video y ahí se termina la interacción. Quería ella enseñar hasta ese punto.
And I'll be happy to finish out the video, playing it out until the 58-44 minute mark if the court and defense counsel would like. But I do have some questions first for the officer.
Okay.
Y también podemos continuar viendo el video hasta el último minuto, que es el minuto 58, pero primero tenemos ciertas preguntas.
Okay. Detective Walsh, at approximately somewhere around 23 minutes, 27 seconds or so, you went back to your vehicle and spent some time there. What were you doing in the vehicle at that time?
I was checking to see who the registered, just starting our investigation to see who was actually driving the vehicle, who owned the vehicle. So I ran the registration on the vehicle to see who it actually belonged to.
Okay.
I believe I ran Mr. Marin's identification. I think I tried to run the other two and I couldn't get anything back.
Okay. you stated at that point, once you got back out of the car, that you had a Spanish-speaking officer coming. Who was that for? Was that for Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, it was for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Marin.
Okay. Now, when you got back to the defendant at around 26 minutes and 35 seconds, you asked him who the owner of the truck was. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did he tell you?
He gave me the registered owner's name without me telling him who it was.
Okay. And shortly thereafter, at around 28 minutes and 53 seconds or so, did the defendant admit to you that he was the driver of this vehicle?
Yes, he voluntarily admitted to me that he was the driver. I think something about him wanting to take the truck. I'm not sure what he was referring to as far as that goes. And they admitted to me that he was verbatim. He says I was the driver.
Okay.
And I confirmed and asked him a couple of more times, you were driving this vehicle, and he said yes.
Okay. You mentioned about the defendant not having any shoes on and there being some shoes in the driver's side of the truck. Can you tell the court kind of the light bulb moment when you realized, okay, this is in fact the driver?
Well, their shoes.
That Your Honor, little leading light bulb moment. He hasn't testified to it being a light bulb moment.
Okay, will you just testify as to what it was that you observed that confirmed for you that this was the driver?
His own admission that he was the driver, as well as Mr. Marin was not wearing shoes when I initially arrived. I don't think he had shoes on the whole time. I know he didn't have shoes on initially, and I observed a pair of shoes right next to him that were fresh shoes, not that they'd been sitting out in the weather for a long time. Everyone else had shoes on.
Okay. Okay.
Is this a good time?
Yes. Yes.
Ok, Detective Welsh, en el minuto 23:27 usted regresa a su vehículo y está solo en su vehículo. ¿Qué estaba haciendo? Respuesta, estaba chequeando quién era el dueño del vehículo y básicamente la registración del vehículo. Traté de ver las identificaciones de ellos, pero no pude, solamente quién era el dueño del vehículo. Entonces, de ahí usted habla en el minuto 26:35 de que venía un agente de policía que hablaba español. ¿Quién era y para quién venía? Entonces dijo, para todo, o sea, venía para el señor García que hablaba español y también para ayudar ahí en el lugar del accidente. Entonces yo le pregunté en el minuto 26:35, usted le preguntó a el señor quién era dueño de la camioneta. Respuesta, sí. Yo le pregunté y él me dio el nombre del dueño voluntariamente sin yo preguntarle, sin yo decirle. En el minuto 28:53, entonces es cuando él admite que él en realidad era el conductor, era el que estaba manejando. Y porque, respuesta, sí, ahí es cuando él lo admite que él estaba manejando sin que yo le haya preguntado ni nada. Me dijo, yo estaba manejando y algo sobre el hecho de que él quería llevarse la camioneta. Entonces, ahí confirmó usted que él era el quien manejaba la camioneta. Respuesta, sí. Ahora, en alguna parte del video usted habla sobre zapatos. ¿Qué es eso? Entonces, la respuesta es, desde que lo vi y empezó a hablar conmigo, me di cuenta que él no tenía zapatos puestos y después vi un par de zapatos en la camioneta, ahí al lado. Inicialmente él no tenía zapatos, esos zapatos estaban al lado de él y todas las otras personas sí tenían sus zapatos. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que le hizo a usted confirmar que él era el conductor? Bueno, respuesta. Primero lo que él me dijo, que había admitido, y después lo de los zapatos.
Thank you. Detective Walsh, where is it that you saw those shoes?
They were on the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Marin whether he had had anything to drink at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did he state to you?
He told me 2 drinks approximately 30 minutes ago, which however we had been on scene for, I believe, around that time. And he said he never drank before. It's his first time.
Okay. Did you believe him to have had only 2 beers?
No, ma'am.
Why was that?
Due to the slurred speech and the excuse me. This was before this. Due to his slurred speech and being able to maybe not recall exactly what was happening, or he was being evasive because he was actually the driver and was unable to tell the stories properly every time.
Okay. And you stated that his speech was slurred, but you had never encountered Mr. Mayor before this night, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So what was your basis for the slurred speech if you had never spoken to him before that night?
So generally with a slurred speech, with an impairment, your brain's trying to tell your mouth to talk. And when you talk, you kind of slur and talk really slow. I've spoken with several individuals that are impaired, and generally everyone has the same slurred speech.
Okay.
When they're impaired.
Okay. You stated earlier that this initially started as a response to an accident.
Yes, ma'am.
A vehicle accident. At what point did your investigation shift into a DUI investigation?
Whenever I was speaking with Mr. Marin and Mr. Garcia, both appeared to be intoxicated and being evasive. Well, Mr. Marin was being evasive about who was driving, since he had changed his story a couple of times.
Okay.
And saying there was 4 people in a 3-person vehicle.
Okay.
Or 4 persons in a 3-person vehicle.
I'll stop there for Madam Interpreter.
Ok, pregunta, ¿usted observó zapatos? ¿Dónde estaban? En respuesta, en el lado del vehículo. Y en cuanto a, pregunta, y en cuanto a bebidas, le preguntó si él había bebido. Respuesta, sí, me dijo que había tomado 2 bebidas como 30 minutos antes del accidente y habíamos estado ahí como 30 minutos durante el accidente. Pregunta, ¿le creyó usted? Respuesta, no. ¿Por qué no? Respuesta, por la forma en la que hablaba, corría las palabras, no podía decir la misma historia, me cambió la historia un par de veces, varias veces. Yo he hablado con muchas personas que están bajo la influencia o que no pueden hablar. Es una mala conexión. Tu mente te está diciendo que digas algo, pero tu boca, porque estás embriagado, no está diciendo lo mismo. Esta pregunta, esta investigación empezó como respuesta a un accidente. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿en qué momento cambió esta investigación de respuesta a un accidente a una investigación de DUI? Respuesta, mientras yo hablaba con el señor García y con el señor Marín, pues principalmente por el señor Marín, que era evasivo y mintió y no quería hablar sobre lo del conductor y me dijo que habían 4 personas en la camioneta cuando no era verdad y eran 3, y aparte el olor de alcohol.
Okay, thank you. Based on your suspicion of DUI, did you ask the defendant to perform field sobriety evaluations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which one did you have him perform?
Standardized field sobriety, which is the horizontal gauge nystagmus, also known as HGN.
Okay, what about are there other field sobriety evaluations?
There are, yes, ma'am.
Okay, what are they?
The 2 that we're trained mainly on besides that is going to be the 1-leg stand and the walk and turn.
Okay, did you ask the defendant to perform either the 1-leg stand or the walk and turn?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
He did not have shoes on and there was debris in the roadway and I didn't want him to get hurt.
Okay. Can you describe for the court what the purpose of the field sobriety evaluations are?
The horizontal gaze nystagmus is to look for the involuntary jerking of the eyes. You use a stimulus. In this case, I used my finger. I asked him to look at the top of my finger. Eyes only, don't move your head. What we're doing is we're looking for the eyes to jerk when we're going back and forth. We make 3. There's 3 different 3 different tasks, or excuse me, 4 different tasks in that case, to check for the involuntarily jerk.
Okay, and have you received specific training in the administration of that particular evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that the field sobriety training you spoke of earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did that include those wet labs and those alcohol workshops that you discussed
yes, ma'am.
earlier? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Entonces, usted él tenía la sospecha de que él estaba manejando o él estaba embriagado. Respuesta, sí. Entonces, pregunta, ¿qué hizo? Le di una respuesta, le di una prueba de alcohol ahí en el lugar. ¿Qué prueba de alcohol le dio? Respuesta, la HGA, que es moviendo el dedo mío de forma horizontal, porque lo que entonces se ve ahí, se busca, es la pupila cuando salta involuntariamente. ¿Hay más pruebas para hacer y en las que usted ha sido entrenado? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿cuáles? Una que se para en una pierna y otra que camina y da la vuelta. Pregunta, ¿le hizo usted esas otras dos pruebas? No, porque no traía zapatos y había mucha basura y cosas peligrosas en la calle, no quería que se lastime. Pregunta, ¿qué es lo que usted buscaba o qué es lo que necesitaba notar en la prueba del dedo horizontal? Respuesta, que las pupilas saltaran involuntariamente. Pregunta, ¿y ha tenido usted entrenamiento en eso? Respuesta, sí, en los laboratorios mojados y en las clases de alcohol.
Okay. Detective Walsh, is there a standard way in which that HGN evaluation should be performed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you perform it on the night of August 4th, 2019 in accordance with your training in the way that you've been taught?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does that start with medically clearing the defendant?
It does. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us what it means to medically clear an individual for HGN?
So not necessarily medically clearing, but we do confirm that the person is able to see and make sure that they're able to perform the task with their eyes.
Okay. And does that involve what does that involve looking for specifically in the
I'm asking them, are they wearing contacts? Do they have any kind of eye problems that would cause them not to be able to perform an eye exam
Okay.
or eye task?
Okay. Can you describe for the court equal pupil size?
Yes, ma'am. So the first thing that we're looking for when the person agrees and we got our stimulus, which in that case is my finger. First thing we're looking for equal pupil size. We're making sure there's no drugs on board on this, or excuse me, no drugs that this person has taken. So the person Mr. Marin did have equal pupil size was the first thing I verified.
Okay. What about equal tracking?
I also had equal tracking as well. Equal tracking is when both eyes are going the same back and forth and not one eye's going away and another one. And I confirmed that he had equal tracking and equal pupil size.
Okay. And based on your training and experience, is the presence of HGN a reliable indicator that a person has consumed alcohol?
Yes, ma'am. HGN is when you have the involuntary jerking of the eyes, that is exactly what that nystagmus is. The HGN, that type of nystagmus is the only thing that causes that.
Okay. Can you go ahead and walk the court through how it is that you conducted the HGN evaluation?
Yes, ma'am. After I confirmed his pupils were the same size and he had equal tracking. First task is going to be looking for lack of smooth pursuit. What I'm looking for in both eyes is I'm looking for the jerking as it's going back and forth. We look in the left eye first, goes back about the other way, and then we look in the right eye, and I observed the jerking in both eyes going both ways. So that's 2 clues is what we call that there. The second we're looking for distinct and sustained nystagmus at max deviation, meaning that we're still looking at the stimulus for running the eye all the way out. The head doesn't move. I'd asked Mr. Marin several times not to move his head. Also, sometimes he would look straight, so I had a little bit of difficulty doing it. But once the task was performed, he did it properly. Once we're all the way out, you look in your eyes. You're looking for the involuntary jerk while the eye is at what they call max deviation. So you'll actually see it jerking back and forth. Looking for that in both eyes. I did see the presence of that, which would be 4 clues. And then the last one is onset prior to 45 degrees. Basically, what we're looking for is we're going very, very slow. Once we see the eye jerk, we stop and see if it continues to jerk. Do that on both eyes, going back and forth. I was able to observe a total of 6 out of 6 clues and through that process. And the last one, which we do, is called vertical nystagmus. What this does is the same thing with the stimulus. You look down, you look all the way up. When a person has vertical nystagmus, it shows that they have an excessive amount of alcohol in their body if that shows.
Okay, and I'll stop there for Madam Interpreter.
Dígame cómo, no, dígame, pregunta, ¿le hizo usted la evaluación HGN en la forma estándar, en la forma normal? Respuesta, sí. ¿Y la hizo usted, se la hizo al señor en ese lugar? Respuesta, sí. Dígame cómo funciona eso. Respuesta, empiezo con unas preguntas médicas para confirmar si es que el individuo puede ver. Y de ahí, una vez que confirmé eso con él, entonces de ahí estamos buscando varias cosas. Lo primero que estamos buscando es que la pupila sea del mismo tamaño en ambos ojos. El señor Marín tenía la pupila del mismo tamaño en ambos ojos. La segunda cosa es que sigan el dedo ambos ojos a la vez. Y el señor Marín sí tenía los ojos siguiendo al dedo al mismo tiempo. De ahí, pregunta, basado en su experiencia, ¿este examen HGN es bueno para detectar a persona alcoholizada? Respuesta, sí, especialmente por la tercera parte, que es lo que los ojos, las pupilas saltan involuntariamente. Pregunta, ¿cómo detectó eso usted? Primero, a lo que los ojos están yendo hacia un lado, las pupilas saltan hacia el otro lado. Y observé esto en él, en ambos ojos y en ambos lados. Eso es lo que él tenía, sí. Y la siguiente cosa, lo siguiente fue que tenía movimiento de la cabeza, porque aunque se le dijo varias veces que no moviera la cabeza, no podía dejar de mover la cabeza. Entonces estamos buscando en ese momento una máxima curvatura en ambos ojos. Y esa normalmente es de 45 grados. Entonces, no solamente vemos que salte el ojo cuando está viendo hacia un lado, la pupila hacia el otro lado, sino que eso continúe sucediendo. Y eso sucedió varias veces. Lo último que buscamos es algo que se llama estagnosis vertical, que es cuando, si eso existe, indica que hay una cantidad excesiva de alcohol en el sistema, y eso también es algo que observé yo en él.
Okay. Now, before you started the administration of the HGN, did you ask the defendant if he understood your instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he indicate that he did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that the defendant at times kept moving his head. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did that have an effect on whether you were ultimately able to observe the clues that you were looking for?
That was part of it. When the person does not, when they say they understand what you're saying and then they don't do that properly and they move their head, it's a indication of impairment from alcohol.
Is that because they're not following instructions?
They're following instructions and they're unable to complete one or two tasks. They can't think to not move their head and move their eyes. So they just naturally just move everything.
Okay. Now, despite the defendant moving his head, were there moments when his head was still?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you therefore ultimately able to observe the clues that you were looking for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Cuando usted, antes de empezar la prueba de sobriedad, usted le preguntó a él si es que él entendía. Respuesta, sí. Y la respuesta de él fue que sí él entendía. Y pregunta, el hecho de que él movía la cabeza de un lado para el otro, ¿cree usted que entendió Sí, respuesta, sí. El que mueva la cabeza de un lado al otro es parte del examen, es parte de la prueba. Está siguiendo las instrucciones, pero involuntariamente no puede parar la cabeza. Eso es parte de la intoxicación. Y pregunta, ¿en algún momento tuvo él la cabeza parada? Respuesta, sí. ¿Pudo usted entonces administrar la prueba mientras él tenía la cabeza sin moverse? Respuesta, sí.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
One moment, Judge, please. As an officer and as just a regular layperson, have you had the occasion to observe people under the influence of alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you describe those instances?
We respond to all types of calls. We work part-time jobs sometimes at the local bars and see a lot of intoxicated persons. We go to domestic calls where the people are intoxicated there. Just people in general walking around the street that are impaired, that walk out in the street, and we have to handle those as because we do have ordinances for drunk or intoxicated persons in public. We have to determine that person is actually intoxicated before we take them to jail. So we observe it a lot.
Okay. And are the manifestations that you observed on Mr. Marin consistent with someone who had been drinking alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And based on your experience and what you observed that night, did you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Marin was under the influence to the extent that he was less safe to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was your opinion?
My opinion, he's on a road that has very little traffic. Late at night, lost control of the vehicle and struck a telephone pole. Mr. Marin told me several times that he wasn't driving. Then he told me that he was driving, and then I could smell the odor of alcohol coming from him, and he admitted to drinking.
Okay. And what was your opinion as to whether or not he was less safe?
The less safe act would have been leaving a roadway and striking a fixed object he was traveling in the right lane, left the right lane, entered the left lane, and went off into the grass on the left side of the road. So he crossed the lane of travel and crashed into the telephone pole, which the telephone pole, I believe, was probably 10 foot off the road.
Okay. So in your opinion, Mr. Marin was a less safe driver that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you place him under arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for what offenses?
For failure to maintain lane and DUI. I didn't remember doing the less safe, but.
Okay. Well, at that point, you hadn't read him implied consent when you arrested him, right?
That's
You read that, right?
not at as soon as I placed him under arrest, then I read implied consent.
Right. So the arrest would have been for
The DUI, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So my next question is, did you read the defendant, the Georgia implied consent warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
Pregunta, como agente de policía, ¿usted comúnmente observa personas bajo la influencia de alcohol? Respuesta, sí. ¿Cómo? ¿Cuándo? Respuesta, muchos de nosotros tenemos otros segundos trabajos a medio tiempo, trabajamos en bares locales, ahí vemos a personas intoxicadas todo el tiempo, o nos llaman nos llaman a peleas domésticas o conflictos domésticos, ahí también vemos a personas intoxicadas y tenemos que también hacer arrestos porque las órdenes de las ciudades también es que no puede haber intoxicación. Y pregunta, entonces usted observó al señor Marín y sus observaciones eran consistentes con alguien intoxicado? Respuesta, sí. Basado en pregunta, basado en su experiencia, ¿estaba el señor Marín bajo la influencia? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿qué es lo que le hizo pensar en eso? Respuesta, el hecho de su olor, el hecho de que nos dijo que cambiaba de historia sobre el conductor y sobre otras cosas, el olor que salía de él, fue determinado que no estaba seguro, que no faltaba a la seguridad de la carretera. ¿Qué es lo que le pregunta? ¿Qué es lo que le hizo pensar a usted que faltaba para la seguridad en la carretera? O sea, que él no era seguro en la carretera. Respuesta, el hecho que en el accidente él se cruzó carriles. Si iba en el carril derecho, se cruzó al carril izquierdo para después terminar en el poste de luz que lo más seguro no estaba dentro de la carretera. Pregunta, ¿usted lo arrestó? Respuesta, sí. ¿Y cuáles fueron, pregunta, cuáles fueron los cargos? El no mantener el carril y el DUI. Pregunta, ¿le leyó usted las reglas de Georgia de advertencia? Respuesta, sí.
And Detective Walsh, where did you read the Georgia implied consent warnings to the defendant?
I had it saved on my phone.
Okay, but what location? Was it read on scene?
Yes, ma'am, it was on scene.
Okay. And we saw you before reading it run to your vehicle. What were you doing?
I was going to, I didn't realize I had left my phone in the vehicle and I went to retrieve the device as quickly as I could so I could read implied consent as fast as I could after the arrest.
Okay. And what section did you read from?
The over 21,
Okay.
Georgia over 21 non-commercial.
Okay. And how did you determine that to be the appropriate section?
Mr. Marin already had his birth date, so I knew he was over 21 and he was not operating a commercial motor vehicle.
Okay. And when did you read?
It was less than 1 minute. I had to run and grab my phone and come right back. So it was immediately after I arrested him.
Okay. Did you read it verbatim?
Yes, ma'am. I read. So yes, I read it verbatim. We did have to change the verbiage for the breath to hold it against him in court at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And I changed the way that we were told in court is to explain to them, which I did later on, explain to them by them saying no to the breath test,
Mm-hmm.
that we were not going to hold that against them in court.
Okay. And in fact, at about 44 minutes and 44 seconds, is that what you're talking about where you adjusted the language that only the blood and urine?
Yes, ma'am. And then we explained to him that the breath would not be held against him in a court.
Okay.
And that was in 2019. So
Okay. And what was the defendant's reply?
he said yes.
Okay.
I believe I had Officer Zarate as well translate to make sure he did understand all of that as well. And I believe he also asked again if he wouldn't blow. I think he was referring to blowing zero, but we would let him go. And which of course that means that he would not be under the influence of alcohol. And therefore that's where the investigation would have ended.
Okay. And ultimately, was a test performed on the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of test?
Was performed on the Intoxilizer 9000, a certified machine and force part.
Okay, and that is a breath test, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And was that machine an approved GBI device for breath testing?
Yes, ma'am, and it was calibrated and it passed all the tests required to perform the test.
Okay. And Judge,
Detective,
I'm sorry. I'll stop for the interpreter.
Detective Walsh, ¿usted le leyó estas advertencias al acusado en el lugar del accidente? Respuesta sí. Le vimos que usted corrió a su carro en el video. ¿Para qué fue? Respuesta, fui a coger mi teléfono. ¿Qué es lo que le leyó del teléfono? Le leí las reglas de Georgia, de Georgia para mayores de 21 años que no están manejando un vehículo comercial. ¿Y por qué determinó que ésta debía leérselas? Respuesta, porque el señor Marín era mayor de 21 años y no estaba manejando un vehículo comercial. ¿Y se las leyó inmediatamente? Sí. ¿Y se las leyó exactamente como están? Sí, y aparte le expliqué que si decía no a la prueba de aliento, eso no sería contado en contra de él en un tribunal. En el minuto 44-45, usted, ahí fue cuando usted ajustó esas palabras y le dijo eso. Sí, ahí le dije que si decidía no hacerse la prueba del aliento, eso no iba a contar contra él, pero igual se le iba a restar. Pregunta, ¿eventualmente le hicieron ese examen? Respuesta sí, con una máquina que se llama Intoxalaser 9000 en Forest Park. Pregunta, ¿y esa máquina es aprobada para esto? Respuesta sí, es aprobada, estaba calibrada y ha sido comprobada.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to tender the GBI record certification for the Intoxilizer 9000 pursuant to OCGA 24.8.8036 and 24.9.90211.
All right.
Business, as a business record certification.
I need to see a copy again. I've not seen it. Your Honor, I would object, my first objection, I'm trying to finish looking through it, but it seems like it's a stapled copy. The first page of it says GBI records, it's a certification document. And the first document says GBI records, GBI approved portable breath alcohol screening devices pursuant to GBI rule 92-3.06. We're not talking about a portable breath test here. We're talking about the intoxicant, is it correct?
That is correct. And you'll see further down that it does state that the Intoxilizer 9000 is the device that is approved by GBI for actual breath testing.
I would object on that basis, Your Honor, that I am not clear that this certification is speaking on the Intoxilizer 9000, which is not a portable breath test. Portable breath test is something very simple. It cannot be introduced. And so I would object because this clearly states that it's certification for the portable, not the Intoxilizer.
Let me take a look at that, Jake. And I'll just point the court to where it does state the approved evidential breath testing devices, and then states the Intoxilizer 9000. Council, on the second page. It says pursuant to GBI Rule 92-3.06, subsection 5B. As of December 31st, 2015, the Intoxilizer 9000 is the only instrument approved for evidential breath alcohol testing in Georgia. And then it has a link to that. And then it says approving portable breath alcohol screening devices. And then of course it gives the other devices. But then on the back of that second page, it does say the GBI also approves the design of portable breath alcohol screening devices through a series of laboratory and field tests. The following devices are approved by the Division of Forensic Services for performing alcohol screening tests. And then it goes through all of the other devices. So it appears to be the certification for both.
Yes, Judge.
But stating that Georgia.
And Your Honor, I would agree because it's stapled together, but I think if you were to consider that certification alone, it would not appear that way. So my objection still remains, Your Honor. And if I could get a copy of that just for my records.
Well, I think they're gonna give you all the exhibits from this hearing you're entitled to that are entered as exhibits. I'm going to overrule the objection, enter State's Exhibit B for the GBI certification for both types of intoxilizers.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, and I'm sure the state will give you a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Judge, absolutely.
The court clerk will do that as well.
Yes, that'll be for the court reporter. Yeah,
For the clerk
along with the video. That's
make copies of both. When we're done, make copies of the exhibits for counsel.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Madam Translator, did you want to go ahead and?
Y lo que hubo en este momento, lo que sucedió es que la fiscalía presentó la prueba de la máquina, el Intoxilizer 9000, la certificación de eso, y su abogada tuvo una objeción porque en la certificación había palabras sobre que se refería a una máquina portátil y esta no era una máquina portátil. Entonces la juez leyó la certificación y negó la objeción de su abogada. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Detective Walsh, who transported the defendant for the breath test?
I did.
Okay, and where did you transport him to take the test?
I transferred him to the Forest Park Police Department.
Okay, is
Sure
there a
exact
reason
address.
that you went
I'm sorry.
Forest Park as opposed to East Point?
So our machine was down and all the rest of the machines in the area were down. Forest Park was the closest one, which I think was less than 20 minutes away, I think it was.
Okay, and who conducted the actual breath test on the defendant?
I did.
Okay, and at all times during which that test was taken, were you present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Detective Walsh pregunta, ¿quién transportó al acusado para que se haga la prueba de aliento? Respuesta, yo. Pregunta, ¿en dónde fue hecha la prueba? Respuesta, en Forest Park, que está como a 20 minutos. Pregunta, ¿por qué fueron allá y no a East Point o a otro lugar? Respuesta, la de East Point y las otras no estaban funcionando. La única que estaba funcionando ahí más o menos cerca era la de Forest Park.
Okay. And at the time that you administered the breath test on the defendant, did you possess a valid permit to operate the Intoxilizer 9000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you recall the results of the test of the defendant?
Yes, ma'am. The first indicated 0.106. The next one was 0.114.
Okay, and what is the result that you take as the VAC of?
I take the lower amount.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a document and just answer some questions about it.
Y detective Walsh, ¿usted estuvo presente con el señor todo el tiempo desde que se lo llevó hasta la prueba? Respuesta, sí. Cuando le hizo usted, ¿quién le hizo la prueba? Yo. Cuando le hizo la prueba, ¿tenía usted un permiso para hacerle la prueba? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿se acuerda usted los resultados? Respuesta, sí. Fueron dos resultados. El primero fue 0.06 y el segundo fue 0.114. Pregunta, ¿cuál de los dos aceptó usted? Respuesta, el más bajo. Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Walsh, I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit C. Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how do you recognize it?
This is the end result after the after we do the test on the intoxilizer 9000.
Okay.
We actually don't see this until it prints.
Okay, and is that an accurate copy of the defendant's breath test result?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does there appear to have been any material deletions or alterations from that document?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I will tender State's Exhibit C, the breath test result for Mr. Young.
Your Honor, I would object on the basis of the state has not laid the foundation that Officer Walsh is certified in operating. The certification you have is for the machine, not for the officer being able to properly administer. And as I understand it, by law, they should be providing some type of certifications of this officer.
Yes, Judge, and Detective Walsh, you did testify that you were certified in.
Yes, ma'am. I did since 2019, prior to the date. I'm not sure exactly the exact date, but it's on there. Before the incident date, we do get issued an actual certification, and we get a permit number, and only we can use those. Only the individual is assigned the permit numbers. No one else can use those permit numbers.
Right, and I would agree. I know that the officer has testified regarding certification, and the state has a copy of that.
Your Honor, if you're talking about his intoxilizer permit, yes, we do have a copy of that here today.
You could enter that as well. That will be before the other exhibitor.
Detective Walsh, le voy a enseñar la prueba número C del estado. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿qué es? Respuesta, es el resultado del examen de la máquina intoxilizer. ¿Y hay alguna alteración o cambio a estos resultados? No. Y hubo una objeción de su abogada porque no existía ninguna prueba de certificación del policía que podía hacer este examen, pero la fiscalía ya la presentó.
Your Honor, the certification I've been provided is effective as of February 9th, 2023. As the court is aware, this accident occurred on August 4th, 2019. I would be asking for certification and proof of his ability to administer this, and even this GBI certificate states for the intoxilizer model 9000 only. And so for that reason, being that it's very specific, I would be asking for a certificate before agreeing to allow that the results come in, that we know that this officer has been trained to properly administer the intoxilizer 9000, which is a scientific device.
And Detective Walsh, as a result of being permitted to operate an intoxilizer 9000, did you have to undergo any training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was that?
We actually we train on the device itself, as well as the operation, not the internal of the device, but the device itself and what it does per se.
Okay, and do you have that training documentation with you today?
I do. I had to get recertified. I've never let my certification expire. That's what that new one is.
Okay.
The old one that I had, I don't have the certification. I couldn't get with the GBI to send me a copy of it because this was older. However, I have my training records from post that shows that I took the Intoxilizer 9000 on that date, on the date before. Also, it shows my permit number on the new documentation as well as my permit on that previous Intoxilizer 9000 report in 2019. I was just unable to get the original copy again. Yes, ma'am.
Y el certificado que entrega la fiscalía estaba fechado con año 2023. Entonces su abogada pidió ver alguna certificación de antes de en el 2019 cuando él hizo este examen. Y la fiscalía le pregunta al agente de policía sobre eso y el agente de policía dice que aunque no tiene el papel que certifica, tiene la prueba de todo el entrenamiento que él tuvo antes del día de este accidente en la máquina del Intoxilizer 9000.
And Your Honor, I'm just gonna highlight the pertinent part. Okay. For the court.
And also, I did have the certification before the actual ticket. Then when we got recertified, they told us to destroy them, and I did it without. And now, of course, it's biting me in the butt. But that's why I did that. But I had a certification just like that with the previous date that I did it.
Y el agente de policía testifica que cuando le renovaron la certificación, le dijeron que se podía deshacer del papel que decía certificado antes, y eso es lo que él hizo. Pero tiene las pruebas de que era certificado a la fecha de este accidente.
Your Honor, this does, I guess, appear to be some type of training course printout of it. It is not the certificate. It does say it's not really clear. I guess it's some type of basic class training, but it does not say specifically whether he was certified or not. It just says pass on here along with other individuals. So my objection still holds, Your Honor.
And Detective Walsh, did your passing of that class then certify you to perform breath test on the Intoxilizer 9000?
Yes, ma'am. If that certification was invalid, the number they would give us would not allow the machine to operate under my name.
Okay, and it appears that you passed that back on February 27th of 2019, is that correct? And that was approximately 6 months prior to this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender both the Officer Walsh's, Detective Walsh, excuse me, has testified as to the fact that at the time he did hold a valid permit. He has provided the documentation of the class, which actually allows him to get that permit. And so at this time, I would tender that into evidence.
I would object, Your Honor.
Okay, let me take a look first before I give a rule.
And I'm not sure, but the document also has a stamp, a red stamp on it saying something about under review. I'm not sure what that means.
You talking about the bottom says post review required?
Yes, Your Honor. And so I'm not sure why that would be stamped on there. Post, as I understand it, is another, of course, certification that gives him the ability to arrest. And so if it's saying it's required, then it seems like it wasn't in effect at the time. I have no idea. I'm just kind of left with interpretations of that document.
And Your Honor, he did testify that he was post-certified at the time.
Officer, do you know what it means with the red stamp post review required?
So I believe our supervisors have to, what they call attest that document. So they say, yes, he passed it. And then they have to attest it, and then we get the certification. And then we get issued that. We don't get the certification number itself until that process is complete. So I wouldn't have never had that number if I didn't have that certification.
And State, you were also tendering his certificate for.
Yes, Your Honor,
as
that's
part
correct.
of that.
The current one, which actually does show the permit number, which I think he's referring to when he says he would not have been able to.
Right. Let me see that as well.
The permit number is also on the report for the Intoxilizer 9000.
And Your Honor, I do want to just provide for the court just a match of that permit number matches up with the number that is on the test result. So I'm not going to.
Let me see that as well. Well, is that gonna be all of this together? Is that gonna be separate from this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it'll be all together.
Yes.
And counsel, you're aware of the documents and that, I guess we're gonna make all 4 pages, the certificate.
Yes,
2 pages from post, as well as the test results, 1 exhibit.
That is correct. I believe with that, in that particular bunch, the test result would only come in to confirm or verify the permit number. And then I will do the process of admitting it for the actual test result later.
Okay, and counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, I would still object. I would object on the basis that we have not been able to confirm or deny, I guess, whether this officer was in fact certified to run an Intoxilizer 9000, specifically on the date of August 4th, 2019, for Miguel Marin. I do understand that we have results on that date, but we do not have a certificate. We're just trying to surmise that from the documents provided. So for that purpose, I would object, Your Honor.
All right, your objection is so noted. I'm going to overrule the objection and enter the document. Also by taking judicial notice of the training class information, the 2 pages that are here first on this exhibit. That implies he had the training, and I will admit the exhibits for the purpose of the certification of the officer.
I'll mark these as D.
Okay.
Entonces, lo que pasó básicamente es que la juez ha determinado y ha negado la objeción de su abogada, ha determinado que es suficiente prueba el certificado actual que está fechado del 2023 y el certificado de que de que el agente de policía estuvo en la clase y en el entrenamiento y que y que pasó esa clase el 27 de febrero del 2019, ya que el número de certificación coincide el día que le hizo la prueba del alcohol a usted con la fecha, con el número del certificado de la fecha actual que está vigente.
And Your Honor, now that the detective has testified and we've submitted evidence of his permit, I will again attempt to tender into evidence State's Exhibit C, which is the breath test result, which he's already testified to do.
Okay. Counsel, is there any objection to seeing just
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I thought that was, so we're tendering it twice, is that what you're doing?
No, the other one was just tendered for the purpose of the permit number, but then we're tendering the test result now.
right, she's tendering it twice.
And I would have the same objection.
That's fine. I'll let you tender it once to show with the set of documents in D to show that he had the certification for the number, for his certification number, and then she's tendering it separately for the actual results of the test.
Yes, sir.
If I said that right, Steve.
Okay, and Detective Walsh,
Yes, ma'am.
I believe I heard you testify that the machine was in good working order with all of its parts attached, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And it was just myself and Mr. Maron in the immediate area.
Okay, and, just one moment. Okay, and can you just tell the court a little bit about your process for making sure that the machine was in working order?
The first thing I do is I turn my radio off, so there's can be no interference with the machine, which what that would do is completely shut down the machine. It can't alter it or anything. I make sure that Mr. Marin has not threw up in his mouth, which is called mouth alcohol. I kept eyes on him for the entire time. No one else was around. We start the machine up. The machine cranks up and it does this thing, makes a bunch of noises. Test is okay, and then it tells you to insert a mouthpiece. Get 2 mouthpieces that make sure that they're sealed tight in a bag that's not been opened. You take off the top, put it there, and you ask Mr. Maranto tight seal around his mouth, and he gives breath into the machine until the test is complete, which it just tells you that it's over.
Okay, and did Mr. Marin produce 2 successful results?
He did.
Okay, and you indicated that you take the lower of the 2 as the result?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was that?
The low, that's 0.106.
I'm sorry, what was?
It's 0.106 is the lowest amount.
Okay. I'm gonna just show you a copy of the test, because I want to get this right on the record. What was the result? Mr. Marin's test.
So it's going to be there's 2 different ones here. The first result is going to be the 1.06, which is this one here. What it says result details subject sample.
Is
That's
that
what
0.106?
Yes, 0.106. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At any time, did Mr. Marin request of you an independent test of his blood, breath, or urine or other bodily substance?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If he had requested such a test, would you have included that in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At any time, did he rescind or revoke his consent to the breath test?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Had he requested an independent test, would you have made every reasonable accommodation to secure such a test?
Yes, ma'am. We were in Forest Park, so we were literally one exit from Riverdale. So we would have been able to go to Southern, I think it's Southern Regional now. I'm not sure what the hospital is called. So it would have been very realistic for us to go to the hospital.
Okay. And if he had rescinded or revoked his consent, would you have continued with the test?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And if he had rescinded or revoked his consent, would you have noted that in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll stop there now for the interpreter.
Detective Walsh, estaba la máquina del examen funcionando. ¿Y quién estaba ahí presente? Sí, estaba funcionando, estaba yo y el señor Marín. Pregunta, descríbame el proceso de cómo le hizo la prueba. Respuesta, primero apago mi radio porque la interferencia puede hacer que la máquina no funcione bien, ni siquiera se prende la máquina. Entonces tengo que apagar todos mis electrónicos. Apagué esa y de ahí tengo que asegurarme que no haya vomitado en la boca el señor Marín. Me aseguré que eso no haya pasado. Prendí la máquina. Y le puse viene cerrado una pieza para poner en la boca. Se la entregué al señor Marín y la máquina dio 2 resultados, o sea, 2 pruebas, hizo 2 pruebas la máquina. La primera prueba tuvo el valor de 0.106 y la segunda de 0.114. Entonces, pregunta, ¿cuál de los 2 valores tomó usted? Respuesta, tomé el valor menor. Pregunta, ¿en cualquier momento, hubo algún momento en la cual el señor Marín pidió una prueba independiente? Respuesta, no. Pregunta, ¿hubo algún momento en la cual el señor Marín le negó el permiso que le había dado de hacer la prueba? Respuesta, no. Y si es que él hubiera pedido una prueba independiente, nosotros estábamos a una salida del hospital en Riverdale, de Southern, el hospital, y podríamos haberle llevado allá a hacer la prueba independiente, si él hubiera pedido una prueba independiente.
Okay. And Detective Walsh, if the defendant had declined the state administered test that night, would you have accepted that refusal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if he had declined, would you have documented that in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever promise the defendant anything in return for agreeing to the state's test?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever threaten the defendant or force him to consent to the state's test?
No, ma'am.
At any point during your encounter with the defendant, did you use physical force towards him, particularly when reading implied consent?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And at any point in your encounter with the defendant, were weapons ever drawn on him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did the defendant ever do or say anything to you that indicated his consent was not voluntary?
No, ma'am. He was very nice and he was very forthcoming and agreed to, or didn't give me a hard time about anything and just kind of went with everything.
Okay. How long after he was transported, or excuse me, how long after his arrest was the test conducted?
May I look at my report for the number
Sure.
for the time?
Okay.
So implied consent was read at so it would have been 12:06 on the following day because it was nighttime, of course.
Okay.
Was when it was read.
Okay. And you guys arrived at Forest Park at about what time?
Yes, ma'am.
About what time did you get to Forest Park?
The time is on the bottom of that on top on that report. It's on the bottom there.
On which report?
The Intoxilizer 5000 report. It's on the bottom.
Oh, that. Can I just get that exhibit real quick?
Sorry, I don't have that.
Now, I would object, just because we have a court reporter. I think she's refreshing the officer's memory. So there's a way to do that. She's just handing him the form. And I think she needs to ask him, do I need to refresh your memory? So the record is clear, rather than just hand him the document, because he doesn't have an independent recollection of it.
Sure. Detective Walsh, if I were to show you what's been tendered as to Exhibit C, would that reflect your recollection as to what time the test was taken?
Yes, ma'am. It would have been 0044, which would have been 12:45.
Okay.
And it's also notated on here the test time on the calibrated device.
Detective Walsh, just going back to a couple of questions that I have about some statements the defendant, Mr. Marin, made to you. At one point, he indicated to you that there were 4 individuals that had been occupying the cab of the truck. Is that correct?
At one point, yes, ma'am.
In your experience and to your knowledge, would it have been possible for 4 individuals to occupy that cab?
Objection, speculation.
Oh, I'm asking based on his experience and knowledge.
The truck.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Would it have been possible?
It was possible for 4 individuals to be in that vehicle, as it is a 3-seater smaller cab, but it will be difficult.
Okay. And just a quick question about the individual identified on scene as Jorge or George Garcia. Did he have shoes on, to your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One moment, Judge.
I'll go ahead and interpret that part. Detective Walsh, si es que señor Marín hubiera negado hacerse la prueba de aliento, ¿hubiera usted aceptado eso? Respuesta, sí. ¿Le obligó usted a hacerse la prueba a él? Respuesta, no. ¿Le amenazó si no se hacía la prueba? Respuesta, no. ¿Le forzó físicamente a hacerse la prueba? Respuesta, no. ¿Le enseñó alguno de sus armas de fuego para que se hiciera la prueba? Respuesta, no. ¿En algún momento el señor Marín se quejó o dijo que no quería hacer la prueba? Respuesta, no. Fue todo voluntario. Es más, él estaba muy amable, muy buen y accedía a todo. ¿A qué hora se le leyó el consentimiento? A las 12:06 de la madrugada. ¿A qué hora llegaron a Forest Park a hacerse la prueba? No puedo acordarme, pero sí le enseñaron un documento a las 12:45. Y la hora del examen también está puesto ahí en el reporte. Ok, entonces, detective, déjeme veo. Primero, las cosas que el señor Marín le dijo a usted esa noche. Él le dijo que habían 4 personas en la camioneta. Respuesta, sí. En su experiencia y conocimiento, ¿es posible que 4 personas pudieran haber estado en la camioneta? Respuesta, la camioneta era una camioneta pequeña que sentaba solo a 3 personas. Es posible, pero no tanto porque solo había espacio para 3 personas. Y el señor señor George García estaba ahí, sí. Go ahead.
All right. Nothing further from the state at this time, Judge, subject to redirect. And then I would just ask that maybe we take a short comfort break, and we've been going at it for a while. And one more question of the court, Judge. Did either the court or defense counsel need me to finish out the video to the 58-minute and 44-second mark, or are we satisfied?
No, you're right. I'm satisfied.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
And then let's take a 10-minute comfort break.
Your Honor, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I don't know if we're still on the record, but I just have a question, and I know you probably don't know, but this was a last minute thing, and I was not planning on spending very long. Usually when I go meet you with
Right.
your Honor, it's a short thing. So could I have an idea of how much longer you might need me, just so that I can plan for that?
Yes, counsel defense is getting ready to start. We come back from a comfort break. How long you think, counsel?
Your Honor, I think where we just went, just so I can kind of shoot longer than being conservative, I'm thinking at least 2 hours.
Okay, okay.
Okay, all right. I will plan for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you
All
say
right.
10 minutes?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Jim. May I go to the restroom?
Yes. check on her. Miss Rose, Rose, I'm sorry, Miss Rose. How are you going, or how are you doing with hearing us? Is it still a strain? Or opposing counsel's getting ready to come on, so does she need to talk like real loud and scream and holler?
When Miss Waldrop would go up to the bench, she kind of faded out, but I think I'm getting everything. I've got a screen recording going. I've got my court reporter software going. I've got a external reporter.
So you got everything going.
When I do these, I have to sometimes go through all three of my recordings just to make sure I get everything. But so far, it's been pretty good.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So we think we're going to be here till after 3.
It's possible.
Okay. I've got one of my sisters is dropping off one of my granddaughters about 2:15. So if I disappear, it's only because I'm opening the door for her.
Okay. Pick her up and let's show her how to do some court reporting. You know where he went? You know where Kenneth went? Or did he go upstairs?
He went to the bathroom.
Oh,
He was coming down with me.
oh yeah, you guys went upstairs to go. Yeah.
Don't have a cafeteria here anymore, do they?
No, that's a terrible story, a terrible thing to bring up. Across the street, right in the Angela, because I think they had rats that had taken over, and when they found mold, they found their home as well. So I think the county is just not wanting to take a risk and never opened it back up.
Well, we appreciate that.
But the food used to be so good, and I'm scared to say that.
salad.
I don't know if it was because of that or just whatever, so they never opened it. That was way before COVID, when they shut down the cafeteria, but yeah, no, well, they have people to come in the jury dining room, everybody can go in there, but it's different food, whoever the vendors are that they pick for the day. I think it's a different vendor a day, and so I've had some Jamaican food, I've had Chick-fil-A, they have just various people come in. So they're trying to do a little bit better. All right, we'll get going. Let's see, we turn on the, okay, let's see. Oops, didn't even do that. Okay. All right, we're back on the record. And now the state has presented their case, and the defense counsel is going to get started. Ms. Chester Jennings, Attorney Chester Jennings, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And Officer Walsh, it is?
Detective Walsh.
Detective Walsh, okay. And you are currently with Hayfield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that, and did I get it correct that you're currently with Hayfield doing crime scene investigations, so no more DUIs?
Yeah, so, well, not here, but before this, I was in traffic unit up until about 3 months ago.
Okay.
We targeted DUI enforcement as well as motor vehicle stops and traffic accidents.
Okay.
But as of my assignment now, not necessarily.
And on August 4th, 2019, you were employed with the city of East Point, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those were just basic traffic violators. Was that your overall responsibility as an officer then?
When we were not on the detail, yes. And when we're in general patrol at nighttime, we do actually look for DUIs as well because of the evening shift. But our target is to answer calls.
I'll pause now. She's muted. You're muted.
Thank you. En esa noche usted estaba nada más yendo a llamadas. Sí, nosotros normalmente estamos patrullando, pero respondemos a llamadas y en este caso, incluyendo llamadas de DUI.
And I just want to be clear for the record, on or before August 4th, 2019, What training had you received specifically in DUI detection?
The Intox 9000 and the standardized field sobriety training.
Was that so that you can get post-certified?
No, ma'am, that was something that I took upon myself since we were doing traffic details.
Okay.
Y para estar segura, en el 4 de agosto, alrededor de esa fecha, ¿usted estaba entrenado para detectar intoxicación? ¿Y cuál era su entrenamiento? Sí, yo había tomado un entrenamiento en la máquina de detox de 9000 y aparte cómo hacer pruebas de ebriedad en el campo, o sea, en los lugares a donde nosotros vamos, especialmente porque estaba respondiendo a llamadas de tráfico.
And the report we have today, it is a Georgia motor vehicle crash report. Is that correct?
No, that's a separate report.
You have a separate report?
I don't have the gears report. I have just the initial report.
So there is another different report. Are you referring to an incident report?
So this is what I have. This is the incident report. A gears report, just all that does is show the crash itself. This is the DUI investigation here and the original narrative.
Just check that. Mine seems pretty lengthy with the accident report. Are you saying the narrative may be a little bit different?
I haven't been able to have an opportunity to see the gears report.
Okay.
Generally when I do these, I do the incident report and I do the gears report as a separate thing, but I may put some facts in there because it does ask questions in the gears report. If a DUI was involved, was arrest made, things like that. So there are check boxes for that.
Your Honor, if I could ask the state for a copy of that report, I only have the gears report.
So it was the incident report from East Point PD that he authored, that would have been turned over in discovery. Do you have your discovery packet?
I do. I printed it all out. I'll keep going, Your Honor. I just want to make sure I'm.
I understand. I'll give you a second to.
That should be right after the bond document.
No, I don't have that report with me. I could just get a copy of it.
Yeah, I
That'd
can
be
share it
fine.
with you.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to see. See anything.
And there's another page. So here it starts.
Están ahorita hablando del reporte. La última pregunta fue sobre el reporte. Le preguntó sobre el reporte de policía, si lo había visto, y el agente de policía, el detective, dijo que había un reporte separado, que es el reporte inicial que él hace, el cual es el reporte del incidente con una narrativa, con una narración de lo que pasó y obviamente de lo del DUI. Entonces ahorita están ubicando los reportes.
And can I assume that, there shouldn't be any inconsistent facts between your.
Would I be able to see the gears report to verify that?
Sure.
I just want to read it here. Pasted it.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
It was small.
Yeah, if it's smaller than that. Okay, it's gonna be the same. So I did copy and paste the DUI narrative in here. So it should be consistent with the original narrative.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And between these two reports, there is these reports that you did, as well as the body worn camera. Did you review anything else before testifying today?
No, ma'am, just the body worn camera and the incident report.
Okay. And so everything that you have here in this report should be fairly accurate,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And this did occur back in 2019, so it's fair to say you do need to sometimes refresh your memory, because do you have an independent recollection of this?
Usually it's gonna be names and times that I would need to recollect.
Okay. And so everything that's in this report, we can, for the purpose of testifying at this hearing, we can assume that it's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Entonces, lo que usted tiene, el video y el reporte, es básicamente lo único que tiene usted reportado. Respuesta sí. Y usted piensa que es verdadero y está bien Respuesta sí. Esto sucedió en el 2019, entonces me imagino que usted necesita refrescar su memoria. La respuesta fue sí, pero principalmente en nombres y horas únicamente. Pregunta, entonces asumimos que el reporte está correcto. Respuesta sí.
And you would agree with me, officer, the purpose of, writing these words in this report is essentially so that you can state them as facts when you come to a hearing such as this or in trial. Is that correct?
The reason to write the report with the correct information is because that's what happened. And I'll put that in my report. So, because what you see is what you write.
Okay. But it's also documenting the purpose of arresting Mr. Marin Miguel. Is that Miguel Marin?
I
Excuse me.
understand the question.
Okay. The purpose of writing the report is so that there is a document documenting why you chose to arrest the defendant. Is
That's
that
right.
correct?
Y entonces usted está de acuerdo que el propósito de escribir estos reportes es para decir esos hechos en un tribunal. Sí, es la respuesta, pero no estoy seguro que entiendo su pregunta. Déjeme se la hago de otra forma. El propósito es de tener estos reportes es para que haya una documentación de por qué sucedió el arresto. Respuesta sí.
And the sole purpose for you responding on August 4th, 2019 was for an accident scene originally. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, came in through dispatch.
Okay. And when you say it came in through dispatch, does that mean someone made a phone call to 911?
Yes, I would, yes. I mean, I wasn't in the radio room, but I'm sure that's how it come out.
Okay. And do you know approximately how long it took for you to get to this accident scene, being that you did say that you all are a bit overwhelmed in the East Point precinct?
I can look at my report. I can tell you when it came out to when I arrived.
Sure.
This time reported was, okay, so I was within the minute to be there. We actually had no calls. That's actually my zone that we work. And we didn't have any calls at that time, so it was less than a minute to get there.
Okay. And you stayed on the record that you arrived in less than a minute, and when you arrived, you immediately saw someone injured, correct? In between.
I observed a motor vehicle accident on its side, and then I ran up to the vehicle, and then I observed the male subject that was injured.
Okay.
Entonces, el único propósito el 4 de agosto del 2019 que usted tuvo para ir a esa escena, a ese lugar, es el accidente. Respuesta sí, es para lo que despacharon. Pregunta, ¿cuánto tiempo le tomó llegar allá ese día? Respuesta, tendría que ver a mi reporte. Más o menos en un minuto, en menos de otro minuto, porque no teníamos ninguna otra llamada en ese momento. Y cuando usted pregunta, y cuando usted llegó y usted vio a alguien lastimado, lesionado inmediatamente. Respuesta, lo primero que observé fue la camioneta volteada y a lo que me acercaba ya observé que había alguien lastimado.
You would agree with me that this accident was, when you got there, was pretty bad, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to arriving, did you have any indication of how bad it was?
No, ma'am. Actually, I don't recall how it came out. I don't know if it was usually overturned vehicles we respond to a little bit faster. They'll tell us. I can't recall how the call actually came out.
But for the record, it is not noted in your report.
No, ma'am, it's not.
Okay. So there's no indication in your report that this is a accident with injuries, correct? Prior to arriving.
No, ma'am, it just says traffic accident.
And were you the only officer who responded?
No, ma'am.
How many other officers responded to the scene?
At least one supervisor and 2 patrol officers to help with traffic control and to figure out, to investigate, to do things so I could work my side of it.
Did they respond as a result of the dispatch call, or did they respond as a result of you calling them out once you arrived on scene?
Both.
Both?
Yes, ma'am. They heard the call come out, and we always back each other up. And then I do believe I called for someone else to come to be able to do traffic control.
And approximately how many officers do you believe were on the scene?
2 patrol officers, 1 supervisor, and me from my recollection. I'm not sure if there was any more.
And I just want to be clear, so Officer Brian, was he the supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Officer Asbury, who was he?
She was the female that was there with me when we flipped the truck over initially.
And A.D. Willoughby?
Willoughby was, I believe, under traffic control.
Was A.D. there?
Excuse me?
Was A.D. there at the scene?
Who?
This A.D. Willoughby.
Yes, if he was
It's an officer, Officer Badge number 7896.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Officer Willoughby. Yeah, I believe he was there for traffic control. But that would have been 5 people.
And then Officer Holly.
And Holly was the tall black male that was kind of following me around, asking me questions. Excuse me, Officer Zarate from Hayville. So 6.
Officer Zarate, was Officer Zarate the Spanish speaking?
He was.
Officer, okay. So a total of 6, including yourself.
Yes, ma'am, roughly.
And as soon as you approached on the scene and you saw this gentleman with his head kind of stuck between the truck, you knew nothing about who this gentleman was. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember in the video is showing that you are, Mr. Marin is standing by you, the defendant, and you're asking him, what is his name?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
When you asked him what is his name, isn't it true that you saw in the video Mr. Marin walks over asking him what is his name?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. What about the date of birth? Do you recall Mr. Marin walking over to the gentleman saying, what is your date of birth?
I don't remember him walking over, but I do know there was some verbiage in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish, so I wasn't sure what he was actually asking him.
Okay. But you do remember a conveyance of Spanish to English between the two of the gentlemen when you were asked the question?
Correct. This conversation between the injured male and Mr. Marin.
I'm pausing.
Okay, thank you. ¿Estaría usted de acuerdo pregunta, ¿está usted de acuerdo que cuando usted llegó o cuando le despacharon no sabía qué tan lesionados estaban en la escena del accidente? Respuesta, sí. No me acuerdo. Solamente me acuerdo que estaban el vehículo volteado. No hay indicación en su reporte que usted sabía que era un accidente con lesiones antes de llegar al lugar del accidente. Respuesta, no. Solamente hubo la respuesta de un oficial de policía. Respuesta, no. Mi supervisor y 2 patrulleros. Pregunta, ¿ellos llegaron por la llamada del despacho o porque usted los llamó? Respuesta, ambas. Ellos habían escuchado la llamada de despacho y también yo les llamé. Nosotros nos apoyamos uno al otro. Pregunta, ¿cuántos agentes en total estuvieron? Bueno, el supervisor, 2 patrulleros. A ver, veamos. El agente Brian, ¿quién era? Él era mi supervisor. Sí. De ahí el agente Asbury, él vino y ella estaba conmigo y me ayudó a voltear la camioneta. Después es el agente Willoughby, él es el control de tránsito, y un agente Holly. Él es el hombre moreno alto que estaba conmigo y viene de Hayville. Y de ahí vino un agente de policía que hablaba español. Sí. En total, con usted fueron 6 agentes. Respuesta, sí. Entonces, cuando usted llegó al lugar del accidente y usted vio, no tenía idea de la extensión de la lesión del señor. Respuesta, no me acuerdo. Y usted le preguntó, le vio a mi cliente y usted habló con mi cliente. El señor Marín usted le preguntó al señor Marín, o el señor Marín, perdón, le preguntó a la persona lesionada cuál era su nombre. Respuesta, no me acuerdo. Pero vio usted en el video, vio que le preguntó cuál era la fecha de nacimiento. ¿Se acuerda eso? Respuesta, me acuerdo que ellos hablaban en español, yo no entiendo español, entonces no sé qué es lo que se decía en la conversación entre el señor Marín y la persona lesionada. Go ahead.
And the gentleman by the name of Hernandez, who was pinned between the car, he was going in and out of consciousness. Is that correct?
It appeared so.
He also was saying, based on Mr. Marin's translation, that he was dying and he was not going to make it. Is that correct? Okay. So it's fair to say it's a lot of pressure and stress on the scene at this moment. Is that correct?
Throughout most of the encounter, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Especially in this one, we're trying to save a man's life and we can't get the truck off of him.
Understood. Yes. And so, in looking at him, you, just to be clear with Mr. Hernandez, you never asked him, was he the driver? Is that correct?
No, I couldn't talk to him. He was pinned in the truck.
Well, you could, officer, because you asked him for his name and date of birth. Isn't that
Well, I
correct?
spoke at him. I didn't get anything from him.
Okay.
I realized I wasn't gonna be able to have a conversation with him. And
Okay.
it wasn't the appropriate time either.
Okay. But you did, in fact, ask him his name and date of birth as he was pinned in between.
Yeah, in case he passed away or something happened to him, at least I have that information.
Because at that time, you didn't know if Miguel Marin knew him or didn't know. Is that
No, I didn't. My focus was what was the scene itself and then focus on the injured subject.
Okay.
And trying to get all the emergency things in place to come and get the truck over and get services.
And just to be clear, your report doesn't mention anything about you ever inquiring whether Hernandez was the driver. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Hernandez on the scene, is clear that he had the most significant injuries of everyone. Is that correct?
It would appear so.
And then at this point, Miguel Marin is assisting you. He's helping you. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Correct.
Okay. And he's also helping you where you asked him about who was the driver of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he told you a Jose Rodriguez. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he stated Mr. Rodriguez was in a red shirt and dark pants.
Correct.
And would you agree with me, for most of the video, if not all of the video, you believe Jose Rodriguez was in fact the driver? Is that correct?
That's correct, based on the information I had at the time.
Understood. You in fact kept telling even your supervisor, other officers on the scene, that the driver is down the street.
Correct. Based on Mr. Marin telling me that he was. That's all I based that off of at that time.
Okay. But either way, based on whatever reasons you had, you still believed at that time that Mr. Jose Rodriguez was the driver.
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, the gentleman in the red shirt and dark pants.
His actual name was George Garcia. He gave me the name of Jose Rodriguez.
Okay. And so Jorge Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you believed he was the driver.
Yes, ma'am.
And Jorge Garcia, I'm just going to call him Mr. Garcia for short, he had left the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'll pause. I'm pausing.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Give me a second. Entonces, usted dijo que, okay. Entonces, el señor Hernández estaba entre que entraba y salía de conciencia, que se desmayaba. Respuesta sí, aparentemente. Y el señor Marín le estaba traduciendo y él le dijo que estaba entre muriéndose. Sí, eso es lo que me dijo. Entonces había bastante presión en el lugar del accidente. Sí, un poco de salvarle la vida a esta persona. Entonces usted nunca le preguntó al señor Hernández si es quién era el conductor. No, nunca se lo pregunté porque estamos tratando de salvarle la vida. Sí, pero en su reporte de policía no hay ninguna indicación de que de que el señor Hernández era el conductor. Así es, es la respuesta. Y el señor Hernández era quien tenía la mayor cantidad de lesiones, aparentemente, es la respuesta. Entonces, el señor Miguel Martín le estaba asistiendo a usted, le estaba ayudando a usted. Respuesta, sí. Y usted le preguntó quién estaba manejando. Sí, y él me dijo José Rodríguez, que estaba en una camiseta roja y un pantalón negro. Sí, así es. Entonces usted pensó que el conductor era José Rodríguez. Sí, basado en lo que el señor Martín me dijo. Entonces, el señor José Rodríguez, que después aparentemente este señor de rojo con negro fue el señor Jorge García, entonces él se había ido del lugar del accidente, había huido de la escena. Sí, así es. Go ahead.
And officer, you, in fact, before responding, actually getting to the location of the scene, saw this gentleman dressed in a red shirt and dark pants walking away from the accident scene.
That's correct.
And when you all ultimately forced him back to the scene, is that correct?
I'm not sure if the officer asked him to come back or out, but I believe that he was arrested, therefore we transported him back to where we were at. I'm not sure what the verbiage was between him and the officer, but I don't know if he agreed to come back or they brought him back.
And Garcia was in handcuffs?
I don't recall.
You said he was arrested.
Yeah, but I don't remember seeing him in handcuffs.
Okay, but you know he was arrested at that
Well,
point.
I told them to arrest him,
Okay.
but I don't know about the handcuffs. I don't think so, because I don't remember ever seeing him in handcuffs.
Okay. So he was under the arrest, and what was he under the arrest for?
At that time, it was for leaving the scene of an accident.
And when he returned to the scene, he did in fact have clear injuries of being in an accident. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe exactly what you saw?
He had bloody face and a laceration to the head. Large cut.
And the only reason why you didn't talk with him is because he was incoherent and appeared to be pretty intoxicated. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. I tried to speak with him. I was unable to get any kind of response that would be helpful in my investigation.
And
I tried to talk to him several times.
okay. And why did you stop talking to him?
Because obviously there was no clear communication between me and him, either because of the alcohol induced, or it was because it was a language barrier. The entire time I was trying to get a translator to come out to the scene so we could thoroughly investigate it properly.
And you couldn't get any information from him, is that correct?
Yes, I got different names. I couldn't get anything else. Nothing was usable.
And there is a moment after you finish trying to talk with him that you go over and speak to your supervisor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, you do tell your supervisor that you can't get anything out of him, but he's the driver. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I base that off the testimony from Mr. Mara.
Yeah, officer, I hear you say that, but isn't it true that someone who's typically guilty, when you respond to domestic scenes, when they are guilty and they're able to leave the scene, isn't it true sometimes they do?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Doesn't that happen fairly often?
It happens, yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Marin remained on the scene assisting you, isn't that correct?
Ma'am.
Mr. Marin you did not ever have to place him in handcuffs or arrest him, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
And when you began questioning Mr. Garcia about, you started a DUI investigation on him when he returned to the scene, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll pause now.
Antes de usted responder, o cuando ya estaba usted respondiendo, al principio usted vio un hombre en camiseta roja y pantalón negro que estaba yéndose del lugar del accidente, ¿verdad? Respuesta sí. Pregunta, no estoy segura, pero ¿quién le dijo No, no se está seguro, pero la pregunta fue, ¿qué se dijo entre él y el agente de policía? No me acuerdo lo que le dije. Entonces usted, lo que dijo, yo no sé lo que el agente de policía le haya dicho a ese señor, que terminó siendo el señor José García. Entiendo. ¿Y el señor José García por qué fue arrestado? Respuesta, por haberse ido del lugar del accidente. ¿Y él estaba lastimado? Respuesta, sí. ¿Me puede describir qué lesiones tenía? Sí, tenía un corte en la cabeza y tenía sangre que le estaba saliendo de ahí. Pregunta, ¿y usted no habló con él porque estaba intoxicado? Respuesta, sí, yo traté varias veces de hablar con él, pero no hubo una comunicación clara, ya haya sido por la barrera de idioma o por el alcohol. Pregunta, entonces usted no pudo conseguir ninguna información de él, ¿es eso correcto? Respuesta, sí, nada que se pueda usar. Entonces, en algún momento usted va y habla con su supervisor. Respuesta, sí. Y usted le dice que él es el conductor. Sí, basado en lo que el señor Martín me había dicho. Pero el señor Martín no se había ido del lugar del accidente, tampoco había sido arrestado. ¿Es eso correcto? Sí, eso es correcto. Go ahead.
And when you made contact with Mr. Garcia, you determined that he did appear to be intoxicated, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You also determined to do field sobriety evaluations on him, correct?
Yes, I was going to.
You did the horizontal gaze and nystagmus. Is that correct?
On Mr. Garcia,
Yes, sir.
I think I attempted to, and he wasn't, that's right. I attempted to, messing me up with the words there. I attempted to do it, but I was unable to complete the task because he didn't understand what I was saying. So the task was not completed.
But you did make the attempt.
Yes, ma'am, there we go.
And you also did ask him about whether he had been drinking, because I think the word was a little cerveza.
Cerveza.
Cerveza?
Yes, ma'am.
What does cerveza stand for?
Alcohol or beer.
Okay.
Usually we have a very large Hispanic community, and that seems to be a common word that they understand whenever I use.
Okay. And so you asked him, had he had a little or some amount of alcohol or beer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember him admitting yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you do admitting him?
I'm sorry.
Yes, you do remember him admitting that he had some alcohol? I'm just trying to understand your question for the record. Did he admit that he had alcohol?
I believe so. It was still very difficult to understand what he was trying to communicate to me.
Okay.
My interpretation was yes.
Did you also have an opportunity to observe him walking?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you observe?
He was staggering and was barely able to keep his balance.
And when you were talking with him, a lot of times he was leaning up against the fire truck or leaning up against something for balance. Is that correct?
That's correct. I had him leaning up against a fire truck to keep the lights away from his eyes, and he chose to lean up against the fence.
Okay. And you even contemplated with supervisors about taking out a warrant for his blood. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You even talked about with the supervisor about you see the physical manifestations. So you were gathering enough information to charge him with driving under the influence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I pause there.
Entonces, cuando usted tuvo contacto con el señor García, ¿le pareció intoxicado? Respuesta, sí. Y le hizo un examen a él de ebriedad. Respuesta, traté de hacerlo, pero él no me entendía, no entendía las instrucciones. Pero usted trató. Respuesta, sí. Y le preguntó usted si había bebido él bebidas alcohólicas. Respuesta, sí. Algo de alcohol, algo en la comunidad hispana, que es bastante grande, nosotros usamos la palabra cerveza y es para ver si es que ha tomado algo o de alcohol o de cerveza. Respuesta, sí. Y él admitió que había bebido bebidas alcohólicas. Respuesta, sí. ¿Estaba él caminando? Sí, a duras penas. Se tropezaba, no podía mantener su balance. Él se estaba arrimando a algo para mantener su balance. Respuesta, sí, al camión de bomberos y a la cerca. Pregunta, entonces usted incluso contempló sacar una orden de judicial para hacerle una prueba de sangre. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, porque él tenía todas las manifestaciones físicas. Respuesta, sí. Usted estaba considerando arrestarlo por manejar bajo la influencia de alcohol. Respuesta, sí. Go ahead.
And the description that Miguel Marin provided to you of the gentleman who was the driver, it did indeed fit this prescription of Jorge Garcia, correct?
Yes, on the first, though, I think was a black top, red pants, and then it changed to a red top, black pants.
And let's talk about that just a little bit. Mr. Miguel Marin, although you were able to communicate with him, did you in fact see that there was also still a language barrier between the two of you as well?
To me, he spoke English pretty well and was able to communicate with me with very little effort.
So you would say there was no language barrier between you and Mr. Marin?
If there was, it was very little. He was able to communicate with me very well and answer all the questions that I asked.
Were there other bystanders on the scene?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
I don't recall, approximately four to five.
And they did assist you as well with the injured gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember also stopping one of the bystanders on the video saying, you know, is this your family, trying to figure out any connection between, I guess, any Spanish-speaking individuals on scene?
I was trying to see if that person was involved because they were just standing around. So I would like to have help with the scene, yes. If there was family members present. It's not uncommon for family members to show up to a motor vehicle accident.
So it's fair to say at this point, you are just, you're gathering information, but you're not exactly clear who the driver is. Is that correct? Or are you clear that it is, at this point, Jorge Garcia?
At that time, that's who I believe was driving the vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of Mr. Miguel Marin's admission, let's talk about that. Before he says anything, you see him on the phone. Is that correct?
I believe the video shows him on the phone.
Mm-hmm. And he's talking to someone, correct?
I would assume.
Okay. And after he gets off the phone and you approach, you don't even ask him a question before he just says, I'm the driver, I'm the driver.
He said something prior to that. I forgot exactly what it was. I want the truck. And he goes, I am Miguel, I am the driver. I believe it, maybe not be verbatim, but that's the sequence that it was to me. And I had not asked him again if he was driving.
And before he makes that admission, you had, you were clear in your mind that Jorge Garcia was the driver. Is that correct?
So at the point where Mr. Marin started recalling who was driving and he didn't know the name and stuff, I started maybe suspecting that Mr. Marin may have potentially been the driver. So I started leaning back towards that way.
Okay. I'm going to pause here.
Entonces, la descripción que el señor Marín le dio del conductor encajaba con la descripción de Jorge García, ¿verdad? Respuesta, sí. ¿El señor Jorge Marín pudo comunicarse con usted? Respuesta, sí, él hablaba inglés y nos comunicamos con muy poco esfuerzo. Pregunta, entonces no hubo una barrera de idioma. Respuesta, nos podíamos comunicar, yo lo podía entender, él se podía comunicar. Pregunta, ¿habían otras personas paradas por ahí en el lugar del accidente? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿cuántos? No me acuerdo, no sé exactamente, entre 4 o 5 tal vez. Pregunta, ¿y le asistieron ellos con la persona lesionada, lastimada? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿se acuerda usted de... ¿se acuerda haber hablado con alguien? ¿Se acuerda en el video que había hablado con alguien? Sí, normalmente buscamos, normalmente no es incomún, inusual que vengan miembros de la familia. Entonces yo pregunté pensando que tal vez era un miembro de la familia. Y en ese punto, pregunta, en ese punto usted estaba nada más recogiendo información y hablando y pensaba que el conductor había sido el señor Jorge García. Respuesta, sí, yo pensaba que eso era porque eso es lo que me había dicho. Pero pregunta, en cuanto a la admisión del señor Miguel Marín, ¿sí? Él estaba primero hablando por teléfono. Respuesta, eso es lo que indica el video. Entonces él estaba hablando con alguien. Respuesta, supondría yo eso. Pregunta, antes de que él se quitara del teléfono, o justo apenas él se quita del teléfono, él le dice a usted, yo soy el conductor. Respuesta, no, antes de decirme que es el conductor, me dice algo breve sobre la camioneta, que quiere llevarse la camioneta, algo así. Y antes de la admisión, pregunta, antes de que él admitiera eso, ¿usted estaba claro que Jorge García era el conductor? No, respuesta, no tan claro. Ya en ese punto estaba preguntándome si no era la otra persona, el conductor. Go ahead.
Let's recess for a second.
Mr. Glanville, if you please make me host one more time so I can share the video.
Bear with me just a moment.
Sure.
Okay, so that's James Birch, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Make them post, make them co-host.
I got it. Thank you.
All right, go ahead. She's calling someone. All right, we're ready. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Just making sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Officer, do you recall stating to your supervisor at some point in probably around 18 minutes into the investigation, I don't have anything on this driver?
I was referring to his name and date of birth.
Okay. And you, at that time, were referring to her, Mr. Garcia, as the
Yes, ma'am.
driver?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you returned back to question Mr. Marin, do you remember kind of the story changing again and you asked him, was the driver?
When initially when he said that this Jose Rodriguez person was driving, then I come back.
Correct.
And then he told me he didn't know who was driving.
Correct.
Yes.
And he told you he didn't know who was driving after seeing him talking to Mr. Jose Garcia, correct?
Correct.
So they had a conversation in Spanish, and when you come over there, then he's like, I don't know who the driver is.
I don't know if they were speaking Spanish. I didn't hear that part.
Okay,
But he did, after he was over there with him, then he took back his story and said he didn't know who was driving the vehicle.
okay. But there was clearly a conversation between the two of them, correct?
I wouldn't say clearly. I didn't actually, I seen them standing next to each other.
Okay. Well, in your report, I think you note that they were speaking. Let me just find it. It's your first paragraph, last sentences. You says, when I returned to speak with the Garcia, again, Marin was standing next to him. I asked Marin if Garcia was the driver of the vehicle, and he said no. Is that correct?
I didn't say in here if they were speaking with each other. Was that the original question?
Okay, I'll retract that. Just withdraw that. I'll ask you a new question, just so we're clear. So when there was a moment when Mr. Marin and Mr. Garcia are standing next to each other, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and when they're standing next to each other, when you return back to ask him, was Garcia the driver, to point him out, that's when Marin says, no, he's not the driver.
Correct.
And at that point, you then ask Mr. Marin to come over here.
Correct.
You pull him away essentially from Mr. Garcia.
I didn't pull him.
Well, not pull him physically, but you make him, you remove him from.
I asked him to come and talk to me.
Okay.
Or I may have said, come talk to me.
Okay. I think you said walk over here.
Okay.
Would that be accurate?
I wouldn't say the word pull.
Okay. I'll withdraw the word pull. Did you tell him, instruct him to walk over here?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also tell him at that point, don't lie to me, okay?
Correct.
Did you also raise your voice?
I may have elevated my voice slightly.
Okay. You watched the video.
Did.
Did your voice seem to raise?
I didn't yell at him.
I didn't say you yelled. I said you raised your voice.
I probably spoke a little more firm.
Okay. And didn't you say, I'm going to ask you one more time and do not lie to me?
Correct.
Okay. And you then say, yeah, black pants. And he responds, yeah, black pants, red shirt, still trying to affirm that the driver had on black pants and a red shirt. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that same dialogue is when you asked him how many people are in the car, and he hold up 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was the first time asking him how many individuals was in the car. Did you realize that from the report and from the video?
That's correct.
Okay. And then do you recall you telling him, do you want to go to jail? Don't lie to me.
That's correct, because his story has changed.
And let me just ask you, do you want to go to jail? Was that a threat that you would arrest him if he didn't tell you the truth?
So at that point, he was obstructing the investigation. So we would have probable cause to arrest him for an obstruction charge. So we asked him the question, does he want to go to jail?
And Mr. Mayor was detained, is that correct? He was not free to leave.
That's correct.
Did you ever, at any point when you decided to question him with these questions further, ever any point Mirandize
No, ma'am.
Mr. Marin? I'm sorry, for the record,
No, ma'am.
I'll pause.
Más o menos en el minuto 18, usted le pregunta el nombre y la fecha de nacimiento. ¿Acuerda usted haber dicho que nada sobre el conductor? Sí, así es. Estaba preguntándole el nombre y la fecha de nacimiento, nada más. En cuanto al señor García, ¿a él se refería usted al señor García? Respuesta sí. Pregunta, ¿alguien con pantalón negro y camiseta roja? Pero la historia del señor Marín estaba cambiando. Respuesta sí. Inicialmente me dijo que había sido José Rodríguez, pero después me dijo que no sabía quién era el conductor. Eso fue antes de que habló con José García. No sé, le pregunté quién estaba manejando. Pregunta, hubo un momento en que el señor Marín y el señor García estaban parados. Sí, pero no era el conductor. ¿Y en qué punto le preguntó? En algún punto usted le preguntó que venga a hablar conmigo y que no le mienta. Entonces le habló con la voz más alta, alzó su voz. Fui más firme en mi voz. Y le preguntó una vez más, y no me mienta. Sí. Y describió al hombre con el pantalón negro y la camisa roja. Sí. ¿Cuántas personas estaban en el carro? Le preguntó usted. Sí, me dijo que 4. Y de ahí usted le preguntó a él que si quiere ir a la cárcel. Respuesta, sí, porque ahí ya estaba obstruyendo la investigación. Entonces yo le pregunté si quería ir a la cárcel porque hubiera ido preso por obstruir la investigación. Entonces de ahí el señor le leyó usted sus derechos de Miranda a él, al señor Marín. Respuesta, no. Go ahead.
You testified on cross, officer, when you got closer, you stated less than a foot closer to Mr. Marin, you smelled the odor of alcohol. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so less than a foot closer, you're pretty close to him at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you are close to him. He's not free to leave, and you are threatening arrest at this point. Is that correct?
Ask him if he wants to go to jail.
Okay. So you were asking him if he wanted to go.
Correct, because we had a severe incident and then we're not getting cooperation from Mr. Marr.
Okay.
Or we're getting cooperation, we're getting different statements from him.
Okay. And at this point, isn't it true that you're still believing, though, that Mr. Jorge Garcia is the driver?
No.
That is not correct?
Correct.
Who are you believing is the driver?
Mr. Marr, and that's why I pulled him aside.
Okay.
Because his story is changing.
You watched the same video, right? When he tells you, I am the driver, don't worry, I'm the driver, don't worry who the driver is, I'm the driver.
Okay.
You excited, I'll call it excited utterance, but you out your mouth says, I don't believe you, but okay.
Correct.
You remember that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you stated on the record that you did not believe Mr. Marin when he stated he was the driver. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's a tactic that we use.
That's what you were doing?
With him whenever he told me that he was the driver, and I said, I don't believe you, giving him the opportunity to be like, okay, I am lying. And that I am not the driver.
Okay. But that tactic, would you agree, would have made it more complicated and confusing at that point if you?
No, ma'am. I'm giving the driver the benefit of the doubt there, trying to let him retract his statement since he was adamant that he wasn't driving. Then all of a sudden he said he was driving. So I said that to him that I didn't believe him in order for him to don't think that I am just accusing him of it. And then he would have the opportunity to retract his statement, and he didn't.
So by this time, essentially but you walk away at that point when you say, I don't believe you, but okay. You walk away from him.
Correct.
Okay. And at this time, the only license that you have been able to retrieve on the scene between the parties was that of Mr. Miguel Marin. Is that correct?
Correct. He was the only licensed driver. The only licensed person on scene.
And you retrieved this in the beginning, correct? This license?
I believe I got his name and date of birth initially when I come out. I physically got his identification whenever he admitted he drove.
Okay. Do you remember, after saying, I don't believe you, but okay, going also to a supervisor, using the words, he is claiming now he's the driver, using the words claiming?
Correct. That's what he did. He claimed he was the driver.
Sure. But if you truly believe he was a driver, wouldn't you agree with me that you could also have used a different word to say he's admitted finally that he's the driver?
I don't use that kind of verbiage
Okay.
all the time.
Okay.
There's different ways to say things.
Okay. Do you admit that after you said he's claiming he's the driver, no one can be honest, I don't know anything, we can't get anything out of him? Do you remember stating those words?
Yes, I was referring to Mr. Garcia.
Okay. The original person that you believed was a driver?
Correct.
Okay. And you stated this on direct, but when you asked Mr. Marin about 2 beers, he even said, I had him about 35 minutes ago, but you were 36 minutes into the investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll pause here.
Usted testificó que usted estaba parado a menos de un pie de distancia cuando le olió el olor a alcohol. Respuesta sí. Pregunta, entonces usted estaba cerca de él y le estaba amenazando. No le estaba amenazando, le estaba preguntando si es que él quería ir a la cárcel. Ok. Pregunta, en este punto, ¿usted creía que el señor García era el conductor? No, en este punto no lo creía. Pregunta, ¿quién pensaba que era el conductor? Marín. Pero el señor Marín dice que él es el conductor. Sí. Y que él no le está mintiendo. Él no es que estaba mintiendo, es que había cambiado lo que dijo. Y usted se fue, se dio la media vuelta y se fue. Sí. En ese momento, en ese lugar, solamente tenía la licencia de conducir del señor Miguel Marín. Sí. Sí, originalmente le había pedido su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento, pero le pedí la licencia una vez que él admitió que era el conductor. Ok, entonces, ¿se acuerda usted que el supervisor, y usted le dijo al supervisor que el señor Marín está diciendo que él es el conductor? Respuesta, hay diferentes formas de decir las cosas. Pregunta, ¿se acuerda usted haberse referido al señor García como que había tomado 2 cervezas como 35 minutos antes? Sí. Y usted ya estaba ahí como por 30 minutos. Go ahead.
And the 2 beers about 35 minutes ago was impossible. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's another indicator for us for DUI impairment is time and location. So if he thought he had 2 beers 35 minutes ago, that wouldn't have been possible.
Could it also have just been a lie?
Yes, ma'am.
Could it also have been a lie that he was in fact the driver after first saying that several times that describing a Jorge Garcia person?
Are you asking me, could he have been lying that he was the driver?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am, he could have.
And did you ever establish also the relationship between the parties?
I did not.
The vehicle that you ran the tag on, did you establish that the owner was not on the scene? Did you establish that?
Correct.
So the owner was not on the scene, correct? And just for the record, it was not Miguel Marin who was the owner.
Correct.
And you performed HGN on Mr. Garcia and also Mr. Marin, is that correct?
No, ma'am, I was unable to do HGN on Mr. Garcia.
But Mr. Marin complied, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you tell him he had a right not to?
No, ma'am.
You had the interpreter interpret as you performed the horizontal gaze nystagmus, correct?
I don't I don't recall. I believe he was there with me.
Do you remember in the video you said, stay here just in case he doesn't understand?
Yes, that's correct.
And at that point, you administer the horizontal gaze and nystagmus on Mr. Miguel Marin, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll pause right there.
Pregunta, y él le dijo que había tomado 2 cervezas. Respuesta, sí, quería, eso me dijo la hora y me dijo la ubicación. Pregunta, pero eso pudo haber sido una mentira, porque igual le mintió sobre lo de que pudo haber sido el conductor. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿estableció en algún momento la relación entre todas las personas que estaban en la camioneta? Respuesta, no. Pregunta, ¿el dueño de la camioneta no estaba en el lugar del accidente? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿el señor Miguel Marín no era el dueño? Respuesta, correcto. Pregunta, ¿le hizo usted una prueba de HGN al señor García y al señor Marín, a los dos? Respuesta, no al señor García, porque no me entendía. Pregunta, ¿el señor Marín aceptó y se hizo la prueba? Respuesta, sí. ¿Le dijo usted, pregunta, le dijo usted a él que él tenía el derecho de no someterse a la prueba? Respuesta, no. Pregunta, ¿usted tuvo un intérprete al lado de él cuando le hizo la prueba en el campo, la de HGN? Respuesta, no me acuerdo. ¿Se acuerda que en el video usted le dijo, párate aquí en caso de que él no me entienda? Oh, sí. Y entonces usted le administró la prueba de ebriedad en el campo de HGN al señor Marín. Respuesta, sí. Go ahead.
And you administer the HGN. The HGN is a scientific test, correct?
That's correct.
And it's considered a scientific test because it must be administered properly in order to indicate what it's supposed to indicate to you being the person performing the exam, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell me exactly what specific instructions did you give to Mr. Marin as it relates to the HGN?
I advised him to, with his eyes only, watch the tip of my finger and don't move your head.
You advised him to use his eyes and his eyes only.
Excuse me, to follow the stimulus, which was my finger, and don't move your head.
Well, I think your first instruction was actually more accurate because you're stating on the video several times, use eyes and eyes only. Do you recall that?
That's correct. And then before I administer the test, I told him not to move his head.
Okay, and not to move his head, correct. But he's essentially supposed to use his eyes to follow the stimuli that you put in front of his face. Is that correct? But your instructions to him is you continue to say eyes and eyes only. Is that correct?
Follow with your eyes and your eyes only.
You're not using the word follow.
I have to recall that in the video.
Okay. Can we go to 4053, please?
You may play it.
Yes.
Just don't move your head. Eyes in your eyes only, okay?
There's something before that.
We can backtrack it a little further, but when he first begins.
Lo que vas a hacer es vas a mirar el dedo, ¿ok? Y vas a observar el dedo sin mover la cabeza, solamente los ojos, vas a mover el dedo.
And don't move your head, okay?
No muevas su cabeza.
Go further than that.
Okay, he said go further than
Instructions.
that.
Miguel Herman, May 25th, 1978. But those front lights still off.
That's good.
Hey, I'm gonna do field sobriety on him. Do you mind just standing next to me, just so when I tell him if he doesn't understand something? Can you turn those lights off on that truck? I'm gonna, yeah, just the flashing lights. Just the front flashing lights and the headlights. Okay. Are you wearing any contacts? Okay. Do you have any physical disabilities with your eyes or anything? You able to see pretty good?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check your eyes. Okay.
Sure.
So what I want you to do with your eyes and your eyes only, I want you to look at the tip of my finger and follow my finger with your eyes and your eyes to right side.
¿Qué es lo que dice?
Entonces lo que vas a hacer es vas a mirar el dedo, ¿ok? Y vas a observar el dedo sin mover la cabeza, solamente los ojos, vas a mover en donde mueve el dedo.
And don't move your head, okay?
No mueve su cabeza.
Don't move your head. Eyes and your eyes only, okay?
Solamente los ojos. Sin mover la cabeza.
Okay, we can pause it. I stand corrected, officer. You did tell him to follow in the instructions, but throughout the time of administering, do you recollect saying follow the stimuli anymore, or just saying eyes and eyes only?
I don't have to tell him, no.
I didn't say you.
Yeah, you're right, I didn't, no, I didn't. I wasn't being aggressive, I was trying to.
No, I know.
Sorry.
No problem. And so with, when he first began, he is moving his head, is that correct?
Correct.
And moving your head can affect the results that you're seeing, is that correct?
We have to re-ask that question.
Can the person moving their head as you're administering the test and trying to look for nystagmus affect the results?
I'm unable to, yes, because the head moves with the eyes and the eyes aren't moving, so yes.
Okay. I'll pause right there.
Pregunta, ¿el examen de HRN es científico? Respuesta, sí. Eso quiere decir que tiene que ser hecho apropiadamente. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿cuáles fueron las instrucciones específicas que usted le dijo al señor Marín sobre el HGN? Respuesta, sí. Le dijo que nada más usara los ojos, sí. Que le siguiera al dedo, sí. Que no moviera la cabeza, sí. Que usara nada más los ojos para seguir el estímulo, en este caso el dedo, sí. Usted le dijo que moviera solamente los ojos, entonces de ahí vieron el video en el minuto número 40:53 y en el video indica que él sí usó la palabra siga, o sea, siga el movimiento de mi dedo en una instrucción. ¿Es eso correcto? Sí. Y él está moviendo la cabeza, sí. Y el mover la cabeza puede afectar los resultados de la prueba sí, porque si está moviendo la cabeza, no está moviendo los ojos solamente. Go ahead.
And Officer Zarat is translating for you for the purpose of administering the HGN, is that correct?
He was there to assist. He initially was there to help with Mr. Garcia, but since I had him there, I used him as a tool to help so Mr. Marin would understand thoroughly what was happening.
I'm sorry to interrupt. For the interpreter, can you repeat the name of the officer?
Zarate. Zebra Adam Robert. Adam Tom Edward, I think. Zarate, yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
And when you say he was assisting, did you hear him interpreting some as you were performing the HGN?
Yes, ma'am.
And this HGN, what are you testing for, officer?
I'm checking for the involuntary jerk of the eyes.
And how far are you supposed to hold the stimuli when you're checking?
I don't recall the exact measurement or the exact distance.
Okay. And if you hold it incorrectly in terms of the exact distance, you could be also compromising the results. Is that correct?
No, ma'am, it's not gonna have jerking if you're too close to them. Maybe his eyes was crossed if I would get too close to him, but they wouldn't jerk.
Okay. And we already established this is a scientific test, correct?
Correct.
And according to the standards of administration of this scientific test, they have given you specific distance in which you're to hold the stimuli from the person's face. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You just don't remember it?
Just have to recall my notes. Or recall that specific measurement.
Okay.
I know at the time whenever I'm doing it.
When you are doing the onset prior to 45 degrees, how are you determining the 45-degree angle, sir?
But when their head is roughly halfway from let's see, how do I say it? So you're 45 degrees from the middle of the nose. You're basically halfway between the eye being all the way turned and all the way forward. It's roughly at your shoulders.
What is roughly at your shoulders?
So depending on where your shoulder line is, your finger is going to go here, and your shoulder line is roughly here. So it's going to kind of line up with your shoulder.
And you only saw, according to your report, onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees to the right. Is that correct? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I see how you wrote it. My mistake.
I have to use it as each eye is individual.
I follow. I'll withdraw that question. Did you check for resting nystagmus?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me, has your training taught you that a regular person could have nystagmus without having any alcohol?
A certain type of nystagmus, yes, ma'am. Not horizontal gaze nystagmus.
Okay. Do you know what that certain type of nystagmus is?
There's several different types. I'm only focused on the part that causes the DUI, or excuse me, the indicators of the alcohol.
Okay. Are you familiar with rotational nystagmus?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with getting nystagmus if you're in a car following a lamp post as a car is moving? You can gather nystagmus from that.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with getting nystagmus as a result of an accident, a bad accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Marin, you did describe this accident as a bad accident, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you administered the nystagmus, horizontal gaze nystagmus, HGN, you did use a flashlight in order to be able to see Mr. Marin's eyes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If the flashlight is aimed at the wrong angle, it could affect his ability to see you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were using a stimuli, which was your finger, your pointer finger?
Yes, on the tip of my finger.
Okay. And as you saw in the video, this was a pretty dark night and a pretty dark road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the nystagmus you saw could have been attributed to the accident. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay. And you did not perform the one leg stand or the walk and turn, correct?
Correct.
And you stated it was because he didn't have shoes on.
And there was debris in the roadway. I didn't want him to cut himself or fall down.
Okay. And you stated that when asked on direct that he had some shoes, what you believe to be his shoes, you know, you talked about the weather and you said they had been outside for a minute, so they still were not cold or hot or something. So the shoes were outside.
The way I described it is they're not old shoes as far as been sitting outside for days at a time.
Okay. They were not old shoes.
Well, not shoes that's been out in the weather for a long period of time.
I follow. And he didn't have on any shoes in the beginning of your investigation when you first responded to the scene at 23:16 hours, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so what you have is that made you decide that it wasn't Garcia as the driver, but it was Mr. Marin as the driver, is his admission, essentially. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The same admission that he had given you 2 times before, stating he was not the driver. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he was in fact the only one truly compliant on the scene. Would that be accurate? Cooperative, compliant, help.
Cooperative, yeah. Yes, correct.
No further questions right now. Oh, no. Pausing for the interpreter, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Entonces el agente de policía Zarate vino para traducirles, sí. Y él venía porque inicialmente iba a hablar con el señor García para hacerle a él el HGN. Así es, eso es correcto. ¿Y para qué es usado esa prueba? ¿Para qué qué estaba buscando? Estaba buscando que salten los ojos involuntariamente. ¿Y qué tan lejos, a qué distancia tiene que mantener el dedo? No me acuerdo lo que dice el manual de eso. Si es que usted le mantiene a una distancia equivocada, ¿puede eso alterar los resultados? No. Tiene que ser una distancia específica. Cuando respuesta, tiene que ser un ángulo de 45 grados. Pregunta, ¿y cómo es este ángulo determinado? Respuesta, es desde la mitad de la cabeza, 45 ángulos desde la mitad de la nariz en realidad, lo cual le pone básicamente a la altura del hombro. ¿Y usted chequeó para que habían estables? Sí. ¿Y sabe usted que una persona en realidad puede tener stagnants sin haber bebido sin haber bebido ninguna bebida alcohólica? No, no de forma horizontal, pero usted conoce que hay algunos de forma rotacional. Sí, he oído de esos. Usted usó una linterna. Y esa linterna estaba, si es que esa linterna hubiera estado en un ángulo equivocado, eso podría afectar su habilidad para que él le viera a usted. Respuesta sí. ¿Y el estímulo que usted utilizó, cuál era? ¿La parte de arriba, la puntita del dedo? Respuesta sí. ¿Y en el video estaba oscuro? Respuesta sí. Y usted vio, no puede ser lo que usted vio atribuido a la luz. No, no puede ser. ¿Y usted le hizo el examen de que se parara en una sola pierna? No. ¿O de que caminara y regresara? No. Y la razón es porque había basura y cosas peligrosas en la calle. Ahora, usted dijo que no tenía zapatos y que había observado unos zapatos que no eran viejos. No es que no eran viejos, es que no habían estado en el clima, a la intemperie. Pero entonces esos zapatos estaban en el lugar en el lugar. No habían estado a la intemperie, ahí en el 2316 de Owls Road. ¿Qué es lo que le hizo? Entonces, lo que le hizo a usted decidir que no fue el señor García fue la admisión del señor Marín. Respuesta, sí. Él es el que más cooperaba. Respuesta, sí. Okay. You're all not waiting for me, right?
I believe Miss Jennings said she was done. Your Honor, you're on mute.
I ain't watching that. Okay. Madam Interpreter, are you okay? Okay.
Yeah, I had finished already a while ago and I just asked if you were not waiting for me.
I was, just for clarification, I was waiting. I did not hear you when you told me that you were done. My apologies. I will start up. And for the record, I am not finished. That was just me taking a pause for the court, for the interpreter to interpret earlier.
I apologize.
The interpreter completed the interpretation.
Okay, thank you.
So now let's move forward with the implied consent. And you essentially read the implied consent somewhere around 45 minutes into this investigation to Mr. Marin. Is that correct?
I'm not sure the exact time frame, but not the arrest, but the initial investigation.
Okay. And correct, from the time of the initial investigation when it started. And when you read the implied consent, at that point, you had him in handcuffs, Mr. Marin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall specifically telling Officer Zarat, who was there to interpret Spanish, you don't have to translate?
That's correct.
Why did you stop him from translating the implied consent?
Georgia law states that the implied consent has to be read as it's written. We can't manipulate it. So if it's written in English, it has to be read in English.
Okay. But there was a point, officer, after you read the implied consent and Mr. Marin started asking you questions, you then tell Officer Zarat, now you can translate it.
That's correct, because I've already read the implied consent. He had questions. I wanted to make sure Mr. Marin knew what he was, what I had explained to him and what he could do and what he couldn't do.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Marin, if he doesn't blow anything, you will let him go?
That's correct.
And on direct, you were asked about the implied consent. It appears you did, make some type of interpretation of it after you read it from your phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What were you interpreting?
So that was in the time where implied consent, you could not use their refusal for breath. You could use the refusal for blood or urine, but you couldn't use breath. So we had to speak in a different term. We had to explain it to them, ask for breath, and then explain to them that if they refused it, then it wouldn't be held against them. But then what I would have done was reread for blood. And if he still would have said no, we would have did a search warrant for his blood. But if he would have said yes, then we would have done it that way. We couldn't use that against him. So we explained that to him.
So you were taught in essence to read the card and then interpret the card.
Interpret the breath part of it, because we couldn't use breath against him if he declined the breath test. We couldn't use that in court.
And so you in fact did attempt to interpret the card.
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, there was no new card with the proper language that you're supposed to read?
There was nothing at that time. The green cards were taken away, and we were advised by the courts to read verbatim up until that point, and then explain to them what they did if they refused the breath test, that they couldn't be held against them in court.
So what was your interpretation that you gave him of the card?
The interpretation that I gave him, because I read for breath first, which is what I always do, and then explained to him if he did blow, then, or however I explained it for him to blow it, but if he decided not to blow and refused to blow for us, then we wouldn't use that against him at all. But it still would have been we would have reread for blood or urine.
Would you agree that it was a bit confusing during that time?
It was, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree that you were a bit confused a little bit about what you're supposed to do, what was accurate under the law at that time?
I did a lot of research as a DUI investigator to get the correct verbiage that we needed to explain at that time. So I was not confused as to what was needed to say.
Mm-hmm. And so just so I'm clear about that verbiage, you read the card as we have it on the video, and then what was the verbiage that you say to them?
I left out the part that him refusing a breath test would be used against him in court.
So what do you exactly state to him? That's what I want to know for
I read the card verbatim minus that.
Okay, you took out that part.
If his failure to give us a breath sample would be used against him in court.
Okay. And then you also stated to him that if he doesn't blow anything, you will let him go. You stated that as well to him.
That would be if he blew nothing and then toxilizer is 0, then we would let him go, of course.
That is what you told him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, I said if you don't blow anything, we would let you go.
Okay.
Would you like me to interpret now?
Yes, please.
Vamos a ver, entonces ahora se va a hablar del consentimiento que usted dio o que es dado por usted para hacerle la prueba. Pregunta, usted más o menos en el minuto 45, usted le lee al señor Marín desde su teléfono el consentimiento. Respuesta, no estoy seguro de la hora exacta. Pregunta, y lo pone en esposas. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, el oficial Zarate no traduce el consentimiento. Respuesta, correcto. ¿Por qué? Respuesta, porque la ley está escrita así. La ley dice que se debe leer cómo está escrita. Y si es que está escrita en inglés, se debe leer en inglés. Pregunta, ¿en algún momento usted dice, ahora puedes traducir? Pero después de que, respuesta, sí, porque ya había leído el consentimiento cómo está escrito en inglés. Pregunta, y usted le dice que si es que no sopla nada, lo va a dejar irse. Respuesta, correcto. Entonces, ¿qué parte es la que usted le interpreta? El hecho de que si es que el hecho de que si él se rehúsa a soplar, eso, el acto de rehusarse a soplar no puede ser usado contra él en una corte. Pero si él se hubiera rehusado a soplar, entonces hubiéramos leído el consentimiento de la prueba de orina o la prueba de sangre. Pregunta, esos eran unos momentos un poco confusos. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿está de acuerdo conmigo si digo que usted estaba confundido? Respuesta, no, yo no estaba confundido porque yo soy un agente de policía que estoy con DUIs todo el tiempo. Yo leí la ley exactamente antes de yo hacer este trabajo. Entonces, yo le dije que rehusarse a hacer la prueba de aliento no va a ser usado en contra de él. Y le dijo que si es que él soplaba nada, lo iba a dejar ir. Sí, si soplaba nada, o sea que si es que el resultado de lo que soplaba era 0, entonces se podía ir. Outside.
And you were also the officer who administered the breath test, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he consented to this test?
Ma'am.
And you, when the video ended, seems that you were looking for a location as to where to go. And is your statement today that there were no facilities open close by other than Forest Park?
That's correct. All the other ones were broken.
Okay. And when you say all the other ones were broken, the Intoxilizer 9000, all the other Intoxilizer 9000s were broken.
Out of service, yes, ma'am.
So they do go out of service and they do break.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because that was at least at 2 different Intoxilizer locations, correct?
That's correct.
And although we were not provided with your certificates, we were in fact provided with some records of your training during that time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It is your testimony that the only training required was that one to be certified to take the to perform the Intoxilizer 9000?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know the date of the last calibration as it relates to the Forest Park Intoxilizer?
Yes, ma'am. I'll have to review that.
Can I refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am. I don't, all the little bit information's on there.
May I close your eyes? Yes.
Say the last day of calibration on this unit was, okay, last calibration of 10/5 of 2017, last date of inspection 7/16 of 2019.
Okay. So the last date of calibration was October 5th, 2017, correct? And this accident occurred in 2019, is that correct?
Ma'am.
Do you know how often machines are to be calibrated?
No, ma'am. But I do know that machine will not allow you to do any tests on it if it's out of calibration or it's not serviced in time.
Okay. What will happen if it's not calibrated properly?
It won't allow you to log in. Anybody.
That is your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The unit will not function.
You read to the court 2 results, but there's also a result on here that says, it's a little, can't read it hardly, but it says pound check 0.078 between the first and the second one. Is it doing a calibration check there?
On the result details?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what are you?
The 0.07 number? 0.078?
That would be the machine testing itself to make sure that it's at 0. So the calibration check is 0.078. I'm not exactly sure what that inclines. We're not trained to know exactly what the machine does on the internal workings of it.
Okay. So you don't know what the 0.078 is?
No, man, that's something to do with the machine itself.
Well, that is a number that the machine generated for you, correct?
Correct.
And it does use the words CALCHK.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's fair to say I could interpret that as calibration check. Is that correct?
Not gonna interpret that. I don't build the machine.
Okay.
I don't know that part.
Okay. And 0.078 would be under the legal limit. Is that correct?
If it was under BAC, it would be.
Okay. Because the BAC is 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you stated there was no one in this room with you when you used this machine, only you and Mr. Miguel Marin. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. It may have been a supervisor in the back that was there, but but beside the machine, it was just me and him.
Okay.
I don't allow other people to stand around the machine.
But it is clear from this this printout that the last calibration was 2 years prior to this arrest, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And will you ultimately be able to provide your certification, officer?
I've already done that. Yes, ma'am.
No, the certification that you were not able to provide today covering the August 4th, 2019
Oh,
date.
yes, ma'am.
You will?
I would be able to. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That goes through the GBI. It's relatively difficult to get that document.
And the number you were referring to, just so I can make sure I'm clear, you said the same number that was on this report was also on a certificate. Was that the number 954662?
My certification number, yes, ma'am. It's on the
This permit number on here.
I'm sorry, permit number that's on there as well as on my certification.
Okay.
Or my, excuse me, my certificate.
But that is the number that you were referring to, the 954?
That's correct. That's the numbers that each individual person, when they complete the class, they get and are able to use.
That number has been assigned to you from the beginning? Okay. I'm gonna pause.
¿Usted administró la prueba de aliento? Sí. En el video termina cuando usted habla de que van a ir a la estación, a una cercana. Respuesta correcto. ¿Por qué no fueron a las cercanas? Respuesta, porque no estaban funcionando. En la máquina de intoxicar el 9000 no estaba funcionando en otras, entonces fuimos a la de Forest Park porque ahí estaba funcionando. Solo para aclarar, ¿usted no tiene el certificado de cuando estaba certificado en agosto del 2019, pero sí tiene la certificación del entrenamiento? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ok. Entonces, usted ha hecho todo, ¿ese es el único entrenamiento requerido para el Intoxalizer 9000? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿sabe usted cuándo fue la última fecha de calibración de la máquina? Respuesta, sí. Necesito que me refresque la memoria con un documento. Fue el 16 de julio, fue el 5 de octubre del 2017. La máquina estaba bien calibrada porque la máquina no le deja entrar, no le deja empezar la prueba si es que no está calibrada. Entonces, pregunta, usted leyó los resultados a la corte, pero entre los dos resultados que usted leyó había un número de .078. ¿Es eso la calibración de la máquina? Respuesta, la máquina hace pruebas ella misma a ella misma. Entonces eso, no sé, yo no sé de eso. Dice CHM, CHK, .078. Eso sería bajo el límite legal de intoxicación, ¿verdad? Respuesta, sí, el límite legal bajo el BAC, que es .08. Pregunta, ¿no había nadie más en la sala con usted? Respuesta, así es. A mí no, yo no dejo que nadie esté en la sala o que nadie esté parado por ahí cerca, pero a lo mejor un supervisor creo que estaba parado por atrás en algún lugar, pero no sé. Pregunta, entonces la última calibración de esta máquina fue hace 2 años. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿y el certificado al que usted se refiere de agosto del 2019 es algo que nos puede hacer llegar? Y para asegurarme, el número del permiso del certificado es el 95467. Sí, el número de mi permiso es el que está en el certificado y puedo hacerle llegar el certificado anterior, pero eso se hace por medio de la compañía, la oficina de GBI. Entonces, eso es bien difícil obtener. Go ahead.
And what time, officer, did you administer the Intoxilizer 9,000 on, Mr. Miguel Marin.
I believe it was 1244, if my recollection is correct on the sheet.
And what was the date?
It would have been the 5th, August the 5th, 2019.
And, your slip, do you all typically sign the slips after they print out?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that I have is not signed. Is there a version that is signed that we don't have?
The original copy stays with Forest Park, and you would sign that copy, and that would go to their court department.
So this document that I'm looking at is not an original?
It's probably from the machine itself. They had to reprint it.
I would know the original because it will be signed.
I would imagine so. Yes, ma'am. They keep those records.
Okay. So because it's not signed, it's safe to assume I'm not looking at the original. Is that correct?
I print 3 copies of it. I wouldn't say it's not the original.
What would you say?
There is a signed copy, I'm sure.
There is a signed copy. Okay. All right. And just to be clear, there is no TBT done on the side of the road, correct? No portable breath test?
Correct.
And although Mr. Marin told you the owner's name of the vehicle, you did not establish what type of relationship, if any, the owner had to the parties involved. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Is it anywhere noted in your police report?
No, ma'am.
Is it even anywhere noted in your police report that you ran the tag to figure out the owner?
No, ma'am. It was captured off body cam. I have to look to double check and make sure I don't. If I can look at my notes to see if I ran it, I'll put it in here. I don't see it on the notes.
Okay. And as it relates to Mr. Miguel Marin, there was no vomiting, correct?
No vomiting?
No vomiting. He didn't vomit on the scene. He had no soiled clothes. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you did not administer the one leg stand. Is that correct? You did not administer the walk and turn.
Correct.
You didn't know anything about him staggering. He's on the video, seemed to be walking perfectly fine. Is that correct?
I wouldn't use the word perfectly fine. He was walking fine.
Okay, walking fine. Okay. And he definitely was not belligerent, was he?
Correct.
Okay. And all these manifestations I just described are manifestations of someone, could be manifestations of someone under the influence of alcohol. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he was not uncooperative.
Correct.
In fact, he was.
Initially, he was uncooperative. After the fact, he wasn't, by not being honest about him driving the vehicle.
Okay.
After the fact, he was very compliant through the whole process.
Okay.
After he admitted he was driving.
Okay. And the truth is, you still today don't really know whether or not he was in fact the driver because you didn't observe him driving, did you?
Told me he was driving.
Other than his admission, if we threw that out, do you have anything else that points to him being the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Not being honest about who was driving. He gave me a name of somebody else that was driving and then took it back and said that he didn't know who was driving.
Okay.
It's not something you forget.
Okay. But originally, when you first got on the scene, he told you that the person driving was wearing a red shirt and dark jeans and even told you his name.
That's correct.
Okay. And that person was brought back to the scene, correct?
He gave me a different name. He gave me He gave me Jose Rodriguez, but we actually got George Garcia.
Okay.
Was the person in the red shirt.
Okay. And both of those names start with a J in Spanish, correct? Jose and Jorge.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. It's just depending on how you pronounce it in the English language. Is that correct? They both start with J, so you pronounce them Jorge and Jose. Is that correct?
I mean, I've said George before. I don't know. I don't understand what.
It's a Spanish name.
I've said George before.
Okay.
I don't think I say Jorge. I think I say George.
I'll pause right there.
Pregunta, cuando sucedió, ¿a qué hora le dio usted el intoxicador 9000, la prueba? Creo que a las 12:44. ¿En qué fecha? El 5 de agosto del 2019. ¿Y normalmente se firma ese papel? Respuesta, sí. Usted no, la copia que yo tengo no está su firma. Respuesta, es porque el original se queda en las oficinas de Forest Park. Pregunta, entonces si no está firmado, no es el original. Respuesta, es una copia firmada, autorizada. Pregunta, entonces no le dio la prueba de una máquina portátil al lado de la calle. Respuesta, no. Pregunta, ¿usted supo quién era el dueño de la camioneta? Sí. Pregunta, ¿no estableció usted una relación entre el dueño de la camioneta y las personas que estaban ahí? Respuesta, no. Pregunta, me di cuenta en el reporte de la policía que usted, que no estaba ahí, que usted vio la placa, que usted, o sea, investigó la placa. Respuesta, eso está en la cámara de cuerpo. Entonces, el señor Marín no vomitó, no. No le hizo la prueba de pararse en una pierna, no. No estaba tropezándose las palabras, no. Y no estaba actuando de diferente, o sea, como que hablaba sin saber qué es lo que decía, no. Entonces, usted no sabía, hasta este momento no sabría quién es el conductor si es que él no hubiera admitido. Así es, pero él lo admitió. Además, él fue deshonesto y no me dijo honestamente desde un principio. Él me dio un nombre diferente, me dio unas personas diferentes. Go ahead.
Officer, as of August 4th, 2019, how long had you been a police officer?
Till now. I'm sorry.
As of the date of August 4th, 2019, how long had you been a police officer?
Oh, had.
How long
Okay,
had you been? Mhm.
that would have been, I started in 2015, so 4 years.
And on the scene, we see you speaking with your supervisor. You even note that you go to speak with your supervisor. You're relying on your supervisor for some assistance in figuring this thing out.
No, ma'am, he's that type of person that when he comes to your scene, he tries to take it over. So I listen to what he says,
Okay,
try and help.
so it's more of just trying to show him some courtesy.
Exactly.
Okay. So you were truly relying on what you believed
Yes, ma'am.
to make your decisions.
He was a traffic officer for a very long time, so I'll listen to what he says as well. However, he's giving me his input.
Okay.
I'm just,
But on this day, you were truly relying on what you believed. Is that correct? Okay. And you would agree with me that someone can be involved in an accident, and although they may not have internal injuries, they can have external injuries. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, this was a really bad accident overall. Is that correct?
For injuries, yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And at any point, did you ever read Mr. Miguel Marin, Miranda rights?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Miguel Marin, I didn't see it on the video and it's not noted in your report that he saw he was given any kind of medical attention, at least looked at, trying to see if he was okay. Did anyone do that?
I don't see anything in the report represented, but however, medical staff was on scene.
Sure.
I told them there was 3 patients and him being one of them. Now, if he looked at him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know that.
And it's not noted in your report anywhere that he was checked out the scene. Okay. And you did say you noticed some superficial injuries on him. Is that correct?
I saw like little cut marks and stuff on him.
And where were those cut marks?
Was, I believe, on his face. It wasn't like the other 2.
You believe you only saw cut marks on his face?
I believe so.
Nowhere else?
I don't recall if it was anywhere else.
Okay. I'll let you interpret, maybe finish.
Entonces, a la fecha, la pregunta, a la fecha del 4 de agosto del 2019, ¿cuánto tiempo era usted un agente de policía? Respuesta, 4 años. Entonces, ¿usted depende mucho de su supervisor? No. Lo que él se encarga de la investigación, no. Lo que pasa es que cuando él estaba ahí y yo le doy la cortesía de que él me dé consejos en la investigación. Pero yo me dependo y me apoyo en lo que yo creo. Pregunta, ¿usted estaría de acuerdo conmigo que hay accidentes en los cuales hay lesiones internas sin que hayan lesiones externas? Sí. ¿En algún punto en este accidente le leyó usted los derechos bajo Miranda al señor Marín? Respuesta, no. Entonces, el señor Miguel Marín no recibió ninguna atención médica, ¿correcto? No está en el reporte, no sé, no estoy seguro si es que ellos lo vieron. Yo dije que habían 3 personas en el accidente y no sé si es que le chequearon a él. En el reporte, pregunta, en el reporte no está que el señor Marín haya sido chequeado por los paramédicos. Ok. ¿Observó usted que él tenía lesiones superficiales? ¿Como qué? Como cortes, cortaduras en la piel, en la cara. Entonces, ¿él tenía lesiones superficiales? Sí. ¿En la cara? Sí. ¿En algún otro lugar? No. Go ahead.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any recalls or redirect?
Yes, Judge. I'll try to keep it brief.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is it possible to ask for a short break?
Yes.
Thank
You
you.
need, 10 or 15 minutes or 10 minutes or? How long would you need?
Oh, just 5 minutes will be fine.
Okay, all right.
Thank
Bye. Great. Right, you ready to start thinking? So there we go. Okay, go ahead, ASG Walker.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Detective Walsh, defense counsel asked whether you had ever asked Mr. Hernandez, the individual that was pinned between the telephone pole and the passenger side of the vehicle, whether he was the driver. And you stated you did not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would it have been reasonably possible for Mr. Hernandez to have been the driver and Mr. Garcia and Mr. Marin sitting to his right and then be able to exit the vehicle, but somehow Mr. Hernandez be the one pinned?
Objection,
Driver.
speculation.
Well, based on your accident investigation experience.
On my accident
He had
investigation,
it at that time, Your Honor. He testified that he didn't have accident investigation at the time. He got it later after the accident.
Oh, you can rephrase the question to.
Did you have any investigation into accidents at that time, any experience?
just responding to accidents, no specialized training.
Okay, no specialized, but you did have experience responding to accidents?
Yes, ma'am. Worked several traffic accidents.
Okay, did you have experience determining driver or the at-fault driver?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, based on that experience, would it have been reasonably possible for Mr. Hernandez to have been driving and ended up in the position that he was in with Mr. Marin and Mr. Garcia able to get out of the vehicle?
It would have been very unlikely.
Okay. You stated on cross that you believed, well, first of all, that Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Garcia were one and the same. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you believed Mr. Rodriguez to be the driver, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but who gave you the name of Jose?
Would have been, I'm sorry, Garcia would have been, that's the actual person.
Right, but you believed it was Rodriguez, correct?
Yes, ma'am, at the time.
And Rodriguez and Garcia ended up being one and the same, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but who gave you the name of Jose Rodriguez?
Mr. Marin.
Okay. So your belief that Mr. Rodriguez was the driver was wholly based on Mr. Marin's statement to you?
Yes, ma'am. And the fact that I did see somebody actually walking away from the accident could have potentially.
I lost sound.
Or did you? Let's see.
Yeah, I hear you now, but I lost sound on the prosecutor speaking.
What part?
No.
What was the last thing you heard that I said?
That he saw someone walking away from the scene that could have potentially been in the wreck, that he got Mr. Rodriguez's name directly from Mr. Marin.
Okay. Okay.
Now I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Did Madam Translator want to?
Yep.
Okay.
Detective Walsh, la pregunta es, la defensa le preguntó a usted si el señor Hernández había sido el chofer, el conductor, y usted dijo que no. Respuesta correcto. Sería razonable y posible que el señor Hernández, y ahí tuvo una objeción, su abogada. Entonces hicieron la pregunta de una nueva forma. Usted tiene experiencia, pregunta, detective, ¿tiene usted experiencia determinando quién es el conductor y quién es el conductor que tenga la culpa? Respuesta, sí. Basado en esa experiencia, ¿sería posible que el señor Hernández hubiera sido el conductor y que el señor García y Marín hubieran sido los pasajeros y que ellos dos pudieron haberse salido del carro y el señor Hernández no? Lo más probable es que no. Fue la respuesta. Pregunta, ¿el señor Rodríguez y el señor García terminaron siendo la misma persona? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿quién le dio el nombre del señor Rodríguez a usted? Respuesta, el señor Marín. Entonces, el que usted creyera que el señor Rodríguez era el conductor fue porque el señor Marín le dio ese nombre. Correcto. Go ahead.
Okay. Defense counsel on cross seemed to imply that because Rodriguez or Garcia, who we know are one and the same, because he left the scene, that was indicative of him being guilty of being the driver. Did you hear that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it not also an indication of guilt to lie repeatedly about facts to a police officer?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Marin did lie to you repeatedly about who that driver was, is that correct?
That's correct.
Uh-huh. You testified on cross that the defendant was standing next to Garcia and talking to Garcia. And when you had come over asking about the driver, he then stated he didn't know who the driver was.
That's correct.
After having previously told you that it was Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
But who was standing next to him when he all of a sudden told you that Garcia wasn't the driver?
Mr. Garcia in the same matching clothing that he gave me.
Okay. You stated on cross that the defendant, Mr. Marin, was detained. Was that for purposes of the accident investigation?
It was still under, yes, it was still trying to determine who was actually driving the motor vehicle.
Okay. But at that point, had he committed a crime at that point?
Yes.
What was that?
Obstruction of law enforcement is hindering our investigation.
Okay. But he wasn't yet in handcuffs at that point, correct?
Correct.
You stated on cross that Mr. Marin was the only licensed individual on scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did the other two individuals have any idea at all?
No.
Okay. You testified on cross that Mr. Marin admitted to drinking 30 minutes earlier and that this was about 36 minutes into the investigation, correct?
I think it was 35 minutes.
Okay.
But he did admit drinking
Okay.
at the time we were there.
Okay. Do you recall at approximately 35 minutes and 44 seconds, Mr. Marin, when asked about the beers he had telling you about 45 minutes ago?
That's correct.
Okay. In your experience, is it true that for intoxicated individuals, their sense of time can be off or not entirely accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, and you testified on cross that Mr. Marin was not the registered owner of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but he did provide you the name of the registered owner.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you do DUI investigations currently as an officer or a detective with Hapeville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At 3913, I think it was that we played on cross, and you indicate that they needed to turn off those flashing lights. Is that standard when you're conducting an HGN?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why is that?
You don't want any kind of lights to interfere or any flashing lights to interfere with their eyes so they can conduct the test properly. Like blinking, not being able to keep their eyes open very wide. The flashing lights do not give them a
I've lost sound again. I see you talking, but I can't hear anything.
I believe they're muted.
Okay, now I can hear somebody said, I believe they're muted.
In my screen, everyone's muted except for the court reporter and the interpreter.
Okay, Madam Court Reporter, at what point did, you
I
last
don't
hear?
know. You were looking at your notes and your face was turned away from me. He was not speaking, so I couldn't tell if you were talking and I was missing anything. And then it
Did
looked
you-
like you were talking.
Did you hear me ask that, did you hear me indicate to him that he testified on cross that the defendant's injuries were superficial?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And Madam Translator, do you want to jump in now?
Yeah, I will interpret, and for the record, the last question I heard that I will interpret was the series of two questions about turning the lights off at minute 39:13 and whether that was a standard. I heard the answers to that, and the follow-up question about the follow-up answer that said that the flashlights can intervene. That was the last I heard. But I will interpret what
That's
I
the
have.
last thing. That's the last thing I heard as well.
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay.
Madam Interpreter?
Yeah.
If you'll go ahead.
Yeah. Detective, ¿se acuerda usted que cuando le examinó la defensa, ella quiso decir que el señor Rodríguez o señor García se fueron del lugar del accidente? Entonces, eso podría determinar que se sentía culpable de haber sido el conductor. Respuesta: correcto. Pregunta: ¿no es también una indicación de culpabilidad el hecho de que Marín continuamente mintió? Respuesta: sí, correcto, lo es. Pregunta: hubo un momento en que el acusado estaba parado al lado del señor García hablando cuando usted vino Y entonces él le dijo a usted que él no sabía quién había sido el conductor. Quién estaba, el cual estaba parado ahí mismo. Respuesta, sí, García. Pregunta, ¿detuvo usted a Marín? Respuesta, sí, tratando de determinar quién era el conductor. Y en ese punto lo que él estaba haciendo estaba deteniendo o interfiriendo con la investigación. Pregunta, ¿lo puso en esposas en ese momento? Respuesta, correcto. Pregunta, ¿el señor Marín era la única persona ahí con una licencia de conducir válida? Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿el señor Marín admitió como haber estado bebiendo como 30 minutos antes? Respuesta, 30 o 35. Pregunta, ¿se acuerda usted que el señor Marín en el minuto 35 del video dijo que había tomado cervezas como de 30 a 45 minutos antes? Respuesta, correcto. Pregunta, ¿no es verdad que una persona que está intoxicada no tiene problemas acordándose de tiempo o determinando horas? Respuesta, sí, correcto. Pregunta, el señor Marín no era el dueño de la camioneta, pero él le dio el nombre del dueño. Respuesta, correcto. Pregunta, ¿usted es investigador ahora? ¿Continúa siendo investigador actualmente? Respuesta, sí. En el lugar del accidente, en el minuto 39:13, usted pide que se apague la luz de uno de los camiones antes de hacerle la prueba de embriaguez al señor Marín. ¿Es eso común? ¿Es eso estándar? La respuesta fue sí, porque las luces pueden interferir en el examen. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to where the court reporter indicated that she left off. On cross-examination, you stated that the accident was pretty bad, but you described the defendant's injuries as superficial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you described them as little cut marks,
Yes, ma'am.
but there was no profuse bleeding as with Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Garcia. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you stated that there is nystagmus that can be caused as a result of an accident. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But in this case, you performed an evaluation for horizontal nystagmus, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is horizontal nystagmus the sole result of alcohol consumption?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Madam Interpreter, I can pause there for you.
Okay. Usted dijo en las otras respuestas que el accidente estuvo grave, pero que sus lesiones, las lesiones del señor Marín fueron superficiales. Respuesta, sí. Tenía cortes, sí. No estaba sangrando tanto como el señor García o el señor Hernández. Respuesta, sí. ¿Usted hizo una prueba de Stagnes ahí en el lugar del accidente? Sí, pero solamente horizontal. Cuando lo hace, responde a la prueba de forma horizontal. Es únicamente, la razón de eso puede ser consumo de alcohol. Respuesta, sí.
Okay. And Detective Walsh, do you recall at 48:15 stating it depends on what he blows. If he doesn't blow anything, we'll let him go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now that was at 48:15 on the video that we saw. But also in that video, you read implied consent at 44:30, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so Mr. Marin gave you his answer as to whether or not he would take the test approximately almost 4 minutes before you had ever made that statement of if he doesn't blow anything, we'll let him go, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you have let him go if he didn't blow anything?
That means he wouldn't be under the influence of alcohol.
Okay. When you administered the breath test, did the machine ever give you any error messages?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I know on cross, you testified that you didn't know what the 0.078 number was, but next to that number, do you recall when you looked at it, it's stating dry cow check?
Objection. Asked and answered, and she's trying to lead him now, Your Honor.
All right. Just to refresh your record, do you recall what it stated next to that number?
It said dry cow, I think.
Okay, to refresh your recollection, I'll show you the test.
Okay, the one she showed me was marked off. Okay. Dry cow check 0.078.
Okay.
I don't have anything to do with this breath.
That dry cow check number, are you familiar with the, as part of your training, your GBI training on this particular machine, are you familiar with the GBI's intoxicolizer 9000 operators training manual?
No, ma'am. The manual for the machine itself?
Correct.
No, ma'am.
But the training manual that you would have
asked and answered.
I agree, Lou.
Okay. I'll move on.
Okay.
I heard you say that 0.078 number didn't have anything to do with what the defendant blew. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How is it on that test labeled what the defendant's breath alcohol was?
It says I think BAC or BRAC.
And that is, in this case, what?
Breath alcohol content.
Okay. And under result details, do you recall how it is labeled?
It gives the subject sample.
Okay. And in this case, that number was well over 0.078, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Remind the court what that number was again, please.
0.106 was the first, 0.114 was the second sample.
Okay. And the number next to air blank, what does that tell us?
I'm not exactly sure what those mean.
What about where?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, where it says diagnostics and it says passed. What does that
So
tell us?
When we're trained on that particular machine, it's either the machine passes or it fails the calibration. Either it's going to work or it's not going to work. We don't have anything to do with the internal other than we don't manipulate anything with the machine.
Okay, so if the diagnostic states in two places right before the subject gives a sample that it's passed, does that mean the machine was in working order?
That's correct. If that machine fails the first time, it'll start back over. If it fails the second time, it locks the machine completely out and you cannot use it till the state comes out and repairs it.
Okay. Stated on cross, you agreed with defense counsel that the defendant did not vomit, that he had no soiled clothes, and that he was not belligerent. Are those the only manifestations of an individual who is intoxicated by alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And you stated on cross that you did not read Miranda. Why is that?
We were still doing the investigation. He technically wasn't arrested at that point. So we don't read Miranda unless a person is actually in handcuffs, and we go from there. And then we read Miranda.
And is it true that in DUI, you read implied consent?
Objection leading. Isn't it true?
Would you typically read Miranda in a DUI case when you've arrested someone for DUI?
Yes, ma'am.
But it is not required, is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it backwards. I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
Do you typically read Miranda in a DUI case when you arrest someone for DUI?
No, ma'am.
What is it that you read?
Implied consent.
Okay. And I just want to reiterate for the court, what was your probable cause for the defendant's arrest in this case?
The 6 clues on HGN, the odor of alcoholic beverage coming from his person and his slurred speech.
Did the defendant's statements play into that at all?
Yes, because of the accident. So I'm not sure if he was being evasive because of the accident or because he was under the DUI suspicion. But I would imagine if he's trying to not be honest with me, he could be hiding under the DUI or the accident itself.
I will pause for Madam Interpreter.
Pregunta, en el minuto 48:15, usted dice que si es que él no sopla nada, lo van a dejar ir. Respuesta, sí. En el minuto 44:30, usted le lee el consentimiento. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, entonces a Marín se le dio el consentimiento, se le leyó el consentimiento 4 minutos antes de decirle que si es que no soplaba nada, le dejaban irse. Respuesta, sí. Pregunta, ¿alguna vez que usted ha administrado o cuando ha administrado una prueba de aliento, puede la máquina tener un error? Respuesta, no. Pregunta, ¿usted testificó que había un número de .078? Respuesta, eso no tiene nada que ver con el aliento de él. Pregunta, ¿está usted familiarizado con el Intoxilar 9000, el manual de operación de la máquina? Respuesta, no. Pregunta, escuché .78 y que no tiene nada que ver con lo que él sopló. Respuesta, correcto. Pregunta, ¿cómo está escrito el resultado? Respuesta, me parece que es BRAC o BAR. Significa contenido de alcohol en el aliento, con las siglas en inglés. Pregunta, ¿se acuerda los resultados cómo están puestos? Había un número de .78, respuesta sí. Y de ahí los otros, el primer resultado fue .106, el siguiente fue .114, el segundo. Pregunta, ¿sabe usted lo que es un salto de aire? No sé lo que es eso. ¿Sabe usted tiene que ver con los diagnósticos de la máquina en el pasado? Respuesta, no sé. En la máquina lo que sé es que o pasa o no funciona o no hace nada. Si no está funcionando la máquina bien, no hace nada. Usted estuvo de acuerdo cuando la otra abogada le dijo que no había ningún vómito, no se había ensuciado en la ropa y no estaba hablando mal, como que estaba embriagado. Pregunta, ¿son esas las únicas manifestaciones de que él hubiera estado intoxicado? Respuesta, no. Pregunta, ¿no le leyó los derechos bajo Miranda? ¿Por qué? Pregunta, porque eso no se hace con manejar bajo intoxicación. Pregunta, típicamente se leen los derechos bajo Miranda en un caso de DUI o de manejar con embriagado. Respuesta, no. Pregunta, ¿qué es lo que se lee? Respuesta, el consentimiento implicado. Pregunta, ¿cuál era la causa probable del arresto? Respuesta, las 6 partes de la prueba HGA que se le hizo en el sitio del accidente. Pregunta, ¿y lo que el acusado le dijo también tuvo que ver con eso? Respuesta, sí. Fue evasivo y no sabía si es que era por el accidente o por el alcohol. Go ahead.
Council, I'm going to move with the wrong a little bit.
Yes.
Today is getting long and
Yes, Judge.
I think we're kind of repeating
Sure.
a lot of the testimony.
I only have one more question, Judge. Detective Walsh, do you recall telling the defendant at 45:30 on the video, it's completely voluntary with regard to implied consent? You can do it or you cannot do it.
That's correct.
Okay, nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Detective Walsh, la última pregunta. ¿Se acuerda usted más o menos en el minuto 45 del video que yo le dije, que usted le dijo al acusado si es que era completamente voluntario que usted hiciera el examen, la prueba o no? Respuesta sí. Sí se lo dije, sí me acuerdo.
Not each of you want to give a short, very short kind of, I call it closing. This is not a trial, but I almost feel like we've been on trial. But I do understand the importance of this motion, these motions, should I say, to the case going forward. So if you want to give me a short wrap up, you can. But what I'm going to ask is that both sides submit me a proposed order. I'm going to look at a few things as well, and I want to review it and take it under consideration. I just want you to know where I'm going with it. I don't want to tax either of you too bad. In saying 7 or 10 days, is that reasonable, not reasonable? I don't know what your schedules are to get me the proposed orders. And I look at the stage table a little harder because I know they have many more cases.
I would ask for a little bit more time as well, just because I have a proposed order already due from a hearing yesterday.
Okay, got one there. Mr. Randolph, look at the next though. That's like, we don't have to pay for. I'm gonna say that since today, are we talking about the end of the month, maybe the first of the say that Friday? Today is Thursday, February 1st.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Good for
That
both
works for
sides?
me.
Okay, let's say Thursday, February the 1st. Huh? Yeah,
I can fit it on status if you want.
it doesn't have to necessarily go on the calendar, but just for them to submit it. They're gonna send it to you, email them to you, and then you just get them to me on that day. I'm actually here at 9 that day, but I'll give you till noon. Noon on February the 1st.
Was that Mr. Randolph speaking?
That is, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So council will email the proposed orders to Mr. Randolph. And it's actually Kenneth Randolph, to Mr. Randolph by noon on Thursday, February 1st.
You said by noon, Judge?
Yes.
Okay.
Get his email address or card.
Oh, yeah, it's Kenneth.Randolph, RANDOLPH at FultonCountyGA.gov. Okay. And who wants to go first?
Well, Your Honor, first and foremost, can the officer be excused?
Oh, yes, Lord. I shouldn't say Lord, but sorry about that. Thank you so much. You've been a trooper, and I know you're used to standing. But we didn't do that to you on purpose, but thank you so much for your time, officers.
Thank y'all. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Judge, given how long we've already been here, I'll just reserve until after defense counsel.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor, I think the most important thing about this hearing was stated in the final words or question on redirect when the state asked the officer, what was your probable cause for arrest? The officer specifically stated 6 clues, the odor, slurred speech, and then she went on further to ask, well, did the statements play a part in it? Your Honor, the reason why I bring that up is because what the officer did not state is most important. He did not state because I believe that he was the driver. Your Honor, in this case, we are here primarily because in the end of the day, this officer, and I would state for the record that I believe the evidence is clear, that I believe the officer, although he's trying to, solidify this arrest of Mr. Miguel Marin, he does not know even to this day who was the driver. On the record, it was clear that he had arrested Mr. Jorge Garcia. Mr. Garcia was in fact clearly described by Mr. Marin. He was clearly seen by the officer before the officer even arrived on scene. He was seen leaving the scene. And all of this was also stated by Mr. Marin when he first got on the scene. Everything changed tides when he was approached by, when Mr. Marin was approached by the officer while he was standing next to Jorge Garcia. And at that point, he states, I don't know who the driver is. That's when it changed. Because at that point, I believe, based on the way the video was set up, that there was a conversation between him and him being Mr. Marin and Mr. Garcia, and there was a conversation about who was going to take it in. So he tried to first say, no, the officer wasn't believing that. You also heard the officer say at that point, he asked him to come over here. And he starts to talk to him. At that point, Your Honor, I would state for the record that we believe Mr. Marin was not only under a brief detention at that point, but he was under the arrest, he was in custody, and he should have been Mirandized. He was threatening that he was going to take him to jail. And while it is not customary in a DUI, it is also not customary in a DUI for someone else to be clear with the person that the officer is planning on arresting and for the officer to switch to a second person. And so in this case, this is not a customary case. And so Mirandized should have been read at the point when he is detained, which the officer admitted that he was not free to leave. And he was interrogated, which he was questioned. He was questioned again. I'm gonna ask you, don't lie to me. He said, do not lie to me. He started raising his voice. He wanted to try to say he kind of was just elevating his voice, but his voice was raised. The video speaks for itself. His voice was raised at that point. It had been, we are almost an hour within the investigation, and now things are changing. It's changing his words. And I think the most crucial point, which I tried to point out, but it's on the video, and I'm have to play it again because I was about to play it, but he admitted to saying it, was when he clearly stated to Mr. Marin, excuse me. He said, he said, I'm gonna ask you again, and let me just go to that point. Notes, I do not get it wrong. When he admitted, essentially just voluntarily, he comes to him, he just voluntarily, I'm the driver. He talks about the truck. He's just like, okay, just take me. That's how it's sounding on the video. And what the officer responds and says is, I don't believe you, but okay, and walks away. Now, he tells you in court today that that was a strategy. If it was in fact a strategy, then he should have stayed right there talking to Mr. Marin to figure out if Mr. Marin was going to recant or say something differently. That is not what happened here. What happened is he did not still believe him. He still went to go talk with the supervisor to try to figure out what he should do. And here's the truth about this investigation, Your Honor. Mr. Marin was the only one identifiable on this scene as a Hispanic person who was helpful from the beginning. He had an idea. He was cooperative. He did not try to leave the scene, and for that reason, he testified. The officer testified. No one else had any ID, and so we believe that number one, the court should move to just suppress the entire investigation that followed after determining essentially or believing that Mr. Marin, let me start over, Judge. It is clear from this case that this officer did not know who the driver was. And if you cannot determine the driver, then you cannot establish probable cause for arresting someone for driving under the influence. Whether he was intoxicated, anything else, that is beside the point if you cannot prove the person is a driver. And so we would start with the arguments there, Your Honor, and from there, even the statement should be suppressed if the court is inclined to still move forward and say, okay, the officer did have enough probable cause to believe he was the driver. If you decide that that is the case, then we have to ask the question, well, was he detained at that point? Because the officer still did not read him his Miranda rights. Then we go a step further, and what he did read was implied consent. Now, Your Honor, I would not agree with the state that implied consent and Miranda rights are interchangeable. You read one, then you don't have to read the other. They serve two very different purposes. And in this case, he read the implied consent, however timely, I will consent to that. His verbiage was kind of all over the place. Even when I asked him to testify about it, just so to be clear for the record, it was not clear as to what he explained to Mr. Marin, but he did say he was told he could interpret it after reading the card. He could leave stuff out, which he did, and then reinterpret it. And he told him specifically, if he doesn't blow anything, we will let you go. That is misleading. That is incorrect. That is an error. And for that reason, we believe any results that stem from that reading of the implied consent should be suppressed because the implied consent was not read properly to Mr. Marin at the time. I would also emphasize that if it was clear that he was trying to be clear to Mr. Marin, he would have allowed, that is a card, as we know, with legal information on it. Well, in this case, he read it from his phone, but if it was the case that he was trying to clearly make sure Mr. Marin understood what was going on, he would have allowed the officer, Officer Zarat, who was there for the purpose of interpreting, allow him to interpret as he read. He did not do that. In fact, not only did he not do that, he told him specifically, you don't have to interpret it, and then brought him back in to interpret his words after he started trying to explain implied consent further to Mr. Marin. Your Honor, this case is flawed in many ways, and we believe that based on this officer errors on this scene and his inability to determine who had probable cause, it should be suppressed. I want to highlight one last thing because I had 4 different things, and the other one was the HGN. After the HGN, Your Honor, you can see it for yourself, but the officer is explaining to him about how to perform the test. And there again, I was trying to figure out if it was being interpreted or not, because again, these are instructions that most lay people aren't familiar with. And he continued to say, repeat to him, just your eyes, just your eyes. And so you can see Mr. Marin trying to comply with just your eyes, but he is not clear about what the instructions are. I would further tell you, Your Honor, the instructions you're supposed to include, put your hands by your side. so that it can't be this movement or head movement. If you noticed on the video, the entire time, those instructions were never given. They were never followed because they were never given. And Mr. Marion kept his hands folded the entire time during this administration with a flashlight shining in his eyes held by another officer. Typically, when the officers perform this, they're doing both. They're holding the flashlight as well as doing it so to make sure that it's done properly and performed adequately. Your Honor, thank you so much for your time and consideration during this motion. And I sincerely appreciate it. And I'm sure my client, Mr. Marion, does as well.
Thank you. Stay.
Yes, Judge. I will start with the first issue that defense counsel raised, which was the probable cause for the DUI arrest. So when asked, the officer indicated that the 6 out of 6 clues that he observed was part of his probable cause for the arrest. The slurred speech of Mr. Marion was part of his cause for the arrest. The odor of Mr. Marion, the odor of alcohol coming from Mr. Marion was part of his probable cause for the arrest. And finally, Mr. Marion's multiple inconsistent statements, and I'll just call them flat out lies, about who the driver of the vehicle was. All of those things played a role in Detective Walsh, then Officer Walsh's probable cause for arrest in this particular case. And I will add, Judge, that you heard for yourself Mr. Marion's admission to having 2 beers, approximately 30 to 45 minutes prior. That is also relevant to the probable cause, which clearly exists here to arrest Mr. Marion. That odor that Officer Walsh described not only as strong, but overwhelming, and coming from the defendant, and it got stronger as he continued to speak with him. We also have, excuse me, the less safe act of failing to maintain the roadway, not just failing to maintain the roadway, but failing to maintain his lane so bad that he hit a telephone pole and caused a vehicle to turn over onto its side. With respect to this idea that Mr. Marion is not the driver, Judge, first and foremost, who the driver of this vehicle was, that is a fact issue for a jury to decide. That's not a legal question. But I would say that there was more than enough evidence to Detective Walsh that in fact Mr. Marion was the driver. He initially gave a name and description of an individual, Rodriguez, which we know turns out to be Jorge or George Garcia. And he was wearing a red shirt and black pants. But we later learned from the video that as Mr. Marion is standing next to Mr. Garcia, AKA Jose Rodriguez, that he tells the officer, no, he wasn't the one driving. And Your Honor, defense counsel speculates that that's because they had a conversation about who would take the fall, so to speak, for driving the vehicle. I suspect he knew at that point that he couldn't blame Mr. Garcia because Mr. Garcia is standing right there. And so he can't tell the officer that it's Mr. Garcia because Mr. Garcia is going to be like, no, it wasn't me. But nevertheless, that is a fact issue for a jury. Defense counsel stated that Mr. Marion was under arrest, but you clearly heard testimony and saw from the video that, according to Officer Walsh, he was not. He was detained during a preliminary accident investigation. They're trying to find, Officer Walsh is trying to determine the cause and find out the facts surrounding an accident, which is what he was initially called out there for. So that's first and foremost. He was not in custody. He was not handcuffed. He was free to walk around the scene. You actually saw him standing up against the fence, talking to Mr. Garcia. He was not ever placed in a patrol vehicle prior to his actual arrest, which we saw. He was not transported at that time. He was free to stand and walk around because he was initially believed, based on his words, to have been simply a passenger in that vehicle. Like I stated, he was seen talking to his friend, Mr. Garcia, the other passenger. He was not told that he was under arrest, even though at that point he had lied multiple times and committed obstruction to the officer. He was not told that he was under arrest. His personal belongings had not yet been confiscated, and he was not reasonably under the impression that he would not have been released as just a passenger and victim of an accident, which is what he was thought to be at that time. So he was not under arrest, Judge. One of the points that defense counsel raised, Your Honor, was that she was challenging was the timeliness of the implied consent. I think even defense counsel admitted that implied consent was very much timely. It was within a minute of him being arrested. The officer only had to go back to his car to get his phone so that he could read it. So the advisement was given immediately thereafter the arrest, as is required. With respect to Miranda, it didn't need to be read because he wasn't under arrest during that preliminary investigation. And furthermore, at the point where he was under arrest, under the law, Officer Walsh was only required to read implied consent. So Miranda was not required because implied consent is only required in an arrest of a DUI suspect. And then prior to that, it was a preliminary investigation in which Mr. Marin was not in custody. I want to talk about defense counsel stating that the officer left things out of implied consent. He didn't leave anything out, Judge. What he did was, because things were in limbo at the time, Elliott had just passed, I think about 6 months earlier in February of 2019. So what he was trained to do was to adjust some of the language to provide for the fact that breath refusals were no longer going to be used against defendants in court. And that's what he did. That was the only language that he changed within that implied consent reading. Everything else was verbatim. And had he not done that, we'd be sitting here saying that it was, misleading and it caused the defendant to say yes. But he took that part out. He altered that part in order to comply with what the law was at the time, with Elliott having just come down and there not being those new implied consent cards printed up. With respect to his statement at about 48 minutes and 15 seconds that if he doesn't blow anything, we'll let him go. That had absolutely no bearing on the defendant's consent to the test. It was almost 4 minutes after he had already said, okay, I will take it. And furthermore, the reason that Officer Walsh stated that was because if he had blown nothing, there would be no DUI. And so there would be nothing to arrest him for. But Your Honor, that did not mislead the defendant into giving consent to this test because, as I stated, that statement was made to Officer Zarate almost 4 minutes after the consent had already been given. I asked on direct whether or not the defendant ever rescinded or revoked his consent, whether if he had, the officer would have, stopped the test and noted that in his report. He said that he would have. He said that he never did rescind or revoke his consent. I asked whether or not guns had ever been drawn on the defendant. They had not been. Whether, he had been promised anything in exchange for agreeing to the test. He had not. All of that was stated by Detective Walsh. Judge, with respect to the HGN administration, Vince conceded on cross that the officer actually did inform the defendant not to use his head. And we heard that when we replayed it on the video. But ultimately, the defendant's moving of his head, while he did do that on several occasions, it did not affect the officer's ability to observe the clues that he needed to observe. And he did, in fact, observe 6 out of 6 clues, 6 out of 6 possible clues on the HGN. And that was part of his probable cause for the arrest. In any event, Judge, any administration of the HGN would go to weight and not admissibility. The officer testified that he administered the HGN in accordance with his training. He talked about that field sobriety training that he had, that 24-hour training, which included alcohol workshops and wet labs. And he testified that that was in accordance with his training. So any issues with HGN would go to weight and not admissibility. With respect to the breath test, you have the documentation showing Detective Walsh's permit number and the training that he did in order to obtain that and be able to operate an Intox 9000 machine. You heard him state that there were no errors that the machine gave, that the diagnostics on the Intox slip indicated that it had passed. That was indicated twice on the results, and that it did produce 2 successful BRAC results, the lowest of which he took, which was the 0.106. So that test was administered properly by Detective Walsh. And then finally, Judge, I just want to point out, because there was some going back and forth about, was he the driver? Was he not the driver? But ultimately, Detective Walsh testified that he believes Mr. Marin to have been the driver. He arrested Mr. Marin based on that. And it wasn't just his admissions when he finally came clean and admitted to being the driver, but it was also the fact he stated that Mr. Marin was the only one without the shoes on and that the shoes were on the driver's side of the vehicle. So all of those things played into Officer Walsh's determination that Mr. Marin was the driver, and ultimately his determination that he had probable cause to arrest Mr. Marin, not Mr. Hernandez and not Mr. Garcia. And I think defense counsel stated that it was an hour into the investigation when he admitted to being the driver. It wasn't, Judge. He admitted that approximately at 28 minutes and 53 seconds on the tape. This was not a long retention at all. And Judge, that's it for the state. The state would ask that you deny defense's motions and set this case down for a jury trial.
Well, all right, if there's nothing else, we have our deadline, which is February the 1st by 12 o'clock noon. Have your emails of your draft orders sent to Kenneth Randolph, and I can give a ruling shortly thereafter. And thank you both for this. I may go down in history and holding along with most of this hearing, so don't tell anyone. But I appreciate you all. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. You
Your
too.
Honor, Your Honor, sorry to interrupt. Should I just let the witness know or the accused, no, defendant, sorry, know, just what happened here and what your
Yes, you can go ahead and do that.
I'll just do it.
We'll get a
very brief.
little more energy out of you.
God, yes. Okay. Nada más para decirle que lo que sucedió ahorita fueron los discursos de cierre de esta audiencia para las mociones legales. Primero habló su abogada, después la otra abogada, cada uno expuso su caso, pero lo que tienen que hacer ahora es escribir y mandar a la corte por escrito lo que ellos piden, cómo se soluciona el caso y con las pruebas de eso. Entonces ya su abogada le informará el resto, ¿ok?
Muchas gracias.
Okay. All right, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Thank you, everyone, for this marathon. And don't run the next time you see my name. It's like, oh, no, we're not gonna work. And I
Okay,
know
Your
the
Honor.
city asks me several times a week. And thank you, Ms. Rose. I appreciate you.
Have a good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
You're free to go.